Okay.
XOXO Gossip Girl.
Hi guys, it's
Lauren Daisy.
Welcome back to my channel, and today is going to be a deep dive into Gossip Girl. This video, I have been planning it for 2 months. Writing the script, doing all the research is like over, and I think it's like 95,000 words or something like that. Basically how it's going to work is we're going to go through every single season 1 to 6, pilot to finale. We're going to talk about everything that happens. As I talk about people, I will put them up on the board. I have literally photos of everybody. There will also be a string connecting some of the characters. So we have dated, hated and related. Yellow is up for brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, aunts, uncles, things like that. Orange will be for people that hate each other. And then we have pink for people that have dated each other, hooked up with each other, that kind of thing. I'm going to do a little introduction to Gossip Girl if you've never seen it before. I'm going to go through a little brief on each of the main characters, and then like the main side characters before we get started, and then we'll jump straight into like plot, what's happening, what's going on. This is going to be a very long video. I think I'll probably split it into parts, but I'm super excited about it. So just as a brief introduction to Gossip Girl, if you've never heard of it before, because I'm currently forcing my boyfriend to watch it with me, because it's one of my favorites, but he had literally never heard of it before, which I was like stunned. I was like, I thought everyone had heard of Gossip Girl, but in case you haven't, Gossip Girl was created by Josh Schwartz and Stephanie Savage. The show is actually based on the Gossip Girl book series, and I feel like I'm going to butcher her name, but it's Cecily von Ziger or Ziga, I think. So the books were actually released in 2002, which I think is really interesting because it came about before internet blogging, anything like social media and that kind of thing had taken off. So I feel like it was really like ahead of its time. Kind of caught a glimpse of those things before they kind of came into fruition, which I think is really interesting. And it's funny because obviously now social media is so much more like advanced and prevalent than it was like when the show Gossip Girl was coming out in 2007. But in 2007 it was like, whoa, this is like a big kind of like show that's like revolutionizing social media. This focus? If this isn't focused, I'm actually gonna cry. When the show first aired, it was deemed incredibly controversial, and one of my like favorite things about it is they knew how racy it was and all that stuff, and they actually used that in their favor. So parents, there's like some parent association I think that like watches shows and reviews them before they come out, and they absolutely slated it. And they actually took those, I'll put the posters here, but they took the quotes from the parents that were like deemed negative, and they put them on their posters to promote the show and to actually get teens and like young adults interested in the show. For me personally, I first watched Gossip Girl in April 2014 when it came onto UK Netflix. The description they gave for it on Netflix was: rich, unreasonably attractive private school students do horrible, scandalous things to each other repeatedly. It's the perfect summary for this show. The basic premise is that there is a website called Gossip Girl, obviously, that follows around this group of, they're about 16 I think in the first season, and it follows their whole year group, and basically people send in tips to Gossip Girl about scandals and secrets, and they post them online anonymously, so no one knows who sent in the tips, and everyone's secrets just get blasted all over, and all the kids get notifications on their phones, and it's just honestly such a good premise for a TV show. So it ran for 6 seasons, which is a pretty good run. It ran from September 19th 2007 to December 17th 2012, and it has a total of 121 episodes. When I watched Gossip Girl for the first time, I was 13, and funnily enough, on my 20th, like the night before my 20th birthday, me and my friend Miranda were rewatching it, and she pointed out to me, she was like, oh my gosh, Gossip Girl is going to be like the last thing you watch before you like kind of leave teenhood to become an adult and become 20, like after midnight. And I just thought that was so like fitting. Like I feel like I couldn't have asked for a better show to like get me through my teenage years. The last episode of Gossip Girl actually aired 10 years ago now, this December, but the love for it has never died. So to honour it, and in a way kind of I guess the 10-year anniversary in December, Come with me on this journey as we deep dive into the show that bookended my teenage years and helped shape me into who I am today. Also, just before we get started, I just wanted to give like a little shout out to videos that inspired this video. Obviously, Mike's Pretty Little Liars series, one of my absolute favorites, and then also Quentin Review's Victorious series. I just wanted to give a little shout out to those videos that inspired this one.
And as for taking me down, I'd love to see you try.
Here we have Serena van der Woodsen. So Serena, I feel like in the first 2-ish seasons, 2 or 3 maybe, is the main character, I feel anyway. They kind of have a similar situation to Pretty Little Liars, where Aria was the main character for the first few seasons. Then they kind of realized what they had with Spencer, and then it became like the Spencer show after that. And I feel like we have that same thing here, but it shifted from Serena to Blair becoming more of the main character. But you'll see that as we go along. Serena is like the it girl, girl next door kind of character trope. She appears in every single episode and her zodiac sign is a Cancer. The show begins when she returns to the Upper East Side, again, kind of signaling she's more of the main character in the beginning. After being away at boarding school, she has a pretty problematic past and she's trying to be a better person. I would say she's carefree, bubbly, and caring.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't.
And then we have Blair Waldorf. So Blair is like the queen bee trope, especially you'll see in the pilot, she's more of an antagonist kind of role, but they changed that pretty quickly. She also appears in every single episode and her zodiac sign is Sagittarius. In Serena's absence, she has been able to rule over Constance Billard, which is their private school that they go to. And she isn't happy for her former best friend's return. She's intelligent, conniving, and sweet, but only to the right people.
Aren't you supposed to not be talking to me or you'll be shunned or something?
Dan Humphrey. Dan is the last character that appears in every single episode. He's intended to be the outsider of Gossip Girl. His zodiac sign is a Libra. Unlike everyone else, his family doesn't come from money. They live in Brooklyn. Dan wants to be a writer. He is also infatuated with Serena and absolutely has the biggest crush on her in the whole world. I would say he is determined, protective, and honest.
And I look forward to coming here next year and kicking your ass.
Nate Archibald. Absolute cutie of the century. He is golden boy, good boy, all that like kind of jazz. He appears in 115 out of 121 episodes, and his zodiac sign is an Aries. Nate struggles with the Upper East Side life and wants to be able to make decisions for himself. He is kind-hearted, oblivious, and emotive.
I'm Chuck Bass.
Lastly, for the big 5, we have Chuck Bass. He is the bad boy of Gossip Girl, especially in the first few seasons. Bloody hell. And in the pilot, forget about it. He appears in 118 episodes and his zodiac sign is a Capricorn. He is the richest of the group as well as being very sexual and deviant and sexually deviant. He enjoys creating drama and then watching it unfold. He's smarmy, deceptive, and quick-witted, which I think, especially in the early seasons, I think is a pretty good fit for him, but we'll see about his character development. And that's all of the main characters that we have. So we're going to go into some side characters before we continue.
I'll tell you later. Thank you.
We're going to talk about Jenny Humphrey. I don't think you can see that yellow line, but it is there. She is Dan's little sister by, I think, 2 years. I think when they're 16 in the pilot, she is 14. Initially, she is desperate to fit in with the other Constance girls, specifically Blair. She also wants to be a fashion designer.
If it's my son, be nice to him.
Rufus. I feel like I'm being a bit harsh calling Rufus a side character. The man sticks like a stain, but I do love him. Big deal energy. But I'm pretty sure he's in more episodes than Nate. Maybe I should have given him a big picture instead of Nate, because we're going to get to that, but I feel like at points Nate don't deserve a big picture. Dan's dad, former lead singer of rock band Linkin Hawk, and also likes to make waffles. Moving along.
What is the matter with me?
Lily van der Woodsen. I tell ya, we're going to get into it, but love-hate relationship with this lady. Serena's mum is very wealthy. She takes a lot of pride in what others think of her and her family.
Dead or alive, I will be right back.
Little baby Eric van der Woodsen. Cutie, sometimes a little bit of a menace,
but with good intentions. Eric is Serena's younger brother. He is the same age as Jenny and has been a patient at the Ostroff Center.
Bye, sad Blair wannabe.
A very polarizing character. We have Vanessa Abrams. I'm not even gonna get into it. Vanessa basically is a aspiring filmmaker. She's also Dan's best friend, kind of ish ex-best friend, but not really. And he used to be in love with her before she dipped. Now that we have our base kind of characters here, these are the ones you really need to know about pretty much. These are the ones that stick. We've got some other ones, but they'll come into it later and I'll tell you when they're important.
I saw Serena getting off the train at Grand Central.
Now we're actually going to get into shit. So we're going to get into the pilot. So the pilot aired September 19th, 2007. Just big hype. Big hype. The pilot is one of my favorite episodes. So good. Just such good vibes. Honestly, it just puts me back into like summer, watching Gossip Girl for the first time, the joys, the nostalgia. Let's get into it. I feel like the mystery of the pilot is unmatched in terms of, I'm not going to talk about every episode this in depth, by the way. We're kind of just going to do like, you'll see how we're going to do it. But for the pilot, I was like, right, we're going to go in. Pilots generally, and I feel like they've gotten worse. Tell me if you think the same thing. But obviously, because I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt because they're obviously setting up characters we don't know yet. They're trying to get everyone invested, trying to get everyone involved. So usually they kind of lack a bit of story just because you're trying to get to know everyone. So I usually give a show like 2 or 3 episodes before I decide it's not for me. Gossip Girl, babes. Pilot 101. Good shit. Good shit from the beginning. Who's Serena? Why is she back? Why did she leave? Will her and Blair make up? Does she still like Nate? What the fuck's happening with Chuck? Creme de la creme. We meet Serena as she's arriving back in New York from boarding school. A Gossip Girl blast kind of goes out to say that she's back. That's how we're introduced to Gossip Girl. Melanie 91, which is kind of interesting actually. This is going to be such a long video because I'm going to go on a tangent. But anyway, in the original post, the first post that we see, some girl takes a picture of Serena getting off the train at Grand Central Station and literally like names and shames her. Gossip Girl is like, Melanie 91 just sent in this picture of Serena getting off the train at Grand Central, like why is she returned? Which they never ever do again. The whole point of Gossip Girl is that the tips are anonymous. That's why people send them in, because they feel like they can, because no one's going to know it was them. But anyway, at some kind of gathering, we see Chuck, Blair and Nate to kind of show that like they're a bit of a clique. Blair is not happy that Serena is back. Her and Nate are making out. He sees the tip. He is very much interested in Serena being back. So you're like, there's got to be something going on here. Blair, not pleased. Chuck, quite pleased. Not because he's happy to see her, because he's happy to see what shit goes down because of such. Dan is also there. He and Jenny are in Grand Central Station because they're coming back from visiting their mum Allison in Hudson. Dan sees Serena, so you see he's absolutely head over heels for her. Of course, look at her. She's gorgeous. There's so much going on, honestly. You might have to make notes. So when they get off the train, Rufus is like, how's mum? They're like, oh, she's like focusing on her art and stuff. Rufus and Allison are on the rocks. It's doomed from the beginning. Don't even worry about it. When Blair finds out that Serena is coming back, she tries to get it on with Nate because they haven't had sex yet. So clearly she's feeling some kind of insecure way about Serena being back. She wants to seal the deal with Nate. Nate is too distracted by the fact that Serena is back and he wants to know what is going on. But Serena is actually back, not for any of these people. She don't give a shit about any of them. She's back to see Eric because he is at the Ostroff Center. She goes to visit him. Lily and her, they got big beef. So Lily is telling everyone that Eric is away visiting his Aunt Carol in Florida. We'll get to that bitch. But in reality, he's in the Ostroff Center for trying to take his own life. And she is like, why would you like lie, basically? Like, you care more about what everyone thinks of us than actually being a good mother and being concerned about your son, who's clearly going through it. It kind of establishes this relationship between Eric and Serena, which is really sweet. She obviously really cares about him. And whatever happened to make her move to boarding school, he's more important than that. So she comes back, which is really sweet to see. So the next day, Serena is staying at the Palace Hotel. Nate comes to see her, and she says the iconic line,
But you're back now.
I didn't come back for you.
there's obviously stuff going on here. We've got a bit of best friend and the boyfriend action. At school, Serena goes to see Blair at the Met Steps, which is where they sit. Very iconic location. Jenny then comes over and gives Blair invitations to the Kiss on the Lips party that she like wrote out herself. She was hoping by writing the invitations out by hand that she would then get an invite. Blair's like, lol, you thought. Serena also doesn't get an invite because Blair's like, nah, you left without saying goodbye. Do not try it right now. Serena asks her to meet her at the palace so that they can talk about everything. Fast forward to that, underage drinking, all kinds of shenanigans, but they're having martinis at the bar. Blair asks her why she left without saying goodbye. So she left for boarding school a year ago, I think it is, about that, and she literally just dipped. She just left. And didn't say anything to Blair, who was supposed to be her best friend. So she says she just had to go. She can't really talk about why, but she just had to. And Blair says that while she was gone, her dad left her mum. So dad's called Harold. Harold left Eleanor for another man called Roman, and like make up, and they're like cool again for the time being. This will become a recurring theme. Serena and Blair will be fine, and then you just wait and they'll be at each other's throats. And Serena goes to Eric, and Eric's like, I just want to break, but mum's not letting me leave here. So Serena's like, well, come on then. Sneaks him out. They go shopping, just for banter, just for fun. There they bump into Jenny. Well, Dan's there as well, but he dips. He hides behind a railing of clothes because he's scared of Serena. And Jenny's shopping. Serena is real sweet and is like, that dress will look even better in black. And Jenny gives Serena an invitation to the Kiss on the Lips party because she wrote the invitation so she can give her one that looks legit and she can get in. Also later, when Jenny goes to the Kiss on the Lips party, it's really cute because she like did what Serena said. Basically, because Jenny and Dad don't really have that much money, she finds designer dresses and things that she likes, and then she makes them herself. And she made it in black because Serena said it would look better in black than it did in red. I just thought it was cute. Meanwhile, Nate and Chuck are besties. They are in the park smoking weed. And basically Nate's saying how he feels like his whole life is like set out for him, and he's not really sure that that's like what he wants, and all that kind of stuff. Chuck's basically like, bro, you've got money, you've got a hot girlfriend, stop complaining. So then Jenny mentions to Dan, she's like, oh, you know, Serena's back, but Blair's like not fussed about her anymore, all this stuff, and reads about it on Gossip Girl, and is like, you know, she's probably at the palace by herself if you wanted to go. See her, console her. So Dan's like, right, perfect opportunity, I'm gonna go. At the palace, we meet this man. You're gonna see Chuck's like character development. At the minute, it's in the shitter. What he does in the pilot will come back to haunt him big time. Well, not really, but it'll come back to haunt everyone else. His dad, Barbass, who villain of the century, we'll put him up later. He owns the palace, right? So he's there, he's chilling. He finds Serena drinking and he's like, babes, you hungry? Let me get someone to make you a sandwich. Lures her into the kitchen, then sends all the kitchen staff home and tries to get on with her. She says no, she's not having it. He then tries to force himself on her, and it's just terrible. Honestly, the whole thing is despicable. But what we do learn from this scene is that the Shepherd wedding, big event, that happened before Serena went to boarding school. Blair was Nate's date, so she's riding solo. Chuck is also there. Chuck looks over the balcony and sees, in the bar, Serena and Nate having sex. So Serena is taking Nate's virginity while he is Blair's boyfriend. Chuck sees the whole thing. Serena then realizes that he knows. So we get like, it's a mix between Chuck trying to force himself on Serena while we're also getting flashbacks of Nate and Serena having sex in the bar. Very intense moments. But yeah, Chuck, quite the piece of shit in this episode. I think she like kicks him in the balls or something. Go on, queen. And runs out of the kitchen. Then on her way back through, she bumps into Dan, who is like, oh my god, she's actually here. They bump into each other, and she's obviously just been through something quite traumatic, so she's not looking to chat. She leaves, but in the kerfuffle has dropped her phone, so now Dan has the phone. Cut to this terrible twosome. Zero chemistry, zero going on. Blair doesn't want to admit this to herself. So she is on a mission. She's a woman on a mission, like a dog with a bone. She wants Nate. So she like surprises him in his room, lingerie, the whole 9 yards. The man's still not interested and tries to have sex with him again, and he comes clean. He's like, right, this is what happened at the Shepherd wedding. And she's like, oh, so you like just kissed, right? And he's like, no, we did the whole tango. So Blair's fuming, right? Blair is fuming. Rightly so.
I knew it! I always knew there was something. Get out!
So Nate is running in the park with his dad, tells his dad that him and Blair are broken up. His dad, you know what, let's just put the captain up now. In terms of Nate's parents, you have the captain, which is just what they call him for some reason. I think his actual name is like... Is he also called Harold? Oh, Howard. Howard? Maybe he's called Howard. And I've also included Anne, who's his mum. They don't get separate cards because, firstly, they're terrible people, but also they're not really relevant either. Howard is basically like, you cannot break up with Blair. I need her. I need her mother. We have Eleanor here, Blair's mum, and Cyrus, who you'll meet Cyrus later. Howard is like, Nate, I need Blair back because I want to be the lawyer, I think it is, or something to do with Eleanor's company, Eleanor Waldorf Designs. He wants that gig. And he's like, if you break up with Blair, Eleanor's not going to want me, and it's going to be a whole thing. So for our family, son, okay, for our family, you got to keep up this charade. Dan goes to the palace to return Serena's phone to her. It's adorable. Classic, so freaking cute. So he shows up and the concierge is like, you don't know Serena, like looking at him in his like little cardigan like thing. He's like, who are you?
When Prince Charming found Cinderella's slipper, they didn't accuse him of having a foot fetish.
And you're Prince Charming?
So the concierge is like to Serena, she's strolling past. He's like, oh, Serena, do you know this man? And Dad's all like embarrassed. He's like, she don't know me. But she's like, I do remember you. And he's like, no fucking way. Lily then comes in and says to Serena, I have your dress for the kiss on the lips party. Serena's like, I'm not going to that party. She's like, yes, you are. Serena's like, I can't because I already have plans with this man. Dad's like, excuse me? She's like, yep, I already have plans with him. And Dan introduces himself and he's like, right, I'm Dan Humphrey. Yeah, I'm taking Serena on a date. She's like, Humphrey. Remember that. And she's like, where are you guys going? Dan says, oh, I'm going to take Serena to the Linkin Hawk reunion concert. Lily again is like, Linkin Hawk. So cute. I love it. I love it so much. So then Dan's leaving, assuming that Serena was just kidding. And she's like, what time are you going to pick me up?
You really go out with some guy you don't know?
Well, you can't be worse than the guys I do know.
They ate to lunch, and his hair looks horrendous. He is like, basically, I'll never see Serena again. I still want to be with you. Even though he doesn't really. The captain just pressured him. I feel like when you learn more about... You'll see it. Blair's very insecure when it comes to Serena and kind of like living in her shadow. So to me, it makes perfect sense that she would take Nate back because he's like the one thing that she has managed to keep from Serena. Like to keep her from having, even though she technically did have him, but whatever. She has him now, so she's got to keep him. The tea is about to be spilled between these two. So Lily goes to... Rufus runs an art gallery. So Lily goes to Rufus's gallery and is like, why is your son taking my daughter on a date? He's like, oh my God, no way. Go on, son. Good for you. She says, is this your way of worming back into my life? Because your marriage is on the rocks. And he's like, rude. These two have dated before. Okay? They dated in a past life. In a previous decade. They don't get a pink string. Because this is prior.
I feel like I didn't really explain this well in the videos. I'm just going to explain it now. But basically, anyone who dated, hooked up, kissed, anything like that, before the show starts, I don't include on the board. It's only, you know, hookups, kisses, everything like that we as the audience actually see. Those are the ones that get pink lines. Nothing that is, you know, prior to Serena coming back from boarding school.
Eleanor is another shady boots. In the pilot, it's hard because I feel like in the pilot you're still kind of like adjusting to who people are, getting to know them. And even the writers themselves don't really know who these characters are yet. So who they are in the pilot is extremely different to even who they are at the end of season 1. So Eleanor is played by a different actress, first of all, in the pilot. But also, she's not very nice. So Blair's getting ready for the kiss on the lips party, and she comes in and is basically like, she's just full of backhanded compliments.
I love you, Blair. You will never be more beautiful or thin or happy than you are right now.
You start to see why Blair is the way she is. The way that Dan looks at Serena when he goes to pick her up for a date, and she's like stood at the palace, like at the top of the thing, and then he's like at the bottom, like, oh my god, my Rapunzel. So cute. Meanwhile, at the kiss on the lips party, Chuck is getting down and dirty, just in awful measures. He sees Jenny, and he's like, who's this? Is there anything about her on Gossip Girl? Like, what's the deal? And Blair's minions are like, oh, like, she will be on Gossip Girl once you're done with her, which, like, everyone knows he's a creep and just allows it, and ew. But anyway, so he starts kind of, like, flirting with her and things, and at first she's a bit like, oh my gosh, like, an Upper East Side boy is flirting with me, and then she's a bit like, I don't know about this. So she texts Dan to be like, something about, like, 911, I'm with Chuck, or something like that. And he's like, I don't even know who this Chuck guy is really, but Serena, oh bitch. Serena is like, if she's with Chuck, this is bad news. They get to the kiss on the lips party, Blair's fuming. She's like, the fuck are you doing here? Goes up to the roof, Dan punches Chuck, because he's fully like, he is pushing himself on her, like takes her up to the roof, like, and corners her and does the same thing that he did to Serena. And Dan comes in, punches Chuck. Serena tells Chuck to stay away from Jenny, like never touch her again. And Chuck says, your life is over, slut. When we get to like season 6 and you see how I feel about Chuck and how everyone feels about Chuck, you're going to be like, how is this even possible? But yeah, he's just the worst in season 1. Like, in the pilot specifically, he is the fucking worst. And if you've even heard anything about Gossip Girl, I feel like what you've probably heard is that everyone loves Chuck, and you're probably confused. Don't worry, it's okay to be confused. They'll progress, but even with character development things, these things are still unforgivable. I mean, they've caused a huge commotion. Everyone is talking about the fact that Serena has crashed Blair's party. Madness. All over Gossip Girl. So then Serena and Dan leave hand in hand, and they got Jenny with them, and they get into a taxi and drive away. Blair's like, she better not show her face ever again. Chuck's like, I hope she does, because he wants the drama. And Nate watches from afar because the man has no backbone. Honestly, the nostalgia of the pilot is just peak 2000s. It has everything you could possibly want in it. The soundtrack, Justin Timberlake, Rihanna, Amy Winehouse, like the BlackBerry phones, the unnecessary layering of clothing. We kind of leave the pilot with Serena, Dan, Jenny, Nate-ish, but not really, as our protagonists, and Chuck and Blair, big antagonist vibe. So I just wanted to jump in here to say that I have a few more Gossip Girl videos planned, like before we go on. And I just wanted to say what they are now in case kind of expected those kind of things to be mentioned in this video. So anything to do with the books will not be mentioned in this video because it's purely the TV show. I have a whole video planned about the books versus the TV show. Things like going real in depth on like character profiles and specifically them. Again, I have a whole plan for it. Each character's going to get their own separate video to really talk about them. This is more like the plot overall. The It Girl series, if anyone knows about that, I'll be making a video on that as well. The Valley Girls spin-off, I'll be making a video on that as well. Chasing Dorota spin-off. And also how Gossip Girl failed Jenny Humphrey, which doesn't make any sense now, but I hope you will see and you'll understand. So those videos are coming. Those things will not be mentioned in this video, so look out for those. Now we're getting into season 1. So season 1 aired from September 19, 2007, when the pilot came out, up until May 19th, 2008. I'm going to put some people up now because they're integral to season 1, so let's just get them out of the way. From episode 2 of season 1, I'll go through who's just thrown in with no real introduction. Penelope, she is, I would say, Blair's like head minion. So she's got a few minions. I haven't included all of them, just because honestly they're kind of like interchangeable. Like some of them, they don't really have any big plot points or stay around past the like school seasons. But Penelope, she's kind of a big player in the minion world. Nelly Yuki also gets a picture. She's a minion, but also like absolutely hates Blair's guts, and she kind of gets like a story-ish, so she's included as well. Down here we have Harold, I'm sure his name's Harold, Blair's dad, his lover Roman. We have Dorota, absolute queen of the century. Dorota is Blair's like maid, but she's been with Blair since, I'm pretty sure, like Blair was like a kid. Bart Bass, more on that later. Father to Chuck Bass. Here we have Allison, Jenny and Dan's mum, Rufus's estranged wife. So as we begin, Serena goes to Blair to try and rekindle their friendship. Be like, oh my god, but it's our like ritual every Saturday, I think it is. We, you know, watch this movie together, Serendipity or something. I think maybe. You know, we watch it together and we like eat breakfast and all that stuff. And she's like, I have new traditions now. And tells Serena that she knows that she did the nasty with Nate. And Serena's like, oh shit. Serena and Eric have a really sweet relationship in the first season. And I feel like it's a shame because, like, I mean, it's not really a spoiler, but, like, it kind of fades. But, like, she really just does do her best to try and, like, protect him, especially from fucking Lily. Also, on the case of Lily and Rufus, right? They have more chemistry than any other couple in this show. And I will stand by that. They have the most chemistry. It is everything. It is sexual tension. It is enemies to lovers. It's just so good. Now we're going to a brunch, which looks incredible. The food there is unreal, but it's also very strange. They have people stood there painted like statues, like women, and they just stand around. Anyway, so, but it's like Bart Bass is hosting this thing, so like, of course, it's fucking weird as. Serena tells Lily the only way I'm going to this brunch is if I can bring Dan with me, so she does. Chuck, the shit stirrer that he is, sees that Nate has asked Serena to go upstairs so they can just chat. He, seeing this, tells Blair, go up to my room, which is where they're meeting, and like, you know, try and win Nate back, like basically like taunting her. So she goes upstairs and finds them two together. They're just talking, but like that's enough because Nate promised he would stay away from her. Fuming, she runs. She tells Dan what Serena did with Nate.
To talk.
About why we weren't talking.
That doesn't sound any smarter the second time.
You slept with your best friend's boyfriend. I kind of admire you for it. Is that true?
Dan's like, this whole Upper East Side thing is just too much for me. Leaves. On his way out, he sees Lily kissing Bart. Lily stops him and is like, look, we don't want anyone to know yet. Please don't tell Serena. Everyone on this show is just quite happy to ask like 16-year-olds to keep their secrets for them. So we're going for our first pink line. Also, we get one of the most iconic scenes, right? So Serena is looking at a picture of her, Chuck, Blair, and Nate. They're like a gang. Like before she left, they were like the big four. She's like, forget this life. Instead of just deleting the picture of the four of them, she throws her whole phone into the bin. The whole thing. Like, just the dramatic energy, the main character energy of that, she just throws the phone into the bin. It's what I aspire to every day. Okay, so then we're going to skip ahead. So it's now Ivy Week, which I assume is a real thing in America. It means nothing to me over here in the Yuck. It's basically where they get to meet with like college scouts, I think, like that kind of thing, like a representation from the college. They get to see what colleges are about and stuff and kind of like pitch themselves. So there's a big social for this, and each college representative has a Constance or St. Jude's, which is like the boys' school. Basically, they have a student assigned to them, and Dan wants to be the escort for Dartmouth. He does a really good interview for it, but Nate still gets it because money, wealth, gets you everywhere. Yeah, basically, Dan doesn't get the position because he's not a legacy and he doesn't have a lot of money. And even though he deserves it more, Nate still gets it. And Nate, like, apologizes because he also doesn't want this shit. But, like, Dad's having none of it. And Chuck is doing some snooping for Blair and follows Serena to the Ostroff Centre, which is where Eric is staying. He tells Blair this, and they both assume she's going there because she is getting treatment. At the Ivy gathering, Eric meets Jenny. They hit it off. They become cute little besties. He basically is like, it's just a lot because I haven't like been around these people for a long time, and it's a long story about, you know, everything that he's been through. And she's like, I'll listen to your story. Cute. Blair gets up to make a speech in front of everyone and tells them that the donation for this year's like social event is going to go to the Ostroff Centre because it's helping one of their own, Serena van der Woodsen, and like outs her as a druggie in front of everyone when she's not actually going there. But Eric is then like, right, I'm not going to let this happen, and goes to, he's like, I volunteer, but then Serena's like, no. So Serena goes up and falls on the sword for Eric, and it's like, yep, it was me. I go there, they do great work. Dan is like, oh my God, like she like has a drug problem. And Jenny tells Dan, even though Eric told her not to tell anybody, Jenny tells Dan it's not Serena, it's Eric that goes there. So then Dan's fine. Dan's neutral. He's worked it all out. Then Eric, afterwards, goes up to Blair and is like, you bitch, it's me because I tried to take my own life. And she's like, oh shit. And she actually genuinely feels bad. Dan's impressed that Serena stuck up for Eric and is like, if you ever, you know, I'm still here, like we can still be cool if you want someone to talk to. Also, this is just a side plot, but Rufus wins Dad of the Year because he tried so desperately to get Dan a space, and he managed to get him like on like a drinks committee or something where he would serve drinks just so that he could get into the social, and it was so sweet. Nate basically says to Dan, he's like, look, take this drink, take it over to the Dartmouth guy, you have him, you deserve it, it's fine. You talk to him instead. And then thinks he's like, you know, he's good. But he's not. Because the next day, the captain brings that same Dartmouth scout on a run with Nate to basically be like, oh, I just told him you went homesick. Like, here's your second chance to impress this guy. And Nate's like, oh my fucking God, like, just leave me alone, for God's sake. Then, honestly, it's one of my favourite scenes in the whole show. Blair and Serena meet, and under this, like, I think it's like under a bridge or something. And Blair reads Serena the letter that she wrote to her in boarding school, but she never sent it.
Why don't you call? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? You're supposed to be my best friend. I miss you so much. How's Blair?
And it's such a sweet scene, like it's so sad. And Serena says, I just didn't know how to be your friend after what I did to you, aka this man. Eleanor disappoints us yet again. It's left the pilot now. She's just disappointing us again. Serena comes over and basically Eleanor tells Blair to like eat some low-fat yogurt, that she doesn't want the pastries, even though like Serena's eating the pastries and she's not saying anything. And we kind of see this dynamic where Eleanor is much nicer to Serena than she is to Blair, and just like criticizes Blair all the time, whereas she praises Serena all the time. Which again, poor Blair. You kind of see like where this competition comes from, because she didn't even create it herself. Everyone else around her has created this competition between her and Serena. So then we meet Carter Bazin, aka the Winter Soldier. Sebastian Stan is in Gossip Girl. Yes, he is. When I first saw this, I hadn't seen Winter Soldier yet when I first started watching. I wasn't really into Marvel until like I'd seen like Iron Man, like I loved Iron Man, but I wasn't really like into Marvel and watching all of them until a little bit later. So when I first saw Captain America, I was like, oh my god, is that Carter Bazin? Like, to me, he will always be Carter Bazin through and through. So we meet Carter because Chuck is hosting this thing that he calls the Last Weekend or the Lost Weekend. Maybe it's the Lost Weekend, but it's like this whole like pie weekend basically. And Carter's saying how he rejected his trust fund, decided he wanted to do things on his own, and he's just been like traveling and living his best life. And Nate is like, babes, I want me some of that. Chuck is like, Carter's a loser. You don't want to hang out with him. You want to hang out with me. And Nate's like, you know what? No, I want to hang out with Carter. So they leave, featuring one of the most horrific outfits, I don't think on Gossip Girl, I think on TV of all time. I'll put picture Chuck's basketball outfit, but it's iconic. Nate goes to a poker game, I'm pretty sure it is, with Carter, and Carter ends up gambling and is like, Nate, you can like pay this, right? And Nate's like, no, this is so much money. And he's like, well, you gotta cough it up because otherwise these guys are gonna come after us. Chuck shows up and is like, I'll handle it. Because at the hotel earlier, Chuck realizes that Carter took things from his drawer. He had like a baseball that was signed by someone and like a watch or something like that. So Carter stole those, and Chuck goes to Carter and he's like, look, I know that you stole these things, but if you leave Nate alone, we're square. Like, take them, leave, go, I don't care. Chuck pays the debt for Nate, which even these early seasons, I know Chuck's a bit of a sleazebag, very much in the pilot, but these two do have a nice relationship. It's one of like the nicest ones on the show. I mean, it gets a little bit fuzzy, but through and through, these guys, they're good together. It's a cute romance, and it is one of like probably the most long-lasting one throughout the whole show. And Nate's like, I'll pay you back, no problem. I just need to go into my trust fund and transfer the money over. When he goes into his trust fund, he sees that the whole account has been drained. My guy's got $0 in there, which as we go through this show, I didn't realize how much these kids had in their trust fund. Like, it is crazy. Obviously, it differs, like, because they're all at, like, different heights of wealth, but there should be a lot of money in that trust fund, basically, and there is $0. The account manager tells him, your dad drained that account, like, a few weeks ago. So Nate's like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, Eleanor asks Blair to be, like, kind of like the new face-ish of Waldorf Design. She wants her to be a model for their new spring or summer collection. So they go to the photo shoot. Blair is rigid as fuck. This girl can't pose for her life. She's gorgeous, but she can't pose for her life. Serena, on the other hand, is trying to like get her involved. She's trying to be like a cute, supportive best friend. She's like, come on, like, great scene. The photographer is like, this girl has it. This girl doesn't have it, but this girl has it. So they tell Eleanor that. And at first she's a bit like, oh, you can't get me to fire my own daughter, but they're like, it's what's best for the brand. And she's like, sure, fuck them kids. She says to Blair, we're choosing a different model, so you don't have to come tomorrow. And Blair's like a bit disappointed, but she's like, you know what, fine. So she calls Serena, but it goes to voicemail, and says to her, let's go and like make fun of this girl that they chose instead of me. She shows up there. Serena is being photographed in the outfits, and she's like, you're the other model, what the fuck? And Serena's like, they told me you were doing this shoot with me. And Blair's like, okay, but like, also, are you dumb? Like, did you not think when my name wasn't on the door and it was just yours and I didn't show up and I wasn't in hair and makeup that this might be like a trick? And Serena's like, oh shit, yeah. So they're fine about that. Dan shows up because Serena's basically been blowing him off all day because she's like, oh, like Blair needs me and stuff. And she's like, we'll come to the photo shoot. I'll make it up to you then. So Dan shows up to the photo shoot. And Serena's like, oh, I've had this whole thing with Blair, this whole tiff. And Dan sees the whole thing. And he's like, right, okay. So then Dan and Blair have a little bit of a heart-to-heart. He's basically like, I had a similar thing with my mum where I just wanted to be like, you are hurting our family by staying here and it's selfish and it upsets me. He was like, I was sitting right across from her and I didn't say it, like last time they were at dinner. And Blair's like, why didn't you say it? And he's like, I don't know, I just couldn't, but I wish I had. If you tell Eleanor how you feel, even if nothing changes, she still knows how you feel. I wish I told my mum, because even if nothing changed, she'd still know how I felt. Which I think, quite frankly, is a great just life lesson in general. I'm very much in that. This like become like a PSA on like conversation, but like I'm very much a believer in you should always tell people how you feel, and if they've upset you and if something is bothering you, even if nothing changes and they still just go on being that same way, you know, at least they know how you feel and you feel like you've spoken your mind and you've had that opportunity to, you know, at least try to change things. So that really speaks to Blair, and she goes to Eleanor. Eleanor says, I had to do it for the brand, and if she'd let Blair ruin it, she would never have forgiven herself. And Blair's basically like, I hope you never do forgive yourself. So then Serena's like, right, fuck these people. So she and Blair steal some of Eleanor's dresses. They have the cutest scene. It's such an iconic scene. They go, they take pictures like around New York and all these cute little selfies and everything.
And Serena and Blair, they do besties better than anyone.
We get our first hint that there's beef between Allison and Lily, because Bex, who's an art seller, sells Lily a piece of art, basically. Shows her it, she's like, yeah, it's great. She finds out that it was made by Allison, and she's like, I have to return it. She will hate if I have this hanging in my house. So it's like, what's the deal here? Then we have Dan and Serena going on their first official date, which is so cute. He almost messes it up because he thinks Serena's going to want a really, you know, extravagant dinner. He takes her to this really expensive dinner, and it's just really awkward and he can't really afford it. So then Serena ends up paying for it, and he's like, why did you pay for it? And they have this whole thing. And she's basically like, look, I just wanted a normal date. Like, because when she got there, she assumed she was going to have like a Humphrey date. So she thought he'd like rented this Vespa, and she was like, oh my God, I love Vespas. And he's like, oh no, we're getting in a limo. And she was like, oh. So he's like, right, I know I'm going to take you. He takes her to this bar and they play pool, and it's really cute. Blair is having her annual sleepover, and they're playing at Truth or Dare. So Jenny is kind of, you can already see her changing a little bit, like in order to fit in with the crowd. Like they're giving her martinis, they're dressing her up like them, and they want her to play Truth or Dare. Basically, the war between Jenny and Blair is brewing. And they're daring each other to do different things. She dares Blair to kiss this guy at the bar. She does. Then dares Jenny to call his girlfriend or his like fiance or whoever it was to tell him. So then the fiance shows up. She is like mad at Blair. She's like pissed and like is fuming at these girls, which like, your boyfriend literally just kissed someone who is underage. Why are you like getting annoyed at her? But anyway, so all these dares start escalating, and it finishes with Blair daring her to go in to Eleanor's shop, take a jacket off of the mannequin and wear it out. The alarm goes off and they all run. And Jenny, when the police arrive, she says, oh no, I'm Blair Waldorf. Like my mother owns this store. Like I have the keys, like I promised, like, and basically gets away with it. And shows up to Blair's like, and Blair's, you know what? I'm impressed, little Jay. But she stands her own and she's like, you know what? I'm actually just going to go home. So then Rufus calls Allison on the phone, but I think to tell her like, oh, like the painting got returned. But a man picks up the phone. So Rufus is like, who the fuck is this? And realizes she's seeing someone else. Then we meet Vanessa, who we talked about briefly. So Vanessa climbs in through Dan's window and is like, hey, I'm back. And Dan's not like too thrilled because he basically told her that he loved her and then she like dipped. There's this ball and Serena wants to take Dan and Blair's like, ew, no. And she's like, no, like I know he doesn't really like these kinds of things, but whatever. Serena calls Dan to invite him to this ball, this masquerade ball, and he hears Vanessa's voice in the background. And is like, oh, who are you talking to? And he says Jenny. But then Jenny walks into where Serena and Blair are, so she knows that's a lie. So she chickens out of asking him to this ball, hangs up, isn't happy with him. So then Blair goes to try and find her a new date for the masquerade ball. Dan then goes anyway, because he's like, you know what, Serena didn't invite me to this, but I really like her. I want to show that I'm willing to be part of her world and go to these things. So he shows up and he's like, you have another date? And it's a whole tiff. Jenny is running errands for Blair and assumes that'll mean she can be invited to the ball. And the guy who gives her Blair's jewellery also gives her a bracelet and is like, look, Blair will never know. Wear it to the ball and then just bring it back. Blair's like, you can't come. So Jenny's like, you know what? Fuck you. I am going to go. And Vanessa, because they have like a cute kind of like sister relationship, helps sneak her in. And then she sees Dan there, who Dan just played himself because he lied to Vanessa about where he was going. So then she saw him there and was like, you lied to me. And then Serena sees Vanessa and is like, who is this? So he gets himself into a whole mess, which just could have been solved if he just said to Serena, my old best friend is back, and said to Vanessa, I'm going to this ball because I'm now dating someone who has money. Never in my life have I seen someone want to be a victim so bad more than this man. Serena's a bit like, Vanessa's so beautiful. She's actually really sweet about it. And Jenny's like, look, Dan came to this thing. He hates stuff like this. Like, and he came for you. He would go anywhere for you. Probably even the ice capades. And there's nothing more that Dan hates than the ice capades. So Serena's like, you know what? Okay, I'll trust that this thing with Vanessa isn't anything. And gives Jenny her masquerade mask and her like little coat thing. And she leaves. So Serena is now outside with Dan. She says to him, oh, would you go to the ice capades with me? And he says, yes, I'd go anywhere with you. Which is so cute, because like it just proves that he does really like her, because Jenny already said how much he hates the ice capades. And him and Vanessa are also chill. She was just basically like, just be honest with me. And he was like, sounds good. Jenny is now at the ball dressed like Serena. And Nate pulls her aside and is like, I am still in love with you, thinking that she is Serena. Jenny runs off and is like, oh my God. And Blair is like, where are you going? And tries to like grab after her and finds the bracelet. Realises that that was Jenny, and that Jenny snuck into her ball. She's big pissed. Nate was on this like whole scavenger hunt basically to find Blair before midnight. And because he's so distracted trying to woo Serena, he misses the deadline and Blair's like, fuck you, you don't care about me. Eleanor throws a party and Lily comes and she brings Rufus to make Bart jealous. And they kiss and they're kind of like, ooh, there's maybe a bit of a spark here. But still, I brought you to make him jealous and it works. And then Bart's like, I don't want you to be with anyone else. So now we've got a bit of a, oh, they kind of like each other, but now Bart's ready to be serious. Absolute shambles.
And I thought he should know how it feels to lose you. Because trust me, it's not fun.
What did I tell you? These two? It's that good shit. Oh, God. So now it's kicking off big time with the Archibalds, which, quite frankly, are the most boring family in this show. And the fact that I even have to recap their stories is painful to me. Anne, Mother of the Year, finds cocaine. And it's like, Nate, what the fuck? Nate is like, it is not mine. And then later, he sees his dad buying drugs. So he's like, oh shit, it's Dad's. Tells Anne, and Anne's like, no. Nate confronts his dad about the drugs, and he punches Nate. Like, he actually assaults his own son. And he gets himself arrested, and then is actually charged with embezzlement and fraud. So he was in jail. Well, he was arrested for punching Nate, but then he actually ends up staying in there for embezzlement and fraud. And the whole drug thing is just completely separate to that. Anne's just a wet wipe, like, throughout the whole thing. Basically, how the Basses have their money is because Bart is in real estate. And Chuck's trying to, like, follow in his footsteps, get his father's approval. He wants to basically rent this club called Victrola to, like, prove to his dad, like, I can do, you know, I can do stuff too. Has a whole business plan and everything, and Bart is just like disregards it. Chuck tells Lily about a woman he saw with Bart when he was leaving. Thinking that he was cheating on Lily, he tells Lily to get back at Bart. And Lily's fuming. Bart's like, oh, that was actually a business manager or something like that. Yeah, she's a business partner that I was going to get to review your whole planned for Victrola because I felt bad for disregarding it. But now, because you fucked things over with Lily, I don't feel like it anymore. And then Chuck's like, well, take a look in the mirror, Bart, because why was Lily so quick to believe that you were cheating on her? Dan is nervous to have sex with Serena because he's a virgin and she's had sex quite a few times and knows that she's just got more experience than him. Yeah, so Blair confronts Jenny about being on the ball and it's like, look, you're gonna have to make this up to me, babes. And whatever. So then she brings her like flowers, or she brings her something like to do an errand for her. When she gets there, Blair's really excited because the captain and Anne have kind of insinuated that Nate is going to give Blair the family ring, like as a promise ring. I don't think it's fully like as an engagement ring. I think it's only as a promise ring, but it's like a big deal. So Jenny is guilt central station and she's like, right, I have to tell Blair about this. So she tells her, look, at the ball, Nate thought I was Serena and told me that he still has feelings for me. So he still has feelings for Serena. So don't accept this ring because something dodgy's going on. And Blair is fuming, takes it out on Jenny. She's like, get out. So then Blair confronts Nate. This is literally like just after his dad's like gone to just punched him in the face, by the way. So she's like, what the fuck? And he's like, look, I've been trying to tell you about my dad all day. Like, you've been so busy, like, you're not actually being a very good girlfriend to me right now, pretty much is the gist. But he says he's sorry about the whole Serena thing. And she's like, you know what? I don't need you. And she gets in a cab and she goes to Victrola to like support Chuck for his opening of his bar. Blair is like, I'm just going to let loose. And she gets up on stage and she starts dancing like with all the burlesque dancers and stuff. And Chuck sits forward. He's like, I've never like looked at you like this before. Cut back to Dan and Serena. When they're about to have sex for the first time, it's actually Serena who is like, I want to take it slow. She's scared because it's actually important to her and she like feels really strongly about Dan and nobody's ever looked at me the way you just did. And it's really cute. She realizes that he actually really likes her, so she wants to take it slow with him rather than just like rushing into it. Cut back to Chuck and Blair having sex in the back of Chuck's limo. So Blair loses her virginity. Well, I don't like the whole idea of like loses her virginity or like he takes her virginity or whatever. But basically, Blair has sex for the first time in the back of Chuck's limo with him. While she is still technically dating Nate. So these two need a pink line. Oh, and these two need a pink line because they're officially dating now. Let's do that. Blair realizes that she wants to be with Nate, not Chuck. And Chuck is like, actually, I like you. Bless him. And she's like, no, you can't like me because I want to be with Nate. Well, I think technically Nate and Blair were broken up when they slept together, but they'd only been broken up for like 20 minutes. Jenny went to Hudson to bring Allison back because she's like, look, you need to sort this shit out. And you know what? Let's just get her out of the way now. So basically, no good comes from this. Her and Rufus, they make up for a little bit. So you know what? I'll give them a pink line because they do make up for a little bit and like have sex and stuff. So yeah, like I said, no good comes from this. She's in it for like maybe 3 episodes. But then she gets pissed when she finds out that Rufus and Lily like are still in contact. I mean, they're not really, but she's just annoyed that they even speak to each other ever. So yeah, and she finds out that a song that she thought Rufus wrote about her was actually about Lily. Which, I don't like Allison, but that is fucking rough. Alex, the guy that she was seeing, comes looking for her, and when Rufus tells him to leave, he finds out that Allison is actually still talking to him and wants to see him, so they just decide to go their separate ways, and we never see her again. Never. We got 5 more seasons of this show. Their mother, never seen again. Back to this shit show of a family. So yeah, so Anne basically pressures Nate and says that you need to give Blair this ring, our family's depending on it. So he calls Blair and he's like, look, I think we were too hasty in breaking up. I have something to give to you tonight at Blair's birthday party. He then tells Chuck about this, and Chuck, who only looks out for Chuck, he was like, don't do it. Don't give Blair that ring. Don't conform to what your parents want you to do. Chuck shows up to the birthday party And Blair's like, it's going to be fine. Nate will be here. He always calls me on my birthday at midnight. He will. Chuck's like, I bet you he won't. So they make a deal that if Nate doesn't call at midnight, Chuck gets to sleep with Blair again. It turns out that Nate doesn't call because he doesn't go to the party and he's just like strolling around New York and bumps into Jenny and basically just confides in her, and they have this whole chat and they spend the evening together. So he misses Blair's call and someone takes a picture of him and Jenny. You can't tell it's her, but it's just some blonde. So that goes on to Gossip Girl and Blair's like, wow, really? Oh, and also at this party, like, Serena is there and Vanessa, and Dan brings Vanessa because Serena's like, I want to be cool with her too. They have this whole like Guitar Hero battle and it's just a bit awkward and a bit cringe. Earlier, Blair, basically every year for her birthday, she put something on hold. And she noticed that this necklace that she really wanted him to put on hold, and that's what she thought Nate was going to bring her. But it turns out that Chuck actually bought the necklace for her and gives it to her. And it's like, look, like, I can obviously tell you're upset. Like, the bet doesn't mean anything. And gives her the necklace. And then she kisses him. And Serena sees the whole thing. And she's like, gagged. She's like, jaw on the floor. She's like Chuck and Blair. So then we have the first in a long line of incredible episodes, and those are the Thanksgiving episodes. So I'll summarize the whole episode for you right now. So when Serena confronts Blair about Chuck, she says it was just for revenge because of what Nate did with Serena. We also learn that Blair struggles with bulimia. I feel like it's always good to have representation of important issues. Eating disorders are a huge topic, which I feel like is a little bit taboo sometimes. And like for me, I have personal experience with an eating disorder. So I do like when shows talk about that and have characters, you know, who struggle with those things, because it can be comforting to see someone else kind of like, you know you're not alone in something, and then also watch them get the help they need. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I wonder if other people feel that same way, and watch them, like, recover. It kind of gives you that, like, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like you know what I'm saying. But anyway, so I feel like it's good to have representation of important issues, especially ones that are often, like, overlooked. But I felt like, and let me know if, like, you feel that same way, Blair having bulimia kind of got overlooked. It never really got like the care it deserved on the show, and it sort of goes away and isn't mentioned again. We do see that like she has a good support system. When she struggled with it before, she did go and like get help, and like Serena was a big help to her. And when Serena realizes that it's starting to happen again, she's very supportive and is there for her, which I think is really nice to like see that friendship, and helps people see like you don't have to hide these things and you can talk to the people in your life about them. But yeah, I just kind of wish there was more of like a bit of a resolution to that, I guess, because they just kind of like bring it up and then just shove it right back under the rug. Something happens with Lily's like catering for Thanksgiving, and Serena's like, no, she's like, we can't go for dinner, like out for dinner on Thanksgiving. Like that's just not tradition. So Dan's like, come and have Thanksgiving with us, with the Humphrey clan. Disaster. So Lily and Eric and Serena go to the Humphreys, and Allison is there. And Allison is like, what the fuck are you doing here, Lily? Oh shit, let's just be civil for the children. And while they're at dinner is when everyone realizes that the song that Rufus wrote is about Lily and not about Allison. So Allison's pissed and she leaves. Lily is like, oh shit. And she also leaves. They then realize that they used to be a thing. And every single one of them is grossed out by this.
There's no chance we're related, right?
Oh, look at Eric's roots.
What do you mean? What's wrong with my roots?
The kind of Rufus like.
This is where we truly solidify that Lily and Allison hate each other. We also get Blair and Eleanor's first kind of like true bonding moment when she confides in Blair that she didn't invite Howard to Thanksgiving because it just would have been too hard for her to see him and Roman. And she's like, you know what? That's fairs. Oh my gosh, okay, right, let me put Cece up. Okay. So we're back today, fresh, feeling good. So here's how we left off yesterday. I need to add a line. I need to add an enemy line between Chuck and Carter. And no, I think that's it.
I feel like this is honestly, like, if you've seen Gossip Girl, then you know that this is honestly like amateur hour right now. We're so like far from being like into it properly. It's actually insane. Like, we have many a season left to go, and like look at all this shit already, like before we've even like really gotten into the nitty-gritty of it.
We've gotten to the debutante ball. So my kind of general understanding of it is, because we don't, unless I just don't know, I don't think we have anything like this in the UK. But because it's like the Upper East Side, and they're kind of like, in a weird way, modern royalty. Like, they're like royalty that's not, maybe like the closest like the Americans get to royalty. I don't know. But anyway, the young'uns, I think it's when they turn 16. Is it 16 or 18? No, it can't be 18 because they're still young. I think it's 16. When they turn 16, they kind of like get to debut. Serena, Blair, they're both debuting. And then like, they seem to just bring whoever, like, as their date. Like, the guys don't really seem to debut or anything. Like, it's just kind of, they're there. Because they can just invite whoever they want, like, to escort them to it. So, very odd concept. Anyway, that's where we meet Cece for the first time. This crusty bitch. Cece is Lily's mum, therefore Eric and Serena's grandmother. They don't have a good relationship, these two. You'll come to find that pretty much nobody in this show has a good relationship with their parents. Everyone's either got mummy or daddy issues. Nobody's just fine. Cece is Lily's mother, and she's a royal bitch, as you will come to learn. Basically, she disapproves of Dan, just like how she disapproved of Rufus when Lily was dating Rufus. It's the exact same thing. You guys don't have money, we do. We're better than you. Like, that's basically like the gist. I can't see shit. If the lighting is terrible, I apologise, but I just don't know how to fix it. I'm new to this whole lighting game. You know, it's kind of fitting that she's at the top of this whole shit show, because she is the biggest shit stirrer of them all. Okay? These people go to high school, and yet she is still the most drama-filled one out of all of them. She wants Serena to go to this ball thing, and Serena don't want to go. She's not fast. She's more like, I'm into like Dan, this whole the Humphrey lifestyle, and I'm not fussed about the ball. Cece is like, you have to go. And she's like, no. And then she guilts her into going by like kind of faking that she has cancer. She basically says that she's sick. So she's like, oh, I want to, like, one of my last wishes basically is to see Serena debut at the ball, and like guilts Lily into getting Serena to go because of this like illness thing. And then at the end, Lily's like to her mother, she's like, were you even sick? And she's like, gotcha, bitches. We find out that the reason that Lily broke up with Rufus, he thought there was someone else, but there wasn't someone else. What was there on the Upper East Side? Money. So Cece said to Lily, it's Rufus or your inheritance, which we come to learn later on just through like casual conversations and things. This is a lot of money. Like, I didn't realise until I was rewatching it this time to do this video quite how much money these people get in their like trust funds and their inheritance. So basically she was saying, if you don't break up with Rufus, you're going to be cut off for life. None of my will money, none of your trust fund, none of that shit. And she was basically like, see ya, Rufus. So Chuck and Blair are like sneaking around. Like, she still kind of likes him, but like, she doesn't, I don't know, she just doesn't want to like admit it to herself basically, but they're sneaking around. And then Nate decides that he wants Blair back because these two are texting, and he's like, who like is blowing up your phone? Like, you just seem really like happy, you just seem like different. And it's because of Chuck. Like she's different because she actually likes Chuck and they have that chemistry and she's excited about that. It's bringing out this new side to her basically. And so Nate sees this and he's like, I want a piece of that. So he decides he wants Blair back. He wants to take Blair to the, like, be her escort to the ball. And she says yes. And Chuck's like, the fuck? Serena says the only way that I'm going to go to this ball is if Dan brings me. And Dan agrees to go, but then he's fishy about Cece, and he's like, are you sure that she, like, has your best interests at heart? Like, I know what she did to, like, Rufus and stuff. And then she's like, oh, Serena is big, fat, not having it. And you'll learn this about Serena as we go. You try and cross, like, her, like, family. Like, she's very much a blood is thicker than water person, like, to a T. And it's like, chill out. Serena fights to the death, and it doesn't matter who you are. Even if she's wrong about it, she still is so annoying about it. So she doesn't buy it. And Dan's like, whoa, sorry, gal. And she's like, get out. So then she takes Carter to the ball instead.
Girls like Serena don't end up with Dan Humphrey. They end up with the Carters of the world.
And Serena tells Lily she should be able to date whoever she likes.
All you care about when people look at me is what they think of you.
And it's big facts. Like, all Lily cares about is how she is perceived by the public, and therefore how Serena and Eric are perceived by the public, because that reflects onto her. And Serena lectures her about this. She's like, just let me date whoever I want to date. Stop the shenanigans. Lily feels bad for once in her life. And she goes to Dan and she's like, you belong with Serena, not Carter. And they have this big, like, cute reunion, and Serena's in this gold dress, and, like, they just have this little, like, union, and it's so cute. It's one of my, like, favourite scenes from the show. Chuck is jealous about Nate and Blair. So he basically sabotages it by saying the person that Blair has been, like, texting and all this stuff, and that she's supposedly, like, seeing is Carter. So Nate is fuming, because obviously we've got this orange line here. Those guys are not bros. And punches him at cotillion. And then Blair obviously figures out that this was all a ruse by Chuck, and she ends things with Chuck. And Nate and Blair sleep together for the first time. Well, he thinks it's Blair's first time. We obviously know that it's not. And he lost his virginity to Serena a year ago. So, but it's their first time, basically. Now it's time for the Christmas episode, which is one of my all-time favourite episodes. Every year on Christmas Day, I do my makeup and I watch either the Pretty Little Liars Christmas special or the Gossip Girl Christmas episode. And it's just cute because it's got Christmassy vibes. But, like, it's not really a Christmas episode. Like, it's not like a special, like, in the same way the Pretty Little Liars one is. But it's still set Christmas, and it's still cute. It's the first time we meet Harold and Roman. Honestly, they're a cute couple. Blair doesn't like Roman, obviously, because adulterer. The other man, if you will. She doesn't like him. She tries to sabotage things between them. It doesn't work, and backfires. And then she finds out that they have bought a house in Paris and that Blair has her own room and everything. So then she's like, you know what? Fine. We're good. That's it. We don't see Roman again. Maybe we see him once more. Lily and Bart are out in the open now. And Serena and Eric aren't happy. They're like, Bart Bass is like the Antichrist. And it also means we're going to have a Chuck for a stepbrother. Big dilemmas over here. But Lily's like, look, I'm not marrying him. You're not going to have Chuck as a stepbrother. Like, we're just dating. It's just early days. It's no big deal. And they believe her. Flash forward to later in this episode. Bart proposes Christmas Eve, I think it is. Or is it Christmas Day? Christmas Eve, maybe. Bart proposes in front of everybody. Like, in front of Serena, Chuck, and Eric. So there's no escaping it. And outside of the palace, which is where this is all happening, Rufus has walked over there in the snow. In the snow, bless his heart, to tell Lily that he misses her. But she is being proposed to by Bart Bass. So he rings and he leaves a message and he's out there in the cold.
And I seem to have walked all the way from Brooklyn to your doorstep. I miss you. And I have been missing you for a while.
Cliffhanger. Did she say yes? Did she say no? We'll get to that. Chuck threatens Blair that he'll tell Nate that they slept together, so she has to stay away from Nate. Or he'll spill the beans. And Dan and Serena get each other really cute Christmas gifts. It's really sweet. She does this whole, like, snowy scene for him because he's always wanted snow at Christmas, and he brings her a Christmas tree because they're not allowed Christmas trees at the palace, and it's really cute.
This is your story. What happened on October 8th, 2005?
I met a girl. She only spoke 2 sentences to me, but I've never forgotten it.
Oh, your story's about me?
Are we really gonna do this?
So that's the Christmas episode, done and dusted. Then we have the iconic, it's one of my all-time favourite episodes, the pool party episode. So Blair is avoiding Nate so that Chuck won't tell him what happened between them. They're having a party at the school pool. So they're not allowed to be in there, but they're throwing this party there anyway. And a student hits his head and falls into the pool. Nate, the hero hunk that he is, goes in after him and brings him out. So then they obviously have to like call an ambulance and all that stuff. And they just run, like loads of them just run. And then the next day, Headmistress Quella, who doesn't have a picture, she appears quite a few times, but she didn't get a picture, is like, tell me who it was. And they, all of them, are standing in solidarity, being like, we're not going to say who brought this key. They have done this for years. They just stand together. They don't say anything. And Quella's new, and she's like, I'm not buying into this shit. She's like, look, I'll expel all of you. I don't care. Someone has to say something. And Dan is panicking because he's like, look, I don't have the same kind of money you guys do. Like, if I get expelled or suspended and I don't get into college, like, Dad's going to kill me. And Serena's very much like, no, it's going to be fine. And he's like, no, you don't understand. There's very much her world, his world dynamic here. And Dan is always pushing it. And he's always like, it's your world. Like, you can have everything that you want and all that stuff. My world, I'm poor. Like, I'm disadvantaged. Which is, it's fair to a certain extent. But, like, talk about being a dead horse. At the party, Dan was there, obviously. And he invited Vanessa. And Vanessa's like filming a little docu-series thing about the Upper East Side kids. And she catches Chuck with the key on camera. Chuck, then afterwards when he's not being filmed, gives the key to Blair. And she's like, what are you doing with that? Like, I'll keep it, I'll hide it. Nate then sees it in her room, thinks that Blair was the one that did it, and goes to take the fall for her, basically to like win her back and like try and like show his love for her again. And Quella's like, oh, she didn't have a picture, but Quella's like, you're full of shit, Nate. Calls him out, suspends him, and is like, the real person needs to come forward. Dan's about to go in there. He's very torn about this whole thing, because obviously he loves Serena. Serena's like, confesses that it was her that took the key. So now he's like, oh shit. Like, do I turn my girlfriend in to protect myself, or do I like risk being expelled and keep my girlfriend? Serena's stressed. She's like, look, Dan, you didn't know me before. I was a bad gal and Constance barely let me back in. I can't be caught doing this. And he's like, well, I like can't not get into college, and they have a whole thing. So Serena feels bad. She goes and she confesses. And it's like, you know what, fine, I'll get expelled if it means that Dan's going to be fine. Turns out Bart, because he's trying to be stepdaddy now, paid a huge donation to the school for like a new library or something like that. So Serena gets off scot-free. She is absolutely fine, proving Dan's point exactly. Rufus and Lily talk and they agree that they do have feelings for each other and they want to see what it could be. She basically is like, I haven't given Bart an answer yet, but I want to see what this could be. We'll go away together. Pack your bags. Serena hears this and she goes to Lily, and it's actually a really sweet scene. It's one of my favourite Serena scenes. And she's basically like, look, I love Dan, you can't do this to me. She's like, you have had husband upon husband.
And I know we're too young to talk about forever, but right now that's what it feels like. Tell me that whatever the two of you have is the most important thing in your life. Because that's what Dan is to me, Mom.
She's like, I would much rather be Chuck's stepsister than Dan's. And Lily is like, okay. So she accepts Bart's proposal, and poor Rufus, bless him, he shows up, he's got his little case, and she's like, tells him, I can't go. And I have to accept Bart's proposal. Nate is trying to win Blair back because obviously she's avoiding him because of the whole Chuck thing. Nate basically says to Blair, like, look, whatever it is, we can work through it. And she says that she loves him, but it's just not the right timing or some shit like that. Then a Gossip Girl blast goes out of Serena buying a pregnancy test. And everybody is shook, including Dan, including Rufus, including Jenny.
Stop. You guys! Oh, Dan, you're gonna be really sorry you did that.
Rufus is like, all my days. And Dan's like, look, don't freak out yet, but maybe, could be. So he goes to school and he had wanted to tell Serena that he loved her anyway. And then he does, but it looks like he just said it because he thought she was pregnant. So it's a bit like, eh. But it turns out the pregnancy test wasn't even for Serena. It was for Blair, but Serena was buying it for her. He then later again tells her like they're at the park and she loses her like essay and this guy helps her pick it up and she says, oh my God, I love you. And he's like, oh my God, she says I love you to anybody. Like, and then he freaks out about that. So then he's like, you know what? No. Tells her again that he loves her and she doesn't say it back. So then he's like, what the fuck?
I'm such an ass.
Let me guess, Dan?
It's like it made me trust him less, which is crazy.
Every time Mom brought home someone who said I love you, they would end up married.
And then divorced. Didn't leave us with a strong sense of trust, huh?
So then Serena goes to Dan and she's like, I need to know why you love me. She's like, I need the reasons. She's like, in order to believe it, I need to know why you love me. And he makes this whole list and it's a really, really cute moment.
I love you because you make no apologies about being exactly who you are. Beautiful, smart, sexy as hell.
Now you're embarrassing me.
That's another reason. You're completely unaware of your effect on me. You're also completely unaware that you laugh like a 4-year-old. Just like that.
And I love you.
It's a really cute moment and it also shows like a vulnerable side to Serena that we don't really get to see so much yet. Or like that we haven't really seen so much yet. And it also just kind of shows the impact parents have on people when they probably don't even realize it. Back to the pregnancy test. Blair is refusing to take the test. Serena's like, you have to take this test. She's like, no. So she's like, right. It could either be Nate's or it could be Chuck's. And that's why she's panicking. So Serena's like, well, if you're not going to listen to me, I think I know someone you will listen to. And she goes to Chuck and she says, Chuck, look, Blair's got this test and she's not taking it. I need you to tell her to take it because she'll listen to you. And he's like, it's probably Nate's. And Serena's like, what do you mean it's Nate's? Like, they're not together. You're the only one she slept with. And he's like, no, she slept with Nate at the debutante ball. So Serena goes to Blair and she's pissed. She's like, why don't you tell me about Nate and all this crap? But she's happy for her that she isn't pregnant because she took the test. She's not pregnant and it's fine.
I'm not pregnant.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I'm so happy. I would have had no idea what to wear to a fraternity hearing.
Blair tells Chuck that she's not pregnant and also knows that he won't tell Nate about what happened between them because he cares too much about Nate and their friendship to mess it up over Blair. Chuck's like, don't taunt me, okay? Don't taunt me. And he tells Gossip Girl everything. All about them having sex, all about them two having sex, the pregnancy test, everything. This blast has gone out. Everybody and their mother has seen it. So Nate bumps into Jenny in the hallway and Nate's like, oh my God, Blair's going to be so upset. Like that this false rumor is being spread about her. And Jenny's like... And Nate's like, if you have something you know, you have to tell me. So she tells him the truth. She tells him that it's true. Nate goes and he punches Chuck. I've decided I will do pink lines between these 5. Like when they've hooked up, that's fine. Enemy lines, no. I'm not doing enemy lines between these guys because they're all constantly falling out with each other and it would be too much. But just know, for the minute, these two, bromance is dead. He punches Chuck and tells Chuck to stay away from him and also tells Blair to stay away from him. She's insisting that Chuck lied and Nate's like, yeah, I know that Chuck would lie, but Jenny wouldn't lie. Fully throws her under the bus. And you'll find this with Nate. He does this a lot where like he gets someone in trouble or throws someone under the bus or spills something he shouldn't, but it's never in a malicious way. Like he doesn't... When he said it, he obviously wasn't intending for Blair to ruin Jenny. And he even says that. He's like, don't blame Jenny, blame yourself. But obviously she's not going to do that. So now Jenny's in the shitter. Blair is shunned by everyone and is an absolute bitch to Serena just because. And even Jenny isn't intimidated by her anymore. And because Blair's been knocked down from Queen Bee and Serena is like kind of siding like with her and doesn't really want to be Queen Bee, who's next in line? Little J. So now Jenny is the Queen Bee and they pour yogurt on Blair's head and everything's like revenge and it's a whole thing. Blair's like, right, I don't have anyone left. So she goes to Chuck and even Chuck doesn't want her anymore. He's like, nah, damaged goods. Blair decides she's going to go and live with her dad in Paris. Like she's going to run away from the whole thing and Serena goes to the airport, well, where the airplane is.
Don't let some stupid scandal make you run away like it did me. My whole life is falling apart. So rebuild it. People don't tell you who you are. You tell them.
So Blair stays, but she's still not Queen Bee, and she's trying to regain her title. Meanwhile, Jenny is Queen Bee, but she's been lying to the other girls. So Penelope is basically, when I point to her, I basically mean all the minions. It's like Isabel, Hazel, Katie. I think that's all of them for like the Constance ones. But yeah, so they're all following Jenny around now, but she's lying to them about how much money she has. So they're kind of like paying for things and stuff, and then they're like, oh, Jenny, you can get the next one. She's like, yeah. But she don't have any money. She needs like dresses and she needs things, and she's been selling all of her stuff. She even sold her sewing kit, and Rufus is like, what is going on? Why are you selling all your stuff? She wants this dress. It's in this like charity shop kind of place. Not charity shop, but like, it's basically in this store where you can swap things. Like, so she's like, right, I just need a dress that I can then swap for this dress that I actually want. So she goes to Hazel's house with all the gals and steals Hazel's mum's dress. No jokes. Theft, sticky fingers, kleptomaniac, Jenny Humphrey. Takes it, exchanges it for the other dress, which I think the other dress is like worth $1,000 or something like that. So the shop lady's like, yep, give me the dress. She's changing her morals to fit in with this crowd. And Nate's like, those girls are not loyal. They were Blair's best friends, and look at what they're doing to her.
You're not like those girls, Jenny. Well, I will give you this. You've got good aim.
Kind of cute. Kind of flirty vibes. They even invite Blair to dinner and then stand her up at dinner. The minions told Jenny, they were like gossiping. They were like, oh my God, my mother's dress was stolen. Her custom, I think it was custom Valentino dress was stolen. They think it was the maid and got the maid fired because they thought it was her. So Jenny runs back to this shop and she's like, look, here's the dress. And the lady's like, it's not my fault that you didn't know how much this dress was worth. You can't have it back because the dress that you're trying to swap back to me is not worth nearly as much as this dress is worth. So she panics. She asks Nate for money. She rings him and she asks him for like something I think she asked him for like $7,000 or like $10,000 or something like that, like a lot of money. And he's like, what do you need that kind of money for? And she's like, oh, forget it. So she goes into the changing room, puts on the dress, puts on her coat, and steals the dress back from the shop and leaves the other dress there. Blair's on a warpath against Jenny. And to get back at her, she goes to Rufus, who's basically, he's not in the know, bless him. The man is not in the know. And says, I want to throw Jenny a really nice Sweet 16 party at the loft. And basically decorates it like a proper like 12-year-old's birthday party. There's like balloons, there's board games, there's like Rufus has bought this cake that has a big, huge picture of Jenny's face on it. All the other minions are there and they're all like, what is happening here? So she goes back to the loft in the dress under her coat and they're all there like, happy birthday, Jenny. And she's so beyond embarrassed. So she's like, right, let me go change. Goes into her bedroom, tries to take off the dress and the zipper is stuck and the dress won't come off. And Rufus comes in and she's like, oh my God, please help me get out of this dress. Panics, can't get out of the dress. All the girls come in and see her in the dress. And are like, oh my God, it was you. You stole my mother's dress. And they all leave her and side with Blair again. And they go to Butter, which I don't know if it's a real restaurant, but if it is, I want to go there. She gets angry and tries to explain to Rufus how hard it is to fit in and that she had to sell her things because she wanted to fit in with the girls, and that it's really hard when she doesn't, have the same things as them and feels isolated. And Rufus basically isn't having it.
I am not apologizing for not having a private plan for you, Jenny.
Do you want me to choose to have no friends?
And Nate tells Dan and Serena that he's worried about Jenny because he's like, she asked for like loads of money, like, bruh. It's hard because we can see how ungrateful Jenny sounds. Obviously, she sounds bare ungrateful. But she's also like brainwashed by this whole Upper East Side world and like society, like, and the class warfare that like she genuinely believes, like what she's saying. Like she genuinely believes like these girls will like me if I have nice things. Well, on the other hand, like Rufus has obviously tried really hard, like not just with his birthday party, but like with their whole lives to like give them stuff and make sure they can afford to go to this school. But he grounds her. So then Jenny sneaks out to go and apologize to Nate for asking him for the money. And she's like, oh, like, it's still my birthday. Like she says something like, oh, it's still my birthday. So like, do you want to go to Butter with me? Knowing that they're all there, right? So, and knowing that Penelope has a huge fat crush on Nate. So she takes Nate basically to impress them and sits him down at the table next to Penelope to like show him off. And yeah. And they're like, all is forgiven. And Penelope's like, oh, maybe your mom did lose that dress, Hazel. Like, maybe she did just misplace it. And basically, all is forgiven because she just brings Nate to this dinner and uses him. The night before the SATs, we meet this girl. This is Georgina Sparks.
You can tell Jesus that the bitch is back.
Absolute icon, villainy at its finest. So Serena starts getting all of these packages like porn, champagne, drugs, things sent to the school, and she accuses Chuck of doing it and even gets him like kicked out of the house by Bart. But then it turns out they're from an old friend. She goes to Chuck and she's like, I'm really sorry, I thought this was you, but it's not, it's Georgina. Even Chuck is like, oh shit. The night before the SATs, Georgina comes back, she takes Serena out and drugs her. No joke. She basically asks Chuck, she's like, keep the doors open at the SATs for me. I will be there. She obviously doesn't make it on time. And Chuck knew that was going to happen. So he sends someone else in as Serena to take the SATs for her. And Dan sees this. He sees this girl go up to the desk and say, I'm Serena Vanderwoodson. And he's like, what is happening here? Because Serena said that she had food poisoning, and I think Chuck tells Dan that she had a headache or something. So he's like, what's the truth? Meanwhile, Blair is on a mission to sabotage Nellie Yuki because they both want to go to Yale. And pretty much, I think it's like only one person from Constance gets in every year, or like two, something like that. So she basically sabotages her so that she doesn't do well in the SAT. Nate and Vanessa both offer to help Dan with the SATs. They end up connecting when she realizes he isn't really like all the other ones. He thinks that she's cool for like not going to college and stuff and kind of doing her own thing. And they end up kissing. And then Nate's like, you ace this SAT, like you can do it, like just go and do it, and signs her up to do it, and she does. And it's just like a cute moment between them. So that's basically the gist of the whole SAT thing. Jenny wants a boyfriend. She's like, look, if I'm going to maintain my kind of like status here, I need a boyfriend. And she sees this cute guy across the street. And then when she realizes he's a dog walker, she's like, ew, gross. And then when she finds out that he's not, like poor, he just likes to walk dogs, she like starts to like initiate a thing with him and whatever. I feel like we'll also just get this guy out of the way. His name's Asher. I didn't even give him a picture, I don't think. I completely forgot he existed until now. But the man isn't deserving of a picture. Dan sees Asher kissing a guy outside of St. Jude's. And he's like, what the hell? He says about it, and Jenny is like, no, you're wrong. So then Dan goes to Serena and Blair and it's like, look, this is what's happening. This is what I saw, but Jenny won't believe me.
I can't get through to her. I tried. She just completely blew me off. And she dissed my parents.
All that matters to someone like Jenny right now are the 4 Gs. Guys, girlfriends, and Gossip Girl.
It's true. Don't feel bad. Unless it's coming from one of them, she's not gonna hear it.
Dan's like, well, if that's what I gotta do, I gotta do. He sends a tip into Gossip Girl about Asher being gay. Penelope and that are like, is this real? And she's like, no, it's not real, even though it is real. Blair gets his phone, Asher's phone, and finds texts from Eric. So Eric was the guy that Dan saw Asher kissing outside of school. Jenny and Asher host this whole party, and she's basically like, oh, like they thought you were gay. He basically turns into this huge asshole, and he's like, yeah, no, this between us, this isn't real. You are just look good for me, like so that I can have a girlfriend and I can do this other stuff, and I am beneficial for you because it makes you look like you have a boyfriend who has money. And she's like, how's that now? But she's obviously not going to admit that to her friends. They host this like party together that she can be like, oh my gosh, look at my rich boyfriend, we're having a party. And she pretends that they had sex in order to impress the other girls, which is a whole conversation about why it's made out to be some like competition, who does what first. Like, just do things in your own time. Don't feel pressured. Do not feel pressured by your friends, by society, by anybody, by a guy, girl, to have sex if you don't want to. And I feel like they don't, like, resolve that. Like, you can obviously tell that that's how Jenny feels, but no one tells her, like, you don't have to do this. Blair finds out that it was Eric, and she confronts Asher, and she's like, look, I know your game, but because I actually care about the person you're doing this with, I'm not going to expose you. And Eric's like, do it. He's like, post it. I don't care. This guy's like a dick. So she does. Blair posts it, and the whole thing blows up, and the girls are annoyed at Jenny.
Dating a gay guy is an honest mistake, but lying to your girlfriends about sex is unforgivable.
So she's back in their bad books. What else is new? Basically, Serena's like, I don't want you around. Like, you're horrible to me. But Georgina's like, no, like, you're my buddy in crime. I want you around. So they're feuding, and she's like, look, I have something on you, and I will use it. Like, do not test me. When she's like, no, leave me alone, Georgina goes, and she accidentally bumps into Dan at the park and introduces herself as Sarah to him. So we're going to put enemy lines between Georgina and Serena. Georgina sends a USB stick to Serena that has a video of them two just after the Shepherd wedding. So just after she's had sex with Nate, she went back to a hotel where Georgina was there with this other guy, who we later learn is a guy called Pete Fairman. He also doesn't get a picture, but you'll see why. Also, Georgina fully outs Eric. Like, I don't know how she knew that he was gay, but she fully outs him at the family dinner in front of everybody. Lily is like, oh, Serena, super supportive, super cute right from the get-go.
I'm so proud of you. I love you. No matter what you do, who you like, people who care about you will always stand by your side, okay? I'm worried for your safety and your happiness.
I have a better chance of being happy if I'm honest.
And I want you to know what love is. Whoever you're with.
She knows better than Pam Fields. She comes around way quicker than that. So that's a pretty cute moment, to be fair. I like that scene. Serena goes to meet Dan and Vanessa in like the little local coffee shop that they go to. And Georgina is there as Sarah. And Serena's like, what the fuck are you doing here? And Vanessa is like, oh, I'm going to show you guys like my little short film or whatever. Georgina's like, I have a short film of my own if you guys want to see it. So Dan and Vanessa go to get her laptop, and Serena is like, don't you dare show them that video, you bitch. And she's like, fine, okay, I won't. Like, basically just holding it over her head. Serena then tells Dan not to trust Sarah, but like doesn't say why. And then Dan gets angry with her and leaves with Vanessa and Georgina. When you find out, because you will in a minute, what Serena is hiding from Dan, you're like, this whole thing could have been avoided if you were just honest. Like, I get that you didn't want to say anything, but like, really, you should have just said something. It would have made this whole thing much easier for everybody involved. In the aftermath of the whole party shenanigans and being abandoned by the girls again, Jenny goes to see Blair at the Waldorf house, and she's like, look, I'm done. She's like, I tried to be like you guys. I lost the respect of my like family, and I don't even respect myself anymore, so I am done trying. And Blair's like, okay, you put up a pretty good fight though. We are at potentially, I think, the most iconic scene in this entire show. Maybe not, but it is up there. I would put it in my top 5, maybe even my top 3, because when I first saw this shit, my jaw dropped. Like, and still to this day, I love it. And when me and my boyfriend were watching it, I was waiting for it to get to this scene to see his reaction. And I even put this scene in a project I did for my media production course in 6th form. We had to like analyze clips from shows and movies, and I analyzed this scene. And when we watched it in class, everyone else was like, Serena goes to Blair's house in floods of tears.
We're sisters. You're my family. What is you is me. There's nothing that you could ever say to make me let go.
And she looks up at her and goes, I killed someone. I killed someone. And the music, oh my God, absolutely iconic. I killed someone. The impact of this scene, absolutely iconic. It's too good. The drama is unmatched. Like, there are a few other points in this show where I was as jaw-dropped as I was when Serena looked at Blair and was like, I killed someone. Fabulous TV. Dan, bless him, he's a little bit left out of the loop. Blair, like, calls Chuck and Nate and is like, look, this is bigger than this little feud love triangle we have going on. Serena's in serious trouble. And because they used to be a gang before, they're kind of a gang again. And they just, like, get it. Like, because they're all from the Upper East Side and they all know how to deal with this kind of shit. Like Georgina, they get it.
We're the non-judging breakfast club.
And no offense, Dan, but I do. I love the core 4. I can't lie. And Dan shows up looking for her.
Don't all of you hate each other?
Yes.
Absolutely.
He, like, gets a call from Serena's phone. And And the guys on the phone are basically like, oh, hey, like, I'm looking for the owner of this phone. Like, I saw her leave with, like, 2 guys or something like that. Like, so yeah, she was, like, hammered. She was out of it. She was partying. So Dan knows she was out the night before, and he's like, what happened? And because she doesn't want him to know what she actually did, she tells him that she cheated on him. Because she thinks that sounds better than what she actually did, aka killed someone. I couldn't believe it. I hate this scene. This scene is so sad.
Did you sleep with someone else?
Yes. Yeah.
Dan's little face, and all of them watching as well, they're all like, why did you just do that? And she's like, I don't want him to know what I actually did. Lunacy.
You're starting to scare even me. What did you do?
She tells the 3 of them that after she slept with Nate at the Shepherd wedding, she felt so awful, and she went back to her hotel room and Georgina was there. And in the video you can see her being like, I just did something so awful, like, I can't believe it, like, what have I done? Also, while this is happening, Lily finds the USB and starts to watch it, and she thinks it's a sex tape because basically Pete starts kissing Serena and she shuts it off. She shuts the lid. She's like, I don't want to know. But then we get to see the rest of the story from Serena. So she went back, Georgina was there, Pete was there. Pete tries to get it on with Serena, even though she's obviously absolutely hammered and a bit distressed. Men. She's basically like, I'm not in the mood. Like, leave me alone. To kind of like distract him, she's like, oh, why don't we do like a few lines or whatever. Pete does, and then Serena's about to, and then Pete starts having seizures. Georgina like come back and she's like, we can't call the ambulance. If they know we have drugs, we'll get arrested. We have to go. Yeah, so Serena feels bad. She's like, I can't leave him. She rings the police or the ambulance from Pete's phone, and then they both dip. And Georgina runs off. And Serena is like, I felt so awful about it. She's like, I had to know that he was okay. So she's waiting across the street, and she was expecting the ambulance to be helping Pete out, but that's not what she sees. She sees Pete's body being wheeled out on a gurney, and that is when she was like, I can't do this anymore. Not only did I just sleep with my best friend's boyfriend and have ruined my best friendship, I've also just killed a man. So she literally got on the train to boarding school and left. So that was why we now know Serena left boarding school a year ago. Rufus is doing another show, Go On King. Vanessa's there, and Sarah shows up, and another girl at the show calls her Georgina in front of Vanessa. Vanessa's like, oh, that was weird, like, what was that about? Georgina's like, don't worry about it. Nate tells Vanessa, she's like, oh, I'm gonna be there soon or whatever, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm just here with Sarah, and he's like, Sarah's there? She's like, yeah. And he's like, look, I can't tell you what's going on, but you just have to know you cannot trust her, okay? Do not trust her. So then Vanessa's like, well, go on then. So now Vanessa's kind of in the loop, but not really. At the same time, all of this is happening. So we've got Vanessa and Georgina at Rufus's show, okay? Meanwhile, it's Lily and Bart's rehearsal dinner. So that's where Serena, Chuck, and Blair are. Lily sees Serena and says she knows about the tape and is like, look, I can't deal with you anymore. I'm going to send you to reform school. Blair basically begs her not to, and he's like, look, your daughter is in serious trouble. Like, and basically tells her the whole story. So then Lily, being a good mother for once, chooses Serena over the rehearsal dinner.
It's our rehearsal dinner. You're the bride.
But I'm also a mother, and that's more important.
So then Lily brings Serena to Pete's parents' house. They don't blame her. He was an addict for a long time. If you hadn't given him that line, he would have taken it on his own, or someone else would have given it to him. You didn't do this. And Lily is like, it's not your fault, Serena. So then, like, the guilt is lifted, the weight is lifted. And she's like, I want to go and see Dad. So back to these guys. Blair goes to Chuck after having spoken to Nate.
What if I told you I knew where Georgina Sparks was right now?
I'd say let's get the bitch.
We've got a huge scheme going on here. Everyone is now at Rufus's show, and everybody knows Georgina is bad news except for Dan. Everyone's like, what are you guys all doing here?
Hey, what are you doing here? I'm a big Leaky Hawk fan.
Lily obviously took Serena there and then watches Rufus perform, and then he chases after her when he sees her there and they kiss. The chemistry, it's such a shame that, like, it's like these two or these two, because these two, the chemistry is unreal between these two. Vanessa tells Dan, she's like, look, I don't know what's going on, but Sarah isn't who she says she is. And so Dan confronts her, and she basically comes up with this whole elaborate lie of how her ex is like abusive and will find her, that's why she changed her name, and he believes it. And she's like, oh, can I borrow your phone? Serena gets a call from Dan, and she's all excited. She's like, oh my god, Dan, like I have to tell you. And it's Georgina. And Serena's like, what are you going to do? And Georgina's like, it's not what I'm going to do, sweetie, it's who I'm going to do it with. And takes Dan's battery out of his phone. And then Dan and Georgina kiss. I feel like it's a very much we were on a break moment. Because, yes, obviously she said that she cheated. But like, really? Like, straight away? Like, really? So, Georgina and Dan need a pink line, and so do Lily and Rufus. It's the day of Lily and Bart's wedding. I'm just going to summarise the captain's story right now, if you've already forgotten, because he's very unmemorable. The captain is Nate's dad. He comes out of rehab at Lily and Bart's wedding. He's planning to skip town and flee to the Dominica to avoid prison. Anne is down bad, and she's paying for this escape flight, right? Chuck sees this whole thing go down, tells Nate, and Nate's like, thank you for telling me. Goes to try and catch his dad before he leaves, and Nate punches the captain, good revenge, but then ultimately lets him leave, and it's like, you know what, fine. If you want to abandon us, you go. So that's that. Rufus and Lily slept together after they left the concert. She basically gets a call from Bart, and he takes her to this apartment and is like, oh, this was the first like apartment block I ever renovated. And he's like, but I think I need to let go of it now. And basically insinuates, I know that you and Rufus hooked up, but I need you to, if you're going to marry me, you got to let go of him. You got to let go of this shit. And she agrees to, and agrees to still marry him. So Serena goes to the loft and realizes that Georgina spent the night there.
You manipulative psychopath! You have been planning this the whole time!
Serena explains everything to Dan, and he does believe her, but he doesn't like that she lied to him. Serena is acting like it's something that they can just like move past. Like she's like, oh, it's fine, like it's fine. We'll just get over it. And he's like, and she just seems to be in a bit of denial about the whole thing. Dan and Blair, an unlikely pairing yet again, they team up to take Georgina down. Blair gives Georgina's parents the same reform school leaflet that they were going to basically send Serena to, I'm pretty sure.
Haven't you heard? I'm the crazy bitch around here.
Dan tells Rufus the reason that Lily stayed away from him is because Serena asked her to. Not because she wanted Bart, because Serena went to her and said, please don't go away with Rufus. At the wedding, Serena told Blair, I think it is, that she just feels like Lily's heart just isn't in this one. Like, she's been to quite a few of Lily's weddings, and her heart just doesn't seem in it this time. And then Rufus shows up, and he's like, I will call off this wedding right now. Just give me the word. He's like, I will do it. And they say that they love each other, but she has to marry Bart, and she goes and she marries him anyway. Nate realizes that Chuck actually loves Blair. I can't remember how it's worded, but Chuck basically says something like, yeah, I'm sorry, like I've never been in love with a girl before, or something like that. And Nate's like, oh shit. So he forgives Chuck because he's like, oh, I didn't realize you actually cared about her. I think why he was so angry is because he was like, you can have any girl, like you just sleep with whoever you want all the time. But realizing that he has real feelings for her, which Chuck never does, I think really softens the blow, and they become friends again. Dan, which he could have chosen better timing with this, because he literally tells Serena this during the wedding ceremony. Couldn't have waited till after. But he basically says he and Georgina didn't sleep together, but they may as well have. She doesn't want to break up, so she's willing to let it go and move past it, whereas Dan's like, well, maybe I do want to break up. He's like, you lied to me over and over again, and it seemed easy for you, and I don't like that. And also that she let him be seduced by Georgina when she knew exactly who she was, and still let him be tricked by her, even though she knew she was evil and had like bad intentions. And they break up, and it's actually really sad, and they dance together at the wedding until like everyone's gone.
He's gone. You can let go now.
I don't want to.
It's really cute. Also, at the wedding, Chuck gives a really sweet best man speech inspired by Blair, because he's like looking at her when he says it, and like puts his notes down and just like speaks from the heart.
Chuck Bass is a romantic. Who knew?
Now you do. That's all that matters.
Back to Jenny. I feel like we haven't spoken about her for ages. Basically, Jenny gets a letter from Parsons saying that she has a fashion internship, but it's with Eleanor Waldorf Designs. So she's like, oh shit. Nate and Vanessa have sort of like fizzled out. I don't really know. They don't have like an official breaking up, but like they just aren't really... They just don't really have that same spark that they did like an episode ago. Chuck invites Blair to spend the summer with him, which is really cute. And she's at the jet and everything, and she's ready and she's really excited. But then Bart gets in his head and ruins the whole thing and freaks him out by saying girlfriends are all about responsibility and sacrifice and feelings. So he doesn't go to meet her. Blair assumes he's just late, and she gets on the plane anyway with this other guy who is like something at Bass Industries. He's like, oh, well, Chuck's probably just late, so I'll like get on the plane with you and like, it'll be fine, I'll just meet him there. But he's not coming. And throws like, I'm pretty sure he brought her like flowers and everything, and he like throws them in the bin and starts hooking up with this other girl. Serena tells Nate that she's going to the Hamptons for the summer. Nate says that he needs a break from everything as well, so they decide to go together. That is absolutely everything that happens in Gossip Girl Season 1. Here is the chart as it stands at the end of Season 1. Pretty good. I feel like we've already got quite a few lines here, and it's only going to get worse than this as we progress. Let's just jump straight in to Season 2. Season 2 aired from September 1st, 2008 to May 18th, 2009. So Season 2 takes place at the end of the summer, so they've skipped the whole summer, and it's a week before everyone's supposed to go back to Constance, and I'm pretty sure that it's like senior year for them now, so just before they're about to go off to college. So at the start of Season 2, everyone is broken up. Lily is married to Bart, and nobody else is together. So that makes it pretty easy. So let's get started. Nate is hooking up with Catherine, who is this lady right here. She's married. Serena is basically acting like her and Nate are dating on Gossip Girl, just to like cover this up.
I know that face. That face is not your friend.
Why do I still need to be her cover?
Let's just go through this whole storyline right now because it's an absolute shambles, so we'll just get it over with. Buckle up. This is Marcus beaten. Blair dates Marcus to basically act like she's fine after Chuck abandoned her, and then once she finds out that he's a prince, then she actually is interested in him. It turns out that Catherine, Nate's cougar, is actually his stepmother. I'm not going to put a line, you will see why in a minute. So these two are actually stepmom and stepson. Catherine starts blackmailing Nate to stay with her, even though he doesn't want to be with her, but she blackmails him to stay. Basically, he confided in her where his dad was hiding in the Dominica. Nate honestly invented the himbo, but like at the same time, he just wants someone to talk to and someone to just like actually genuinely care about him, and he just gets shat on every time. So I feel bad for him. And then Vanessa, oh bitch, Vanessa finds out that Catherine and Marcus are actually sleeping together. How vile is that? I know they're not related by blood, but like still, good lord above. So these two are bumping uglies. I think she goes to Dan.
Blair? I can't trust Blair.
Well, maybe not, but Google revenge and get BlairWaldorf.com.
He's like, you should go and speak to Blair. She does. Blair is like, I will handle it. Do not do anything. Vanessa, this is why people don't like you, Vanessa. So Blair's like, I'm going to handle it. She goes to breakfast with Catherine. Vanessa sees her at breakfast and sees them like laughing and whatever, or greeting each other. And she's like, Blair isn't doing anything to fix this. She's ready to take matters into her own hands, which is just never a good idea. And once she leaves, Blair threatens Catherine. She's like, I know. She's like, I know the dirty shit that you've been pulling, okay? The whole thing that Catherine has on Nate is that he's like broke. Their like assets have been seized because his dad's in jail and they won't say where he is. So they've like frozen all their stuff, seized all the things from the house, everything like that. And Catherine is paying for the, like things. So Nate's basically a gigolo. He's basically a 17-year-old gigolo. And nobody seems to care. Like, nobody ever addresses the fact that this woman is bare old, going after a 17-year-old boy, and also blackmailing him with money. Like, no one else finds that weird. And also, how old is Marcus meant to be? Like, is he supposed to be the same age as Blair or older? Because, like, she's also doing that with him. Like, why is no one stopping this absolute predator? So Blair's like, look, if you and your sicko son leave town and pay off the Archibald's debt and leave them alone, I won't tell anyone about this. Your husband doesn't have to know. I won't tell anyone. And Catherine's like, sounds good to me. Then Vanessa can't keep her mouth shut for 5 minutes. All she had to do was wait literally a minute longer. So she goes to Catherine's husband, because she has a picture of them two hooking up. She's like, I need proof of this shit. And takes it to the husband and is like, this is what your wife's doing behind your back. Basically, it all blows up. The husband is pissed, obviously. Nate doesn't get his money because Vanessa screwed the whole thing up. Back before Blair left with Marcus, Chuck tried to apologise to her. And she basically was like, I will take you back or consider taking you back if you tell me how you really feel about me. One of the most iconic scenes of all time.
Please don't leave with him.
Why?
I don't want you to.
It's not enough. 3 words. 8 letters. Say it, and I'm yours.
But Chuck can't do it. He can't tell her that he loves her. Dan, over the summer, is in a little bit of a hoe phase, okay? He slept with Serena Vanderwoodson and he was like, right, now I've got game. He's doing like a writing internship thing, but he's not really doing it. He's just kind of dicking about and not, you know, interning for this author but not taking it seriously. He ends up getting fired for not taking it seriously and for also like playing all these other girls. Like, this one girl comes and she's like, oh, I thought we were going on a date. And this other girl comes and she's like, no, I'm going on a date. Like, and it's a whole shit show. Dan Humphrey does not have game, okay? Serena has just been like chilling alone the whole summer. She's been reading, laying on the beach, not doing anything, keeping it very low-key, no hookups, no nothing. And she says to Blair, she's like, I miss Dan Humphrey. Well, she says, I miss Dan.
The only thing lamer than dating Dan Humphrey is mourning Dan Humphrey.
Dan, after being fired and like all this shit, he realises that he misses Serena too. So he goes to the Hamptons. DC, Return of the Wicked Witch of the West, has some kind of weird like change of heart or some shit since surviving cancer. So she did actually have cancer. Oh yeah, no, I do remember that because she lies. Yeah, basically in season 1 when she's like, oh no, I wasn't sick. She then turns around like later when she's by herself and takes medication, so she actually is sick. And she basically gives Dan a suit so that he can go to the white party.
You are still in her heart.
Are you sure I'm at the right house?
Nate and Serena kiss at the white party to make Catherine jealous. Dan sees, he's like, what the fuck? Then Serena is like, no. That's not what happened. So they kind of briefly get back together. It's pretty much just them being kind of like horny for each other. The iconic scene with like the chocolate covered strawberries. They like hook up on the bus. But then they realise that nothing's really changed. Like all the problems they had before, they're still there. Dan not liking that Serena has privilege and her also like not being able to change that, and it's actually really sad because they are cute. They get stuck in a lift together. They have this whole thing in the lift where she's like, he calls and it's like, I'm stuck in the lift, and Serena's like, oh, maybe if you mention my name, like we'll get out of here a bit quicker. And he's like, no fucking way, like that's not gonna work. And it does, and they just talk it out and then they break up.
When I step out of here, it's over.
Serena, I still...
I know. Me too. I love you.
So that's that. They're broken up again. Jenny, bless her soul, is going through it in her internship. She's like sorting buttons, doing shit like that, doing the absolute grunt work in the absolute fashion trenches. Eleanor is looking like at a design or something, and Jenny's just honest, and she says that she doesn't like the dress. And Eleanor fires her for not liking the dress. But then she realised that she actually has good opinions, and she's like a fresh kind of eyes for her designs, and rehires her again.
So why'd you get fired?
Jenny, come, look.
I'll tell you later. Thank you.
So yeah, basically because the captain, this sleazebag, fled, the court has taken that to mean that he's guilty, which means that they've frozen all of the Archibald's assets. So Nate ends up living in his house with no electricity or anything like that, no heating, water, anything. Bless his soul, no one will just listen to this poor boy. He has no one to confide in. Like, he has no one to talk to. He goes to Vanessa, and confides in her, like, you know, about that things aren't really going well. And I feel like, yeah, just no one ever talks about how, like, fucked up this whole storyline was. She's 40 and she's basically extorting him. And she says this real creepy line. She's like, I don't like sharing my toys, especially when I've paid for them. And Vanessa is like, look, bitch. She's like, you need to go away. And that's when Catherine tells Vanessa that she knows where Nate's dad is. So that breaks up Nate and Vanessa for a little while because she doesn't want Nate's dad to get in trouble.
I didn't sign up for some creepy love triangle with you and someone's mom.
She's giving me money. I had no other option.
So then Marcus and Blair, like, were just basically pretending to like each other. Like, it's dull as all hell. At the end of the whole Catherine-Marcus debacle, we're basically back where we started. Nate and Vanessa are, like, kind of flirty. They're okay. These two are kind of flirty. And also Dan and Serena are still broken up. So, like, the first 6 episodes of season 2 mean absolutely nothing because it affects nothing. Now that Dan and Serena are done, I'm not going to put, I already said I'm not putting feud lines between them, but they're picture an orange line here because shit is going down. They have a feud at school. Serena starts acting like the Queen of Constance again because now she doesn't have Dan as her, like, good moral compass. So she's fuming about just life. She's becoming the Queen Bee again, and Bee is very much threatened by this. She does not like that this is what's going down. So then Dan goes out with this girl called Amanda, who I again forgot about. She doesn't have a picture. She doesn't need one. I'll put one up on the screen. He, like, flirts with her a little bit and asks her out. It's like the first day back at school. Asks her out, and it hurts Serena. So they're all at this bar and whatever, and they're taking, like, pay shots at each other, and then Penelope goes over to Amanda and gives her a Nair teeny, which is Nair in a martini glass, poured it over her, and her hair starts falling out. And Dan is like, what the fuck? And Serena's like, it wasn't me. Like, she's like, I promise I didn't do that. And then it turns out Chuck orchestrated this whole thing. So he found Amanda, basically hired her to ask Dan out, to shit stir this whole thing so that Serena would go back to being the Queen of Constance and Blair would not be the Queen of Constance anymore and would, like, go back to him because she didn't have anything else.
Just so you know, if this were a competition, I wouldn't need Blair and her posse to win.
So Serena is now in full queen mode and everyone at school is giving Dan the nasties. Like, that man would be turned to stone the second he walked in there. Everyone is giving him the side eye. Honestly, it was kind of sad because she kind of, like, confronts him and it's like, why did you ask someone out on the first day of school?
We were broken up.
So what, Dan? It hurt. What did you expect? I loved you. And just because we broke up doesn't mean I could just turn it off like that.
But then they just get petty. So she's, like, queen again. She's basically like, I could ruin you. Jenny, here she is back at school. What Blair does, like, at the beginning of the year is she separates all the girls into victims and projects. And that last year, Jenny was a project, which means she's like a potential minion, basically. But she's fucked that all up. So she's definitely going to be in the victims list this year. And she goes there, and then the posse, the little minions, they don't even acknowledge her. But anyway, it turns out later they tell her, like, they haven't forgotten about her. They're just waiting for the right time to get back at her, basically. And like, pour all of her stuff out on, like, from her bag out onto the floor. She's scared of the minions. And also, fashion is just, like, her main. Fashion is her passion. Hey, brats. So she starts ditching to go and work for Eleanor instead of going to school. Oh, and also... Oh, no, these two are on the rocks. What am I even talking about? Forget what I said. These two aren't actually friends after the whole Catherine thing goes away because Nate is annoyed at her for telling Dan and Blair what she knew about Catherine but not telling him. Because everyone just keeps him in the dark. Like, honestly, everyone just keeps this poor bloke in the dark. So to give you a little update on these two lovebirds, basically, Lily is trying to hang out with Rufus and the man's not having it. He's like, look, it's way too hard to try and pretend to be your friend when I'm in love with you, so it's not going to happen. The Fashion Week episode. So we've got a lot going on. So let's roll with the punches and run through the whole thing. So Blair and Serena usually watch Eleanor's fashion show backstage. It's like a little tradition they have, cute, fun vibes, right? But Serena is becoming a little bit more of a socialite now, and she's hanging out with a girl called Poppy, Poppy Lifton. So I'm going to put a picture of Poppy up. I combined her with a character we haven't met yet, because they're like, they just relate to each other in the story, in another later storyline. So I just put them in the same picture. This tiny little picture is Poppy Lifton. She's a socialite. So because she's a socialite, and Eleanor wants more like buzz and more young people wearing her line, Jenny changes the seating plan that Blair made, not knowing that she made it, and puts Poppy and Serena in the front row. So Blair's like, but Serena watches it in the back with me, and Eleanor's like, don't be selfish, I need Serena in the front row. So then to get back at Jenny, Blair goes to Rufus and snitches and says Jenny's not been going to school. And Rufus is big pissed. Rufus is not happy. He's like, I pay thousands for you to go to this school. The least you can do is show up. Then Jenny goes to the fashion show anyway, because she's like, it is fashion week, this is a big, big day for me. Eleanor is super happy that she's there. And again, it's just disregarding Blair. And Blair is pissed that Eleanor loves Jenny. She's also pissed that Serena is choosing the socialite life over her. So she's just having a bad day. Then Blair swaps Serena into the back row. It's like a little dig and a bit of revenge, and Jenny gets her put back in the front row. So now she's doubly mad at Jenny. She overhears that Jenny's job is to get all the models ready to go out on stage. So Blair sends them all home. And then Jenny has the idea, right, okay, instead of them being in the front row, what if we have socialites as the models? So she gets Serena and all her little socialite friends to be in the fashion show. So the whole thing totally backfires on Blair, and she's like, right, I need one last-ditch attempt to sabotage Jenny. So Jenny made herself a dress to wear to the after party using fabrics from like Eleanor, like leftover fabrics from Eleanor's, because she wanted to be like fitting and in theme, but it's her pattern, it's her dress. So Blair takes Jenny's dress, gives it to Serena, and is like, oh, like, you know, I want you to do well and stuff, gives her Jenny's dress, so she wears it as like the final big showstopper piece, and Eleanor's like, what the fuck? She's like, that is not my dress. And Jenny's like, that's my dress, but I don't know how Serena got it. And Serena goes out in it, and everyone loves this dress. Like, everyone absolutely loves it. Jenny, honestly, she's only like 15. No, she's 16 now. Was it? No, she's 15. I got it wrong in the other bit. It was like her 15th birthday that was like the whole kid like debacle Blair sabotage. So for a 15-year-old, she's pretty mature. And she sees like what Blair is doing, and she realizes that it's not about her. It's about Serena and Eleanor and that whole thing that's been going on since she was a kid, basically. And she's like, look, Blair.
Serena just glides through. Tell me about it. I wanted to be your friend last year for a reason. I wanted you to like me.
They kind of make up like a little bit. So Jenny lets Eleanor take credit for the dress. She's like, look, it was my pattern and I made the dress, but it's in all your fabrics, so please just go out there and accept the praise for it. Blair actually says, look, Mum, take the credit. The show's a huge success, and it was all thanks to Jenny. She did amazing. And Jenny's like, oh my gosh, thanks. So Rufus gets a call from Headmistress Quella being like, this Jenny situation is out of hand. She like didn't come to the meeting, or she did go to the meeting with Quella about skipping school, but then she was like, I don't care, basically, or something like that. So Rufus goes to the fashion show, sees everyone praising her, sees everyone like toasting to Jenny and stuff, but still insists that she go back to school. And she's mad because he won't let her follow her dreams, because that's exactly what Rufus did. He pursued music.
And I don't want my children repeating my mistakes.
And if your career had taken off, then you wouldn't consider them mistakes. And maybe I'm just
More talented than me? Believe me, I hope you are. I hope you become a success at whatever it is you choose after you finish school.
And she tells Quella that she's not coming back. Ignore my pajama bottoms. I thought you would be able to see them. It's a new day. We're back at it again. So we're going to breeze through another story. A guy called Noah Shapiro, who doesn't get a picture. He is the guy that was mentoring Dan over the summer. And he's like, your stories are all the same. They're boring. They're basically all about Serena. Stop it. He does say he has a good thing going with some character that he's made up called Charlie Trout, I think is it? Or maybe he didn't come up with him yet. I don't know. But basically, Chuck Bass is more interesting. Dan throws his morals out the window and asks Chuck to take him on a night out so he can basically write a story about him.
You think I'm a boring, sheltered nobody?
I don't think of you.
Then I need to get out of my comfort zone. I need to experience new things.
Are you gay?
Now, that would be out of my comfort zone, but no.
He gets Dan to take shots, gets him to take some like mysterious like drug thing as well. And he takes his shoes from him and kicks him out the limo. So Chuck just has a grand old time. Dan is left in the rain, I think, with no shoes. Then Chuck goes to bar and offers him like, he's like, oh, I know you used to love to like go to basketball games with your dad, so I bought us tickets, season tickets, so I thought we could go together. Bart's like, no, son. No. So then Chuck's like, you know what, fuck it. Ask Dan to go out again. And while they're out and like drinking and stuff and Chuck's all down in the dumps, he mistakes a girl for a prostitute and like basically tries to like ask her how much she charges or something, and her boyfriend is pissed. So his boyfriend's like threatening to fight Chuck, and then Dan, who can he resist a physical altercation, punches this guy in the face. This is now the third time Dan has punched someone? Second? So anyway, they end up in jail for brawling in public. And Chuck basically confides in Dan and is like, because Dan's like, Rufus is going to be so mad at me. And he's like, at least you have like a dad who cares enough to be mad. Like, my dad will just be annoyed that it's like an inconvenience.
His beloved wife died giving birth to me.
It's not your fault.
Tell him that. See if my lawyer can have you released into his custody. If they haven't reached your father yet, maybe they won't have to.
Thanks.
And so Chuck took the love of Bart's life away from him, and that's why he thinks Bart hates him now. Chuck's out and he's in jail and he's picking up his belongings, and he accidentally gets given Dan's belongings, which is where he sees the story that Dan has written about him. He realizes that this whole thing was just a sham, and he's big pissed. So he goes back to the jail cell, tells Dan to watch his back, that he's not going to get him out, tells him to watch his back, and that his mum died in a car crash when he was like 6 or something, and like lies. So then Dan gets Noah Shapiro, the author, to bail him out instead, tells him the secret. He's like, this is what happened to Chuck when he was a kid. And Noah's like, that is banging story material. And Dan's like, no, I'm not going to use it. So his morals are back in check. Another plot that's running alongside all this shit is that Lily had a really tasteful nude photo a long time ago. And she wants it. She wants to buy it back. But it turns out Bart already bought it. So they were like, there's this anonymous like buyer that's already bought it. And she's like, who's it? And it turns out to be Bart. And she's like, oh my God, he must have bought it for me as a gift. How did he even know about it? I don't know, but this is so exciting. And then he insists that no one can ever see it. He's like, no one can see this. It could be used against our family. And Lily's like, how did you even know about it? Like, I took it ages ago. Nobody ever knew it existed. And turns out he has a huge file on Lily. A dossier, I think they refer to it as. And it's literally about everything. Like, he's had a PI look into every single thing about her from the moment she was born up until now. This thing is stacked full. She said it had like letters from, love letters from old college boyfriends, just all kinds of shit. So she's big pissed. She is like, I want my kids to know who I am. She's like, I'm not ashamed. And then he hands her an envelope and he's like, do you want them to know about this? And she's like, oh shit, big secrets in there. We don't find that out till later. So now we're going to the Yale Open Day. So somehow everyone ends up at this Yale Open Day. Dan decides that the Yale writing program looks better, even better than the Dartmouth one. Blair obviously has always wanted to go to Yale. Serena is going. I don't remember why Serena's going.
I know you may find this hard to believe, but not everyone wants to go to Yale because not everyone wants to be Blair Waldorf.
Not everyone can be.
Change of plans. Tell the driver we're going to Yale.
And Chuck's there because he wants to join the secret society, and Nate's there because Chuck's there. And Blair and Serena get into a huge tiff, a humongous fight. because basically the gist is Blair's always wanted to get into Yale. It's her dream school. She's worked really hard. She has the grades. Serena is being considered for Yale because she's a socialite. They want to like expand their alumni, and they want someone like Serena, someone who is, you know, getting a bit famous, who's a bit different from their usual like crowd. So they want her. So Blair's like, you didn't earn this, you don't deserve it, you can't take this away from me. And they end up at this party at the dean's house, like the dean of Yale or admissions or whatever, that guy. He does this thing where he gets everyone to say someone that they would most like to have dinner with, living or dead. Blair has her perfect answer. She's had it picked for years. Chuck knows about this and tells Serena the answer. Because V comes before W, Serena gets to give her answer before that. And she tells Blair, look, I'm first in line because he does it alphabetically. I'm going to say your answer. There's nothing you can do about it, bitch. And Blair is like, oh no, bitch. So Blair changes Serena's answer to Pete Fairman.
He's the man she killed.
The cheek of it, the gall of this lady. Incredible. So they go outside, they get into a full-on physical fight. WWE Friday Night SmackDown Live on the dean's porch.
You did not just do that.
No! God! Blair! I hate that stupid headband! Oh, my head! God!
Basically, Blair's like showing her insecurity towards Serena again. She's like, I'm sick of it. She's like, Nate, Yale, like her mother. She's like, you can't have everything of mine all the fucking time.
I'm sick of always looking like Darth Vader next to Sunshine Barbie.
They basically agree to like end their friendship. They're like, look, this competition is obviously too much for us. We cannot be friends. It's like a full-on WWE tag team. Like, they hate each other and then they turn to a tag team, and it's the whole can they coexist thing. They decide they cannot coexist. So they end their friendship. Again, you see now why I'm not putting lines up for these two, because they're constantly friends, not friends, friends, not friends. The ultimate frenemies. The next day, they bump into each other outside the dean's office.
I came to tell him that Yale is your dream, and you deserve to go here more than I do. What are you doing here?
Doing the same thing for you. I don't want to not know you. I can't not know you.
Maybe we just had that fight because the reality of being separated next year's just too scary to think about.
They're fighting because the reality of not being together next year, like being in separate schools, is like too much for them to handle. Like, it's going to be too sad for them. So they're like, if we just aren't friends, then it'll be easier than losing each other that way. So they decide to be friends again, and they make up, and they're fine. The dean later basically tells Serena that she'll be accepted. She's like, we'd love to have you join Yale. And he's like reading about her in the newspaper, I think. And he's like, we'd love to have you join Yale. Yes, yes, yes. And Serena's like, oh my God, like, what about Blair? And he's like, yes, Serena, Blair will find out her fate in the fall like everybody else. But you're in now. And it's like, oh. Honestly, it shows quite good character development from Blair, because she does try to be happy for her, bless her. She tries to be really excited about it. But she obviously is upset because Yale's her dream school. Also, Dan and Nate become friends in this episode. Nate uses Dan's name at the school because everyone already knows who his, like, Nate's dad is, and they know that he's dodgy, and there's like quite a few of their parents lost money because of him. So he lies and he says that he's Dan Humphrey. So the secret society that Chuck joins, he like gifts them like a bunch of like prostitutes and things to like get into this club. And then they say the last thing he has to do to get in is to give them Nate Archibald. He then tells them that Dan is Nate Archibald. They tie Dan to a statue in his underwear. And then Nate goes and saves him.
Hope you at least bought the statue a drink first.
By the way, this knot is ridiculous. I'm not entirely proud of my choice of boxers.
Move over. My mom was in the Navy. Oh my God.
And Chuck's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you saving Humphrey? And he's like, bro, that was a dick thing to do. So he goes and saves Dan. They become friends. And also Chuck threatens the secret society with like pictures of the prostitutes and stuff. And he's like, if you ever try and like come for me, I got receipts. But that never comes up again. Also in this episode, just like a little side plot as well, Jenny wants to be homeschooled. She tells Rufus to come to the studio for the day, and if he sees how well she does and still thinks she should go back to Constance, then she will. he is like, yep, even after the whole day, he's like, yep, I still like want you to go to Constance. She's like, I have one more errand to do, goes to drop off a dress at Lily's house, and Lily tells to Rufus, she's like, Jenny is so talented. She's like, I wish, like, you know, I had that talent at that age, or like I wish Serena knew what she wanted to do at that age, that kind of thing. Rufus has a change of heart, and he's like, okay, you can be homeschooled and also like work at the atelier.
I won't let you down, I promise.
I know you won't.
Now, Serena and Bart have beef. Bart's implementing all these new rules, these new family rules, that include like curfews, and all this kind of stuff. They have to have family dinners together all the time. He wants them to look like a family. Serena finds out from Chuck that it's literally just her and Eric. Like, Chuck doesn't have to abide by these. The only reason he's doing this is because he wants to protect the image for a business deal. Like, it's not to be a family, it's for the business deal.
Hi, Bart. We missed you at family dinner. Maybe next time.
Where do you think you're going? And in that dress?
I'm in the mood for a little show tonight. Oh, I forgot to put on underwear.
So Serena goes to this party that they're hosting in front of a magazine, and she talks about how basically she just goes to embarrass him. She basically talks about how Lily always puts her boyfriends before her kids in front of this magazine and everyone.
Remember how she always used to just jet off to Mystique or Ibiza without warning while you and Eric were still in school?
Eleanor always knew when we showed up with our overnight bags.
Lily had a new boyfriend.
We tried alternating between you and the Archibalds, so you guys never knew how bad it really was.
We knew.
Lily's like, I don't understand why Serena would do this, and Eric's like, look.
Serena's timing sucked. But she did pretty much raise me all those years.
Oh.
You just weren't here. Vanya, the doorman, used to sign our permission slips from school. You don't become a family just by telling people you are.
You need to actually start creating that bond. You can't just become a family by telling the press that you're a family. Lily apologizes to Serena for not being a good mother, and also Serena apologizes for embarrassing them. Vanessa's back. Haven't talked about her for a little while. Vanessa's petitioning for this local bar to be saved. She goes to Blair and is like, I need you to get signatures for my petition. Blair's like, fuck off, I don't like you. She's like, well, you will like me, or I will post about the fact that your ex-boyfriend Marcus was sleeping with his stepmother. And she's like, for fuck's sake. And she's not happy about that. She's like, I don't like to be blackmailed by anybody. And she tells Chuck to pretend to invest in, you know, Vanessa's little bar and seduce her and embarrass her. So he goes to the bar, and everyone like knows obviously that he's rich and posh, and like throws stuff at him, I'm pretty sure, like a slushie or something. And it's like, get out of here, rich boy. And he's like, okay. So then Vanessa feels bad, and like goes to him and is like, do you really want to save this bar? He sees the bar and he actually genuinely likes it and he wants to save it. So now Blair's even more pissed, and she's jealous of how invested Chuck is becoming in this whole thing and in Vanessa. Chuck is pitching it to his dad, and Bart's like, enough of this shit, leave me alone. And Vanessa sees that and she feels bad for Chuck. She's like, Jesus Christ, your dad is brutal to you. And out of jealousy, Blair goes up to her. She's like, it's all a bet. She's like, it was all a bet just for me to get revenge and to embarrass you. Basically, the whole bet was that if he could do this and he could embarrass Vanessa, then Chuck would get to sleep with Blair. He goes to see Blair and she's ready. She's like, right, claim your prize. And he's like, I want you to tell me you love me. And she's like, fuck off. He's like, you know what? You made me this ultimatum that I had to tell you I loved you, and now I'm doing the exact same thing. So until you tell me you love me, we're done.
Sweet, bro. All right, love it. We're gonna play soccer later. No big.
Cedric invited.
Jenny, come on.
Thank you, Dad.
You know Cedric would get dirty.
Dan goes to hang out with Nate and goes to meet him at his house, and then Nate rings him and it's like, come to the park, don't come to the house. And Dan's like, and that's when he realizes that Nate is living there alone, without any power, without any heating, without any water, without any of that. And convinces him to come and stay at the Humphrey abode with him and Jenny and Rufus, and they'll look after him until, you know, things get better.
We've got a lodger, so I'll make up to a sofa.
I'll get the ice cream.
Make yourself at home.
We're going to summarize this whole relationship right now. Pretty much. I mean, not really, but kind of. Not to, like, spoil anything, but the two characters I'm about to talk about, there's just... I'm going to tell you all about the gist of their main storyline right now. They do kind of still interact in future seasons and things like that, but this is kind of their main peak for them. So we're going to talk about Jenny Humphrey and Nate Archibald. So Nate is living there now, and Jenny bumps into him as he's coming out the shower, and she's like,
Did you do something with your hair?
Yeah, shorter, blonder. I was bored.
I like it. It looks.
Thanks.
It looks good. Oh, go ahead. Use the bathroom. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no.
I didn't mean
no,
to.
No, I'm gonna go. It's fine.
So she goes to the studio and has left her portfolio or sketchbook or something at home. And Nate brings it to her, which is really sweet. And Agnes, the model that she is working on, like fitting her dress, is like, that guy's cute and he likes you. Jenny's like, no. Agnes basically never interacts with anyone but Jenny. So here she is over here. So later on, Agnes takes Jenny out partying and takes her to her apartment where she lives with this guy called Max, who's her boyfriend. And it's just weird. Max starts like taking pictures of them. And Nate hears from someone else that Max is like a bit dodgy. So he shows up at the apartment to come and take her home because it's like, seems dangerous, seems like a weird situation. And he goes in there and she's like got her top off, like she's just in her bra. And he's like, what the fuck is happening here? Why are you like Max, this grown-ass man, taking pictures of like Jenny in her bra?
No, it's just weird. Well, no, it's not. He doesn't care. He's a photographer. I'm not leaving with you.
Then I can wait.
They're in the street and they're like arguing and stuff, and then they kiss. The little sister and the best friend kissing it up in the street.
So we're dancing around in our underwear, not making a porno.
Not yet, anyway. That guy was taking advantage of you.
Okay, why do you care so much?
Because.
They kiss, and that's where we're leaving that for now. So since we're on the topic of Jenny, I'm just going to summarize her whole Jenny-Eleanor partnership shit that goes down. Eleanor keeps telling Jenny that she's going to be allowed to be in the meetings and meet with the buyers and things like that because she has really good ideas. Because the buyers loved her green dress, which obviously is technically Eleanor's dress, but Jenny made it. The buyers go in and she's like, not this time, Jenny, but next time. Eleanor comes out of the meeting and they're like, they didn't like anything, but they did like the dress you're wearing right now. And Jenny's like, I made this dress. And Eleanor's like, well, I need you to make this exact same dress for when they come back tomorrow, but in my fabrics. And Jenny's like, that's going to take ages. Like, I don't have a pattern for this dress. I'm going to have to take it all apart and, like, redo it. Like, it's going to take ages. And Eleanor's like, yeah, do it. So that kind of, like, coincides with this whole Nate thing because when Agnes takes her out partying, that's when she's supposed to be working on the dress. And so she brings the dress in the next day. Eleanor's like, this is shit. She fully like belittles the dress. She's like, this is awful. She's like, I saw you out with Agnes. Like, it's not good enough. Jenny is like, she stands up to Eleanor big time. And I'm like, yes, go on, queen.
Should have known better than to give so much responsibility to a child.
A child. This child seems to be the only one that can design anything that the buyers are remotely interested in. You were scared that if I am in that meeting and meet someone important that they will want to be in business with me and not you.
You tell her. Jenny then leaves and is like, I want to take my dress. So then Eleanor's like, fine, and throws the dress that she made at her. And she's like, no, I don't want that dress. I want that dress. And points at the green one from the fashion show.
You touch this dress, you will never set foot in here again.
She's like telling Agnes about this. She's like, oh my God, like, you know, Rufus is going to be so mad at me. He literally just said, I can do this job and now I've just left it. And Agnes is like, you are so talented. You could do your own line. We're going to fix this. So that's a little update on Jenny and we'll get back to her later. But that's where she's at the minute. Let's go back to Serena. So Serena is at Rufus's gallery and meets a guy called Aaron Rose. So let's get his picture up. I tell you, we get some pretty dodgy love interests. I mean, you've already seen from the incest twins down here. But honestly, for me, Aaron is up there. Like, the man is dull and the man is, like, just a bit of a shitty guy. Like, he's not as bad as some of these other people we're going to see, but for some reason, he's on my list. I don't like him. I'm just thinking about who he's going to have to connect to, and it's going to be such a fucking arseache to put that string there, but okay. I don't want Aaron in the centre of my board. Right. We're just going to put him up here with these two shit shows and the string's just going to have to do. Serena meets Aaron, and we're just going to get him out of the way. He says he likes Serena, but then he's seeing other girls, and it's this whole thing. Like, she basically just chases him, and he's like, oh, no, I'm not seeing anyone. Like, it's nothing, it's no big deal. But then he's, like, having coffee with these girls, and, like, all this stuff, and Serena thinks she's special, but then another girl will come, and he'll do the same thing for her, and she's like, what the fuck is happening? And then he agrees to be exclusive with her, and they, like, met at some camp when they were, like, 8, and they got married with, like, jelly rings or something, and he brings her the ring, and it's like, I still have it, and it's kind of cute, but just not with him. They agree to be exclusive, and then his ex-girlfriend Lexi, who doesn't get a picture, but she comes back into town, and she likes Dan, which makes Serena kind of jealous. And then Aaron becomes jealous when he sees how much Serena cares about Dan. They're meant to go to Buenos Aires together, but then she breaks up with him on the plane. And we never see this man again. Even though they were pretty brief and kind of boring, I'm still gonna, he was significant enough, he gets a pink line, and he also gets a yellow line, because Aaron, the artist here, is related to Cyrus Rose. I don't know when we're gonna talk about Cyrus. Oh, we're gonna talk about Cyrus in a little bit, but yeah, Cyrus Rose, Aaron Rose, he's father-son, so that's why he's going to also have a yellow line. Aaron's yellow line is going to Cyrus, not Eleanor. A little Chuck and Blair update. Blair is trying to seduce Chuck, and he's having none of it. Then Dan and Blair are back on the weird friends confiding in each other train.
Blair, come on.
You need help getting Chuck to sleep with you? Really?
You hear the judgment in his voice right now, right?
He's working on that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. No judgment, only help.
See? Wasn't this nice?
Dan's like, look, if you really feel this way about him, you should just tell him how you feel. So she decides to tell him that she loves him.
He wants to meet me on the roof.
The roof?
Well, this way, if he doesn't say it back, then I can just jump.
Oh, no, don't do it, B. You don't want your bit to say you died in Brooklyn.
Wish me luck.
Good luck.
But then when Dan finds out that Blair sabotaged Vanessa and tried to embarrass her, he backtracks. And he's like, right, if sabotage is the game, put my hat in the ring. Goes to Blair and he's like, oh, maybe you shouldn't. Like, he starts making her doubt it.
And it's gonna be okay.
Well, maybe. Just before you say anything, make sure he's done playing games.
Because what if Chuck's just playing, like, one of his games? And Blair's like, no, I don't think so. And Dan's like, well, food for thought. So she goes up there and she's like, maybe we should just say it together.
That wasn't the deal.
Why does everything have to be a deal? I was the one who asked you to say it first.
At the white party? When you were on your way out with the Count? Did you really think I was going to say it then?
Yes. And when you didn't, I wanted to die.
He then thinks that she's just playing another game with him, and Blair's really upset, and she runs down to Serena.
Reed, what happened?
It was a disaster, okay? I'm leaving.
No, I'll come with you.
No, it's fine. You stay. I just have to get out of here now.
Serena's like, what? So then Dan confesses to Serena. He's like, it was me. I sabotaged it. I told her not to tell him.
Yeah, look, Blair and Chuck were gonna self-destruct at some point, so I may have helped it along.
I told her to talk to you because I genuinely thought that you would help her be brave.
Serena's like, no, what the fuck? They actually love each other. Like, what you did was really fucked up. Dan tells Chuck that Blair was gonna tell him how she felt, but he ruined it. Chuck goes to see Blair, and they basically decide that maybe they could be something in the future, but they wouldn't work now without the game and the chase.
The reason we can't say those 3 words to each other isn't because they aren't true. Chuck and Blair going to the movies. Chuck and Blair holding hands.
We don't have to do those things. We can do the things that we like.
What we like is this.
The game.
Look, I'd rather wait. Maybe in the future.
I suppose there could be some excruciating pleasure in that.
My chair heart, be still. Back to Jennifer Humphrey slaying the game. I am going to do a whole nother video entitled how... I'm not sure what I'm going to call it yet, but I think it's going to be something along the lines of how Gossip Girl ruined Jenny Humphrey, or Jenny Humphrey deserved better, or something along those lines, because this poor gal, the potential she had, and the way that they squashed her character, unforgivable, to one of my favorite episodes, which is the episode with Jenny's gorilla fashion show. So if you don't know what a gorilla fashion show is, it's basically where it's kind of like the only thing I can liken it to is almost like a flash mob. So it's they crash or they like just surprise or whatever at another event or a place and just have like an impromptu fashion show and show off the designs. Her and Agnes find out that there's a high profile event going on. So they're like, right, this is it. This is where I'm going to turn this event into a fashion show for my designs, and I'm going to get buyers because there's going to be lots of people with lots of money. Nate has been avoiding Jenny since they had their kiss. They haven't spoken. He's just like, and so she's like, what do you want, Nate? And he's like, what are you doing? And she's like, look, if you care about me at all, like you've been avoiding me, but if you care about me at all, you will help me with this. So he's like, yeah, go on. Like, I'll drive the van with all the dresses and all the stuff in it. And Dan is not happy about this, not even a little bit. Little side note from this, in this same episode, there's the B plot, I would say, is that Blair is trying to do everything she can to get into Yale. So Serena basically is like, look, if you babysit this other admissions lady's daughter, maybe, you know, Emma, the daughter, she'll say nice things about you, you know, they'll think you're nice and they'll let you into Yale. It turns out that Emma, she's on a mission to lose her virginity under Blair's watch, and Blair's not having it. So she chases her around the whole city, tries to find her, and her, Serena, and Chuck end up saving Emma from losing her virginity to this, like, gross guy.
Oh!
What? Who are you?
Now I feel violated. Come on. Thank you.
For you, anytime. I think your little virgin's making a break for it.
And while they're out, like looking for Emma in all these bars, Blair sees the Yale donor lady. She sees her, the mum, making out with someone else, having an affair, and takes a picture. And so she goes to use it as blackmail, but then when she sees how badly the mum treats Emma, she kind of sees the relationship she has with Eleanor, and she feels bad for Emma, and it's like, look, I don't want to ruin her life anymore.
Having sex for the first time shouldn't be part of a competition to beat Muffy the lacrosse-titude. Should be with someone you love. There are better ways of getting your mother's attention.
I told you, this is about Muffy.
Please. I wrote the book on distracted, self-centered mothers. My mom has never met a single one of my teachers. She regularly forgets my birthday, and I finally realized it wasn't about me. The same way it's not about you.
And just says to the mum, like, you don't realize how amazing your daughter is, you should actually spend time with her. And it's good character development for her. Back to Jenny. Vanessa tells Dan to support Jenny in what she's doing. And also she says that she and Nate, Vanessa and Nate, they tried to make things work, but it didn't. So these two are like broken up. Nate is not cheating on Vanessa with Jenny or anything like that. And Dan's like, she's gonna make a life-altering mistake. Like, how can I just let her do this? And Rufus overhears and he's like, life-altering mistake? Explain. They're like, right, we need to get to this event. So it turns out the event that Jenny's going to crash is honouring Bart and Lily. Jenny's like, feels bad, she's a bit hesitant, I don't know whether to go through with it. Agnes is like, do it.
Hey, I don't even know.
Whatever you decide, I'm with you.
But of course, because this is the world of Gossip Girl, someone takes a picture of them kissing and puts it on Gossip Girl, and Dan sees it.
What are you doing? Or is this not you with my 15-year-old sister?
Don't act like I'm some creepy older guy.
No, you're the guy who traded sex for money. I want you to pack up your stuff and get out of our house.
Which is a real low blow from Dan. The fashion show goes ahead. It's one of my favourites. It's so good. All the models come out in all the dresses, and the music plays and everything, and it's amazing. And it's a huge success. Then Jenny like goes over to Nate and kisses him, and she's also excited. But Vanessa sees, and Jenny chases after her because obviously Vanessa still likes Nate, even though they're not together. Despite Jenny having like, I think she says like 32 missed calls from like people that want to back and fund her designs, Rufus is pissed. So pissed. And the police are there, and Rufus is like, officer, this is the lady you're looking for. Fully gonna send his own daughter to jail. Lily is like, no, like, it's my party, I won't be pressing charges, leave Jenny alone. But it's like, to Rufus, that was a huge mistake, what the fuck are you doing? And Jenny like apologizes, she's like, Lily, I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was your event. And Lily's like, I loved it. Dan, after seeing Jenny just like take life by the horns, is like, I want me some of that, and decides he is going to write this story about Chuck, because he's like, you know what, if I need to get where I want to be, maybe I do have to step on a couple people's toes. So Rufus comes home and he's like, I feel like maybe I handled that a little bit poorly. And Dan's like, you might want to check Jenny's room. And he goes in there and Jenny's stuff isn't in there, and she is out on the street pulling her little suitcase. She's got her sewing machine. She's run away from home. Look what you've gone and done, Rufus. Look what you've gone and done with your pushy parenting techniques. My own voice is giving me a headache. What the fuck is happening back there? I feel like in terms of presentation, me physically has took a massive dive. Like in the beginning, I was like, cute makeup, cute outfits. Now I'm like, hairs up, fluffy jumper on. So I'm going to summarize Jenny's whole like fashion journey for you right now. So she runs away from home. She moves in with Agnes and her mum, and they meet with potential buyers or like potential agents, and Agnes ruins all the meetings by just being rude. Agnes like disagrees with Jenny on what the name of the brand should be, like in front of people, and they just seem really unprofessional. Like Agnes assures her, she's like, I'll fix it, I will get us a buyer, but then she's like all hungover and stuff, and Jenny's like, fucking hell. So she steals Agnes's phone, calls the buyer, and is like, look, I want to meet with you, just me. So she goes to meet with him, and he says, this is perfect, we'll sign it, like as long as you're 18 and everything. She's like, oh, I'm not 18, I'm 15. He's like, oh shit, well, then we just need a parent to sign, no problem. And she's like, I don't think Rufus going to be too happy about this. He's like, well, if you can't sign it and they can't sign it, we're going to have a bit of an issue. She goes to Rufus. Rufus refuses to sign them. He's like, I will not sign them. And Alison, who gets a rare mention, she's not actually in it, she just gets a mention, agrees and is like, look, if you don't want me to sign it, I won't sign it. So Jenny's got no parental signatures up in here. So she goes back to the buyer. She's like, what can I do? And he's like, the only thing you can do is get emancipated. So she gets emancipation papers. If you don't know what emancipation is, it's basically where you divorce your parents. So in every legal sense, they are not your parents anymore. They cannot make decisions for you. They cannot do anything to support you. You are basically just severed. Like your ties are severed legally. So it's like a big thing. It's a big thing to do. And also there's a few other things. You have to prove that you have somewhere to live, and also that you can like support yourself with your own income. And like, I mean, loads of other things. They make it seem like it's like this little thing, but like it's a big deal. This shady lady. So Agnes finds out that she did this. She finds out that she called the buyer, and she's pissed, like next level pissed. And she kicks Jenny out of her apartment. She takes all of her dresses and she burns them in front of Jenny. And it's honestly awful.
These dresses are as much mine as they are yours, and now they belong to nobody. Agnes, please. These dresses are everything. They're my entire future. You are out of your mind. What the hell did you do, Agnes? You did this.
Like, in terms of like scenes, it's probably one of the best scenes because it just makes you feel so bad for Jenny and like so angry at Agnes. So she plays her really well. I know that Taylor Momsen doesn't act anymore. She's living her best in The Pretty Reckless, as she should, because I love The Pretty Reckless, so I wouldn't want her to like leave them for acting. But she was such a good actor, and I feel like it's not appreciated enough. And this scene in particular, where Jenny is like crying and yelling at Agnes, is a perfect example of how perfectly Taylor Momsen played Jenny Humphrey, I think anyway. So she's got her emancipation letters, and Lily finds them in her bag and is like, Rufus, we got a serious situation. Like you have got to let it go. She's like, you don't want to lose Jenny, so just give it up. Give up the pride, give up the parenting, like stubbornness, and just be a family again. So he comes over and he's like, you know what, look, if you want to do this shit, I'm not stopping you. See ya, and dips. And then Jenny feels bad and she realizes she doesn't have anything. She doesn't have her dresses anymore. Agnes hates her. She has nowhere to go. So she decides to come back.
I love you too, Dad. I don't want to not be your daughter. Guys, I can't breathe.
Good.
So now we get to meet Cyrus, this little cutie down here. We love Cyrus. We love him. Blair meets Cyrus for the first time, who is Eleanor's new boyfriend. Cyrus is not what she was expecting, and she doesn't like him. She thinks he's not good enough for Eleanor. Literally based on nothing. Based on literally just how he looks. And like kind of how he, like his mannerisms and stuff, which is fucking rude. She tries to sabotage it and then realizes this is actually really sweet, and he makes Eleanor really happy. And so everything's all good and they're fine and they're chill. And they actually end up having like a really cute little bond. Let's go back, if we must, to Daniel Humphrey. A senior editor for the New York Magazine hires Dan to write an expose-ish article kind of thing on Bart Bass. So he goes to Bart and he's like, I want to learn about real estate. Can I shadow you, be your apprentice kind of thing? And he's like, sure, go on then. Chuck finds out about this and he puts a stop to that shit right in its tracks. He is like, Dad, don't trust him. Don't tell him anything. He only wants you for the story. And also, if you remember earlier, Chuck said to his dad that he wanted to take him to a basketball game because that's what he did with his dad, and it's really sweet. And Bart was like, no. Literally in this episode, while Dan is his apprentice, he offers him to go to the basketball with him. With the season tickets that Chuck bought him, he was going to take Dan. Scum of the absolute century. Before Chuck puts an end to it, Dan is sleuthing. Big fat sleuthing. And so while Dan's sleuthing around, he finds out that Bart bought a building in 1987 to turn into some condos. And then when the market crashed, this building mysteriously burned down, and Bart was able to collect the insurance money from it, and the insurance money from that building is what he used to then build his huge empire. Well, this is looking a little suspect, isn't it, Bartholomew Bass? So then he's like to Rufus, he's like, I have a steaming hot pile. Ew, a steaming hot pot of tea about Bart, and tells him everything. And Rufus is like, look, have a real think about this, Dan, because if you publish this article, it's not just Bart that's going to go down. It'll ruin his marriage with Lily. It'll, will have a knock-on effect for Chuck, Serena, and Eric. Are you sure you want to do this? Dan's like, And he goes to Bart to ask him about the fire. And because Dan is asking him about it, he doesn't know that he's sleuthing. He thinks he's just heard it from someone. So he's like, oh shit, the information must be out. And he's like, I've had that man's death on my conscience for years. And Dan's like, excuse me now, somebody died in there? And Bart's like, what? And that's when Chuck comes in, tells him that Dan's writing a story. And Chuck then asks Dan, he's like, please don't ruin our family. Dan leaves his story about Chuck, the one that he wrote about him and the whole thing with his mother and thinking that Bart hates him. He leaves it for Bart to read. Bart, goes to Chuck and he tells him that he never blamed him for his mother's death, and asks him to go to the basketball game with him after all. I think this is the only nice interaction these two ever have. I think this is the end of the line for nice interaction between these two. And it wasn't even that nice, because he was going to take Dan. It's Thanksgiving once again. Guys and gals, are you excited? I know that I am. So, Nate's dad is back. This old geese basically asks Nate and Dan to come back with him to Dominica because it's actually going really well over there, and life is good. And then it turns out it's actually a plan to hold Nate and Anne for ransom. Yeah. So the captain wants to hold Anne and Nate for ransom, and threaten the Vanderbilts, who are Anne's family. So a little brief history on the Archibalds. So obviously the captain is an Archibald, so that's where the name comes from. But their wealth actually comes from Anne. Her dad is William Vanderbilt, and he's the big money man. So that's how they have all their money, is through him. And Anne and William basically giving Howard, whatever his name is, the captain, everything that he has. That's how he started his business. That's all the money comes from them. So he wants to hold Nate and Anne for ransom so that they will give him money so that he can live in hiding for longer. So then Nate, with the help of Chuck and Vanessa, because this FBI agent comes up to Vanessa and is like, I need to talk to you about Nate Archibald. And she's like, So then she gets Chuck involved, and the two of them tell Nate, they're like, look, there is serious shit going down. Your dad doesn't have your best interests at heart. You got to like look out for yourself. Nate then convinces the captain to turn himself into the FBI. So he's arrested and all that good stuff. He's done. But Anne is very much against this. Anne is like, she's a weird old gal. We don't even have to talk about her. Look at that, the picture's tiny. William is Anne's dad and Nate's grandfather. So Captain is now in jail once again. Another new face, we have Jonathan, and he is Eric's boyfriend. All this shit with Nate's dad, all on Thanksgiving Day. Also on Thanksgiving Day, Bart finds out that Jonathan is cheating on Eric. And Eric asks Chuck how Bart even knew about any of this. Chuck is like, he's got personal investigators, like, all round the clock. They're working overtime. They are busy, busy bees. And Eric's like, I want to know what he has on us. Like, I want to know. So Chuck's like, sure. And unlocks the safe for Eric. And Eric goes into the safe and he finds that not only is there a Lily Bass file, there is also an Eric Vanderwoodson file and a Serena Vanderwoodson file. Stacked to the brim. Okay, not Eric so much, bless him, but Serena's is thick. So Eric brings down the files to the family dinner and he is like, look at this shit. And Lily is fuming. Lily is fuming. She was like, it's one thing to have one on me, but to have one on my children. Serena is fuming. After the whole thing with the FBI, Vanessa confesses to Nate. She's like, I still have feelings for you, but I wasn't sure what was happening with you and Jenny, so I stayed away. And Nate says, I haven't heard from Jenny in weeks. So I don't know what's happening there, but I would like us to reconnect as well. Jenny comes home because she was staying at Agnes's and then at the Vanderwoodsons during this whole emancipation drama. So now she's like obviously back at the loft, like properly, like has a huge stack of mail. She has all this stuff she has to go through. And Vanessa sees that there's a letter from Nate that Jenny never got. That's why Nate thinks like Jenny's ignoring him basically, because he wrote her a letter to say how he feels and she never saw it. That's why she never replied. Vanessa steals the fucking letter. She steals the fucking letter and reads it, and it's Nate basically being like, I really like you. I don't know how we're going to work this out or what it's going to be, but I just want you to know that I have true feelings for you. And Vanessa is looking out for herself, as always, and she steals the letter so that Jenny doesn't find it, and she can't know how Nate feels about her because Vanessa wants to be with Nate instead. The rise of Vanessa as a villain truly begins at this stage. So that was the whole of the Thanksgiving episode. It's a pretty good one. I feel like, honestly, out of all of them, it's probably the least drama-filled and, like, least interesting one, because I feel like the Thanksgiving one's always jam-packed. This one's pretty good, but not as good as the others. But we'll get to those. Jenny then confides in Vanessa, because they're supposed to have this sister bond relationship, right? That she doesn't understand what happened with Nate. She hasn't heard from him. She's confused. She doesn't really know what was going on. She feels like if he really liked her, he would have reached out by now. And Vanessa, who is now dating Nate, like, in secret. Like, it's kind of in secret, but it's kind of not. Like, she's not telling Jenny, but she is seeing Nate. She tells Jenny to just move on. Shady boots. There is an event going down called the Snowflake Ball, and Penelope comes to Jenny and is like, I want an original dress. She's like, I want a custom design, and I want you to do it.
I need something custom.
I'm very expensive.
I hope so.
So Jenny starts working on the dress, and she's at Penelope's, like, getting her measurements and stuff. And they all see, so all the little minions and Jenny see on Gossip Girl that Nate and Vanessa are back together because someone took a picture of them kissing that same day, literally just after she told Jenny to move on from Nate. So Jenny's big pissed. And the minions are like, we need revenge. Because they just love a bit of revenge. They don't care who it's for or what it's about. And Isabel, another one of the minions, is trying on her dress for the Snowflake Ball, and she realises that it's completely see-through. And she's like, I can't wear this. And it gives Penelope the idea, let's give Vanessa this dress. So when she comes to the Snowflake Ball, she'll be embarrassed in front of everyone, and it'll be a good time. Jenny confronts Vanessa about this, and Vanessa apologizes, but Jenny is not having it. She is not having it. So a side note that's going on alongside all of this Jenny-Vanessa drama is that Bart tries to apologize to Lily. He calls her, he says, look, he's like, I fired my PI, Andrew Taylor. I, won't do this shit anymore. And I want to prove it to you. I fired him and I'm going to come to the Snowflake Ball. And also he blames Chuck for everything. He blames it all on Chuck because he was the one that let him into the safe. So he's big pissed with Chuck, and Chuck's like, fairs, but also like, you're the one that had something to fucking find. Like, why are you putting this shit on me? But that's how it works here. Jenny tells Vanessa, she's like, yeah, go to the Snowflake Ball with Nate. We'll be fine. I actually made you this dress as a peace offering. And she gives her the silver dress. And at the ball, Vanessa feels so bad about hurting Jenny.
I'm ending things with Nate. What? I never meant to hurt you. Please believe that.
So she tries to run after Vanessa and stop her. But then when she sees Nate and Vanessa together, she's like, you know what, actually, no. You can have this happen to you.
Jenny never got your letter. That's why you never heard from her again. I took it before she saw it. And I'm sorry.
Nate then looks over and realizes that it was Jenny who set this whole thing up. He's like, whatever she is going on between you, she didn't deserve this. So he tells her that he sent her a letter and that it had his feelings in it. And Jenny says that she never got it. And Nate's like, I know, because Vanessa took it and she felt so bad about it that she was just about to break up with me for doing it.
If I'd gotten
I'm glad you didn't. Honestly, you're not who I thought you were.
As Vanessa is getting into a taxi, Nate stops her and tells her that she's the one he wants to be with, and they kiss. And Jenny sees and then is confronted by the minions.
Don't think we didn't see you try and save her. We should have known you didn't have what it takes.
You never did. Pathetic. You and your friend.
Vanessa. Vanessa's 10 times the person you will ever be. That is why you hate her so much.
At the Snowflake Ball, Rufus tells Lily that he regrets letting her go at the wedding, and Chuck overhears this. So Bart's in the car with Andrew Tyler, and Andrew's like, right, here is my final assignment. Here's exactly what you wanted me to find out. And as he's telling him this, Chuck calls to warn him and tells him Lily and Rufus and whatever, and that he should come to the ball. So Chuck then goes and tells Lily that Bart is on his way and that she owes him a conversation about what the fuck is happening here. So he's like, right, turn the car around. On his way to the ball, Bart gets into a car accident. Big drama. I think it's the mid-season finale, maybe? But yeah, so Bart gets into a car accident on his way to the Snowflake Ball to confront Lily about Rufus. When we come back, we find out that Bart died in this car accident. So Bart is a goner. I don't have anything when someone dies, but just he's gone. On the day of Bart's funeral, Lily meets up with Rufus. I mean, good lord, woman. Bart's body's barely cold yet. Have you no shame? And says that she feels guilty because he died on his way to go and see her.
Lil, I'm waiting for you this time. 6 months, 6 years, I'll be here.
Lily listens to a voicemail that Bart left her as he was on his way and then died. It's him saying that he knows why she was in that hospital in France. Care to share with the rest of the class, Bartholomew? Chuck is fuming. He is like, fuck all of you, especially Lily. He and Lily have big beef right now. He basically blames her for Bart's death. And he says to Andrew Tyler, the PI, that he will pay whatever kind of money he doesn't care for whatever it was that Bart found out about Lily before he died. Lily asks Cece to buy the information off of Andrew, and she says she will, no problem. But it later turns out that she didn't even bid for it because when Andrew then ends up giving it to Chuck, he tells him he ended up being the only bidder and nobody else put money forward for it. So Cece lied. So Andrew tells Chuck that apparently Lily doesn't want to hide anything from her past and the information she will share anyway. But we know that this is not true. Chuck's like, well, why would I want to pay for information if it's going to be public knowledge? And then Andrew's like, I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. And he's like, you know what then? Fine. I got loads of money. Here, have it. I still want to know what it is. At Bart's funeral, Chuck shows up absolutely hammered. And he's being like helped in by Nate and Blair.
Am I gonna have to stick my finger down your throat? It'll hold back your hair. What?
No, sorry, Blair. You had me and then you lost me.
Just straighten his tie.
He sees Dan there, who's there to support Serena, and he loses his shit.
My father is dead because of your father.
And then Serena yells at Chuck, which, come on, it's literally his dad's funeral, and you're going to yell at him because you want Dan to be there, when, like, you hated Bart. Like, you literally did not want them to get married. Like, why do you think you have a say in who gets to stay at his funeral but Chuck doesn't? Ridiculous scenes. And then he demands that Dan goes home. Serena wants him to stay. Cece tells him, look, Dan, I think you should just go home. And so he does. And then Chuck is very cold to everybody here.
We all really need each other right now.
Don't touch me, whore.
And he just shuts himself off from everyone here. So then Chuck goes to Lily and accuses her of being the reason why Bart is dead, and she slaps him. Okay. He says, look, once I've got my inheritance, you are never going to see me ever again. And on his way out, and as he's leaving, Blair tells him not to leave.
Chuck and Blair, the worst thing you've ever done, the darkest thought you've ever had. I will stand by you through anything because I love you.
That's too bad.
So meanwhile, this is happening. Cyrus says that this funeral has enlightened him about how short life is, and he says that he wants to marry Eleanor now. He doesn't want to wait. He wants to marry her tomorrow. It's really cute. They have a super cute ceremony. Jenny makes Eleanor's suit that she wears for the wedding. There's like a really sweet moment between Cyrus and Blair where Blair confides in him that she told Chuck that she loved him.
I love you. Very, very much.
I told Chuck I love him.
Really? That's wonderful.
No, it's not.
He just needs time.
Wait, not enough.
Serena overhears Lily telling Cece that she loves Rufus. And Serena realizes this is why Chuck was so angry before. She tells Lily, look, if you want to be with Rufus, then you should be with Rufus. So then at the wedding, Dan tells Serena not to go to Buenos Aires with Aaron because he still has feelings for her.
I'm coming.
I carried the garment bag.
I already asked my mom not to follow her heart once, and I'm not gonna do it again. Who knows if we'd work any better.
Who knows if we wouldn't?
Hey, Humphrey, what are you doing here?
He carried the garment bag.
I did, yeah.
All right, come on, us.
So Lily goes to Rufus again and asks him to go away with her. And he is like, yes, of course. Chuck then goes to her and tells her, I can't believe you'd want this information to be out, because he reads the envelope that Andrew gave him. And Lily says she asked Cece to deal with it and realizes now that Chuck has the information that Cece did jack shit. She did not do what she said she was going to do. Lily begs Chuck not to turn away from the people that love him. And Chuck goes home and he actually burns the info about Lily that Andrew gave him. Back to the wedding. Dorota comes in and she whispers something to Blair, and Blair goes upstairs and she finds Chuck there on her bed, and he's crying, and she holds him and they fall asleep together, and it's really sweet. But when she wakes up, he's gone, has left a note saying that she deserves better and not to come looking for him. Oh God, so then this one is on the loose yet again. Cece goes to the loft and she tells Rufus that she wants to tell him something. And Rufus is like, look, if Lily has anything to tell me, she will tell me herself, you old crone. And Cece's like, well, I gave her the opportunity to say this and she chose not to. And that instead of telling Rufus, she asked Cece to pay a lot of money to make it go away. So then Rufus is a bit like, spill the beans then, go on.
I will never be with Lily.
I don't understand. Serena just said...
Serena doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
So Cece has dropped a big bombshell right now. Dan then leaves Serena a voice message saying that they should, you know, give their relationship a real shot. That Rufus will never be with Lily, so it's all fine. Lily then goes to meet Rufus for their trip, and then this time we get the Uno reverse card, because instead of Lily showing up without any bags, it's Rufus showing up without any bags.
Just tell me one thing. Is it a boy or a girl?
Yes, the big secret, the reason why Lily was in France is because she was having Rufus's baby and not telling him for 20 years. That's the big T. And everyone who knows about that is Cece, Lily, now Rufus, and Chuck. Oh, and Bart. But Bart's dead, so that's not relevant. Now we're introducing a new character, we're getting a new picture, and that is a picture of Jack Bass. Pure villainy in character form. Also very predatory, but no one ever really calls him out on that, but we'll talk about that later. So he is Bart's younger brother, therefore Chuck's uncle. He runs Bass Industries Australia, and he comes to New York for the reading of Bart's will. Here's Jack. We have Jack to Chuck as his uncle, and we have Jack to Bart as his brother. I'm going to summarize this whole plot for you right now. Buckle up. Chuck's gone rogue. He is drinking, totally out of it. And Blair tells Serena she's really worried about him.
But this time, when I looked in his eyes, I couldn't see him anymore.
Jack then brings him back to New York because he was like, no one could find him. He's in a different country. And so he brings him back to New York for the reading of Bart's will. And Nate and Blake also go to be like, we're here to support Chuck and to make sure that nothing bad happens, because apparently this man's a bit of a dodgy geese. Bart left Chuck a letter and he doesn't want to read it. He's like, fuck him. But Blair reads it.
Aren't you curious to know what it says?
I think I can guess. You're a disappointment of a son. I'd die of embarrassment if I wasn't already. Why do you wear so much purple?
Therefore, I'm bequeathing to you the majority share of Bass Industries.
So Chuck gets 51%. There is also a board of like Bass Industries people, and they make up 29%, and then Lily gets the final 20% of Bass Industries. Jack is also appointed Chuck's legal guardian. If Chuck is proven to be unfit for the role of majority stakeholder or shareholder, whatever it is, then it will be passed off to Jack, his legal guardian. Continuing to spiral, Chuck almost dies on a roof where he's like been drinking and he's stumbling around.
I'm Chuck Bass!
No one cares.
I do. I'll always be here. So whatever you want to do to yourself, please don't do that to me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So then, as they're like putting him into a car and stuff, Blair turns to Jack and is like, Chuck cannot find out about what happened between us on New Year's Eve. So then Jack suggests Blair do something nice for Chuck by setting up like a kind of celebratory party for him as a kind of introduction as Bass Industries' new big shareholder, and invite members of the board and all that kind of thing. She thinks it's a really nice idea. It's all a plot. So Jack sabotages it by bringing Chuck to this party. Obviously, Chuck doesn't know it's happening. Jack brings him to the party drunk, and also like, I think he's about to do cocaine. There's like prostitutes around him, and he brings the board into the room where Chuck is and is like, this is the man you want as your shareholder? I don't think so. And then the board declare Chuck unfit to be the shareholder and pass his shareholder duties over to Jack Bass. So his plan works perfectly. Blair is big pissed. She's like, why are you doing this to yourself? Like, and he apologizes to her, but she's having none of it. She's like, look, if you're going to self-destruct like this, I don't want any part of it. I saw Miss Serena van der Woodson in the flesh. Yes, I did. I went with my boyfriend, who's a real big football fan. We went to watch Wrexham play at Wembley, who is Blake Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds' team. that he like owns. So she was there and I got to see her in the flesh. I mean, she was really far away, but still I was in the same breathing space as Serena Vanda was in herself. And I feel like it has just reignited something in me that to do this video, because also, oh my god, she was so beautiful in person. I can't even tell you. That woman was radiant and it was a spiritual experience, and I'm ready to go again. So, gossip guys and gals. Chuck is like, Jack is going to destroy this company. He's going to like ruin it. The whole thing, I have to save it. He then goes and confides in Lily and tells her everything that happened. And Lily then realizes when Bart was still alive, they got the papers drawn up for her to legally adopt Chuck and for Bart to legally adopt Serena and Eric, so that they could like be a real family and all that crap. So anyway, Lily realizes they have the papers. She'll get them sent over, and if she signs them, that means she is now Chuck's legal guardian, and therefore she is entitled to the stake in Bass Industries, not Jack. And Chuck's like, hell fucking yeah, let's do it.
You just lost the company.
She tells Chuck that he can have Bass Industries back when he turns 18, but the only stipulation is that he has to move back in with them because she misses him, and he basically forgives her for Rufus and says that he knows that his dad's death was an accident and it wasn't Lily's fault. There's also a moment where Jack finds out about this plan, right? And he is so angry about this, he literally locks Lily in the women's bathroom. They're at like an opera thing. Locks her in the bathroom and tries to rape her. And Chuck comes in and saves her. I don't think anyone ever mentions this again, and also, like, what the fuck? Jack comes back, spoiler, not really, but he shows up again, and nobody brings this up. Like, that was so fucked. Apparently we just forget things like that in this show. So then there's, like, another B plot running alongside this, where Jenny is trying to save Nellie because she believes that Nellie is the new Jenny, if that makes sense. I feel like none of that made any sense. But basically, the minions are all picking on Nellie, and she's basically doing the jobs that Jenny used to do. So Jenny's like, I want to save Nellie from this. Like, I don't want her to go through what I went through. Her and Eric try and save, like, Nellie from all this stuff. And Nellie, like, confides in them and tells them, like, the minions, like, secrets and things are all cool. And then when Nellie realizes that Jenny doesn't want to be queen, she, like, ditches her and goes back to the minions. She's like, oh, I was only, like, hanging out with you because I thought you wanted to be queen. But if you don't want to be queen, then I'm fine to go back to being ruled by these minions. Rufus really wants to look for his and Lily's son, and Lily is like, no, we need to leave him alone, he's got his own life, but then she eventually comes around, so they are looking for him together. On again, off again, Ross and Rachel of Gossip Girl, Dan and Serena are back together. They decide they're gonna like give it a proper go, and they get back together.
Hey.
Oh, hey, this is my news. When I was in Buenos Aires...
A postcard would have been fine.
It's going okay for a while, and then Chuck lets it slip to Dan that they share a sibling. Dan calls Rufus and is like, dude, what the fuck? And Rufus is like, yeah, it's true, babes. But you can't tell Serena yet, because that's like a conversation that Lily needs to have with Serena, not you. So Dan has to keep it from Serena. While he's on the phone with Rufus and is saying like Serena has a right to know about this, the minions overhear and they send Gossip Girl on a quest to find out what Dan is hiding, because it looks like he's like cheating on Serena, like, you know, like whatever. Or something, he's got some big secret. So the minions want to find out what that secret is. Vanessa and Nate are having their 2-month anniversary, so Vanessa takes Dan shopping to help her find a gift for him, basically. And while they're shopping, Dan's like, look, he's like, I gotta spill the beans to somebody. You're my best friend, you can't tell anyone, but they got a love child. And Vanessa's like, oh my fucking god, and drops this like bag of sweets that she's holding. While that's happening and they're picking them up, Nellie sneaks over and steals Dan's phone. Big shocker. Then later on, Vanessa texts Dan's phone and basically mentions the love child. So now Nellie knows about the love child. And they send the tip into Gossip Girl. And that's how everyone finds out, basically, is through Gossip Girl.
What now, people? Sound like I brought a tuna sandwich.
I need you to tell me this isn't true. And you knew.
So they're already on the rocks. Keep that in mind. They're on the rocks at the minute. So then, while in Boston, Lily and Rufus are looking for their son, and they get it on, basically.
I don't want to spend another day, yet another minute trapped in this hotel room, scared that you're going to hate me forever when I'm still in love with you.
The adoptive father of their son reaches out to them and is like, I know you've been trying to find him. Here's the deal. And they go to lunch and he tells them that the son died. He has like a newspaper thing of the accident, also that his name was Andrew. So then once they're gone, once they've dipped, his adoptive mother comes out from the shadows and it's like to the dad, like, did you do it and all this stuff? And it turns out that they lied to Lily and Rufus because their son is still alive. But his brother Andrew did die. And they don't want to lose another son, basically because like Lily and Rufus have money and all this stuff. They're worried that if their son knew that they were his parents, that he would ditch the adopted parents for them, basically. So they lie and they said that he died, so they all stop looking for him. Dan and Serena both get accepted to Yale, but Serena lies and says that she got waitlisted because Blair has also been waitlisted. Blair goes to see the headmistress, Quella, and she's like, what the fuck? And the headmistress is like, look, there has been a girl at Constance who's been accepted. If she declines, you are next in line to be accepted. But don't worry about it because as long as you keep a perfect transcript, like you don't get in trouble, all your grades are good, you will probably be accepted to Yale in the fall anyway. Serena finds out about this, basically, that, you know, if she declines, Blair will be accepted. And she's a bit like, Then she gets a call from Yale that say they want to do a press release about the fact that she'll be attending their school in the fall. And she's like, oh shit, you really did just want me for the clout. So she declines her acceptance, which means that Blair is next in line and she gets accepted. But Dan is upset because he was like, I thought the whole thing was that we were going to go to Yale together. And she is like, I don't really know if I wanted to go to Yale. And he's like, why didn't you say anything? And it's a whole thing. They decide that even though they're going to go to different schools and that their parents are now dating, they will work it out. Also, side note, what does anyone here even study? Like, obviously Dan wants to get into the writing class, right? But like Serena, like we have never seen her in a class ever. Chuck, who fucking knows? Blair, literally no idea. Again, like business or I have no idea. Nate, this man is beautiful, but in no way he's excelling in his academics. So is he hoping to get like a scholarship, like for sport or something? Why are they so desperate to get into college? Like they don't study anything. Dan obviously wants to get into the writing program, and I think he mentions English, like an English degree. I also think some point later on in the show, Serena mentions a drama school or like Brown's drama department or something like that. But like Blair, Nate, Chuck, Nellie, Penelope, like all these people are so desperate to get into college, but we don't know anything about them in terms of their college life. So like, how are you supposed to like root for them to get, you're just supposed to root for them to get into these colleges because you like them, not because they actually deserve to go to them or why they want to go to them, like, or what they want to do with the degree they get from these places. So as someone who like, maybe this is a thing that's normal in America, but like in the UK, there's a lot more of like you have kind of more of a reason to go to uni or like a thing you want to study or maybe just like the experience of it. Like, so I didn't go to uni. No shockers there. I didn't go because personally I didn't have anything that I was like a course I really wanted to do because obviously, I mean, college is a lot of money, but it does, of course, that doesn't matter to these people. But like, yeah, I feel like there's not that pressure unless like maybe there is and I just didn't like experience it, but it doesn't seem that there's like a lot of pressure to go to uni over here so much. It's kind of just like a natural progression if you want to and like to get certain jobs and specific things. Like some people just do uni literally because their job requires a degree. like, or people do it because they love a subject, like, specifically, or they just, like, want to party, I guess, I don't know. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, I guess to me, like, the uni culture over here must be so different from the, like, college culture in America, so that's kind of, like, interesting. Like, I would kind of like to know from people who actually are in America and, like, did this whole shebang, like, I just want to know about it. I'm just intrigued, because from the outside looking in, their whole college experience and like their last senior year and all that stuff is very bizarre to me. We've had a couple like little things happen that I'll just mention. Vanessa and Nate are actually really cute, and that's just kind of it. They're plodding along, living their lives, and they're actually a pretty sweet couple. Rufus and Eric also have a real cute bonding moment, which is real sweet, because obviously the poor boy's never had a good father figure, and Rufus is the best father figure around, sometimes. Compared to all these other ones, yeah. Oh, and Dan and Nate are friends again. They made up after that whole tiff. They're fine. They're all good. In like maybe not every, maybe that's an over-exaggeration, but in a good amount of teen shows, you're going to get to the point where you get a questionable teacher. And that's the point that we have reached. Either a questionable teacher or a questionable age gap relationship that nobody really scolds anyone for too badly. I feel like we're getting better now with that kind of shit, and people realising like, oh, that's probably not a good thing to put into a show that's targeted towards impressionable teens. But we hadn't learned that lesson yet in Gossip Girl. So, let me introduce you to Miss Rachel Carr. Also, how freaking cute is my little clip? I don't know if you can see it against the white light backdrop, but it's a butterfly. That's absolutely adorable. Thank you. Right. Okay. We're going to get this Miss Carr situation out the way right now. So, and it's a long one, so bear with. She's a new teacher. This is her right here. So, she's the new teacher at Constance. She takes a real interest in Serena, and Serena's like gassed because no one ever actually took her seriously as a student, but Miss Carr actually like reads the stuff that she writes. She becomes an enemy of Blair because she gives her a B, and if we take ourselves back, Blair can't have a B on her transcript or she won't get into Yale. So Blair is big pissed and wants Rachel to change the grade. She's like, basically there's an understanding that at Constance, basically they just give them good grades so they can get into the colleges they want. And Rachel's like, that's not how I do things. So Blair's like, oh bitch, okay, then we're gonna have an issue. So then as like payback, Blair invites Rachel to the opera, and basically just stands her up to like embarrass her, but then she ends up feeling bad. Rachel ended up changing the grade. I think it was after like Harold had spoken to her or had spoken to Quella. So the grade got changed. And then Blair felt bad, so she went to find Rachel and be like, sorry that I stood you up, do you still want to come to the opera? And Rachel's like, fuck no, you bitch, is the gist. So then Rachel goes to Quella and she's like, this is what Blair did to me. Quella is like, this is bad. And it's like, you're kind of hazing a teacher on your transcript. Yale will never have you. So we are going to suspend you, I think it is. And that's going to go on your record, and we have to notify Yale, and they will probably revoke your acceptance. Blair's big panicking now. She's really in the shitter. And she's like, how can I fix this? By going after Rachel. She's like full on war. She's like going after Rachel. And if I prove that Rachel isn't a fit teacher, then my suspension will be lifted. Yale will never have to know, or basically they'll be like, oh, it was a mistake, and she'll still get in to Yale. The minions are like, fuck that, like, after seeing what she did to you, I need to get into college. But then Miss Carr brings in a new rule at school that there are no phones. And no phones means no Gossip Girl, no talking to boys, no talking to anyone. So the minions are like, fine, we'll help you.
Thank you, Jesus. No, thank you, Blair. And thank you, Dorota. We're gonna run that commie corn husker straight out of Constance.
They're all in cahoots, going after Miss Carr, trying to find something, trying to find dirt on her. Serena calls Dan at the gallery, and he ignores it. He, like, turns it off and starts talking to Rachel. And she's there having a coffee. She's like, oh, like, someone told me it was nice here or some shit. So they start talking. They then bump into each other at school, and they have this like weird, like, I don't know. He like tries to compliment her, and it's really awkward. But Blair sees that there's like kind of like chemistry-ish going on between these two, and she's like, right, I'm gonna use this.
All right.
I'm really sorry about that. I'm sure you're on your way to class.
No, I'm.
XOXO.
So Serena's like, what the fuck is this? And Dan's like, no. This is lies. This is lies. And Serena believes him. So then Serena realizes, oh shit, this was probably Blair. So she goes to Miss Carr and warns her about Gossip Girl. She's like, look, someone posted this. It'll be fine. Like, it blows over in a few days, but I just wanted to let you know that this is out there. And Rachel's like, oh shit, like, this cannot be. This cannot be out there. Oh gosh. So then Blair is just fighting for her life. Like, it's all her own fault though. That's the thing. But anyway, so she thinks she sorted it. She thinks it's all good. It is not. Rachel goes to Headmistress Quella and is like, Blair posted this about me on Gossip Girl, and she's like, this is a serious offense, Blair. And Quella brings her in and says they have no choice but to expel her. Yale will be notified immediately. And she's like, and then oh gosh, she's at home all depressed that she's not going to Yale, and Harold comes in and he's like, what is happening? And she's like, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. And basically tells him that it's true, that Dan and Rachel are getting it on. She tells him that it's true. And he's like, well, if it's true, then I won't let you, miss out on Yale because this teacher is lying. So I'm going to go to the school board and I'm going to fight to say that what you said is true. Oh gosh. So she's entangled in this web of lies now, like unreal. She ain't getting out of here. Also, they call Nellie in and say that Nellie is a witness to this, and she dobs Blair in because she wants to go to Yale. So then Serena meets Rachel at the park and is like, look, can you just lift the expulsion? Like, I know what Blair did was wrong, but please. And Rachel's like, no, she deserves this. So Serena's like, okay, chill out. Like, she's just a student. Rachel says she's got another meeting, so she leaves, but she accidentally leaves her planner. So Serena takes the planner, sees where her next meeting is, and goes to meet her there to return it. When she gets there, it's Dan. Dan's the next meeting.
Me and you, I would never do that.
Never? Wow, that's definitive.
Please don't take it personally. I mean, if you were older or not a student at the brothers' school, you can call me in 5 years. Dan.
No, I'm
No,
sorry.
I know. It's not appropriate.
Serena and Blair take this picture to the parent council where Rufus, bless him, is fighting for his life. He is like, Dan did not do this. He is standing up for him while everyone else is like, looks a bit dodgy to me. And they go to the parent council and they put this picture up on the screen in front of everybody. And everyone's like, oh shit, Dan and the teacher really are. They really are like doing the nasty. Rachel is fired. And then Dan and Serena also decide that there's just like too much has come between them and they break up again. Also, Harold overhears Blair basically saying that she lied about the whole thing originally, but like it just turned out to be true, lucky for her, and Harold's big disappointed in her. So Dan goes home, and Rufus is like, yeah, we basically did like a vote, and I voted for her to be fired as well, and she got fired. And Dan's pissed. He's like, she did nothing wrong, and he's big pissed. And he goes to her apartment to apologize to her, and they end up having sex. Dan is like 17. And she's his teacher. Yeah, she looks young, but like to be a teacher, you gotta have a degree in you. So she's like at least 22? Yeah? Something like that? Like, it's just like, but I feel like she's older than that. She looks a little bit older than that. I feel like she looks like maybe 24, 25. And this boy is 17. What is happening? We're having another one. What is with the age gap relationships happening here? And she's in a position of power as this teacher. For a second, I thought I was watching Pretty Little Liars. It's Ezra and Arya all over again. But not, like, okay. We're not even going to get into that, but, like, not as cute as them. But they're not, I feel like Arya and Ezra as a whole, It's a hot topic, and I'm not going to get into it now. But this is the ick, okay? This is the ick. And I feel like the fact that he is the student, no one really talks about the fact that this is icky. Because he's the student. But if it was like the other way around, I feel like there'd be absolute uproar about this, but I feel like no one ever talks about it. But anyway, and then Lily and Rufus find out that there wasn't actually enough concrete evidence to fire Rachel. There's just kind of like this picture that's a bit ambiguous, like, and obviously they're both denying it and stuff. So she doesn't get fired. She is staying there and she is still his teacher and they've just had sex. At the school play, she sends him a note with a key saying to meet her, and Rufus intercepts because Jenny's like their messenger basically, and Rufus intercepts and he is not happy.
Mr. Humphrey.
I believe this belongs to you. Thing between the two of you, it's over.
Well, we'll see.
You cannot be this short-sighted. If word gets out about this, you'll be expelled. Miss Carr will be fired for good.
Well, Miss Carr is the one who sent me the key, so presumably she understands that risk and she's making her own decision. I care about Rachel, all right? And I'm 18, so with all due respect, I think I'll decide who I see.
And that makes Dan angry as well. Like, come on now, wake up. And Dan and Rachel have sex in a closet at school. On the premises. Good Lord above. Despite Blair, like, you know, doing her detention and everything, she gets a call to say that her Yale acceptance has been revoked because an anonymous caller, like, rang in and said that she hazed a teacher, and Yale were like, we can't have someone that's hazed a teacher. Doesn't matter about your permanent record. Like, they said you did this, and so your acceptance has been revoked. So Blair she's going through it right now. Gossip Girl also posts about the whole Catherine Marcus scandal. So Blair's like, somebody's after me, and she thinks it's Serena, which she always thinks it's Serena, and poor Serena, fucking hell. And then they also post about Serena only being accepted into Yale for publicity, so Blair's like, oh, okay, I guess it's not you. And then it turns out it was Rachel who sent in all these tips after Dan, like, confided in her and was just telling about her, like, all these secrets for no fucking reason. Keep your mouth shut. So yeah, she takes the secrets that Dan told her, puts them on Gossip Girl in order to get back at these teenagers. Like, you're a fucking grown-ass woman. Okay. Dan tells her to make things right with Blair, and she refuses. She's like, no, that bitch gets what she deserves. And Dan's like, ew, like, you're just like them, and he breaks up with her.
It's Rachel who's been messing with you, and we had sex in the costume closet, so you can do whatever you want with that.
Well, your punishment is just live with it. I should know. It's not easy.
So that's the end of Rachel Carr. We never see her again. Thank the Lord. Nice way to bookend the Rachel Carr story. What else is going on in this, amongst all this shit show? Vanessa and Nate basically have a bit of a wobble because they don't share the same interests. Vanessa asks him to put more effort into their relationship, and when she goes to apologise him for saying that, he's watching The Age of Innocence, which is like something that she was interested in. So then he is trying, and they make up, and it's fine. We're going to sum up another weird plot line, which I feel like goes on for quite a few episodes, and I just give zero shits about it. I'm sorry. Like, to me, it's boring, and it made no sense. It adds nothing to the story. So we're just going to get through it right now. Chuck and the Gentleman's Club. So Chuck wakes up after some night out, and he's like, I went to this gentleman's club and I don't remember things. And then, like, there was this woman there and she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Like, I need to find her again, like, all this crap. And goes back to the, like, address, and it's, like, empty. It's some family home. And then he sees a picture of the girl in one of the family pictures. So he's like, oh my God, she's a mum? No fucking way. But it turns out she's not a mum. She's just a nanny. I think her name's Elle. And Nate and Vanessa, like, kind of help him, but then kind of don't, and then just go off and have some, like, little sex thing where they pretend they're part of a gentleman's club. Basically, he offers her help to escape this life that she's gotten all tangled up in. But then she's kidnapped by Carter Bazin. Yep, Carter's back. This is the only good thing about this storyline, is we get to see Carter again. He's back, like, kidnaps her or some shit. And he's also part of this, like, group that Bart Bass was a part of. Basically, Chuck got invited by accident. Because they really meant to invite Bart, and then Chuck accidentally got it because obviously Bart's dead. Anyway, Carter's part of this group. He kidnapped this Elle lady. She's like, look, the club didn't want to hurt me. Carter, like, was just offering me money to leave and not say anything about them. He only ever wanted money.
So you were just using me?
You've got a good heart. You should give it to somebody who cares.
It's fucking brutal. But yeah, that's that. It literally has no impact really on the rest of the story, except for the fact that I think it makes him realise that he still wants to be with Blair. Blair starts to spiral when she realises that she really isn't going to Yale and there's literally nothing she can do about it now. And she starts hooking up with Carter. Yes, she does. Go on, Queen. Carter's a terrible person. I just like him because he's played by Sebastian Stan.
Her only problem is having a party all by your lonesome.
Except she's not alone.
This guy.
What? Dishonest? Bad news? He can't be any worse than you.
I'm the one trying to help you.
Help me? Is that what you were doing at your little gentleman's club while my life was going up in flames?
And you know what? Fact. Honestly, fact. Like, this man truly thought he could just walk back in and, like, have Blair and, like, be with her after he was obsessed with this other woman and, like, looking for her and wanted to be with her while Blair's life was going up in flames. I mean, to be fair, it was her own fault, but anyway. And then he just could just walk back in. Like, that didn't happen. Like, no, babes. No. And also, she, like, steals a pair of sunglasses to prove that she's, like, wild now. And she starts wearing red lipstick and, like, just, like, getting drunk in the afternoon and stuff. So Serena is there when she steals the sunglasses and she's like, oh shit, this is like actually, she's self-destructing here. So then Serena threatens Carter that she'll tell the Santorini police about what they did there. Which you do find out what happened there later, and it's not that exciting.
What's this? Good cop? Bass cop? If you think that getting rid of me is gonna magically change back your friend, think again. I'm just a symptom of the disease, not the cause.
Chuck and Serena think that Blair's gone off to some real dodgy party or something, but when they show up to the address, it's the dean of Sarah Lawrence. And she's basically begging him to let her in to the school, and he's like, no. He's like, we can't have someone who's hazed a teacher, so every school knows now. And she's like, says to Chuck and Serena, like, oh, are you happy now? Like, you saw me, like, begging for Sarah Lawrence to let me in. This is so fucking embarrassing. And gets in the car and is like, don't follow me. Then the next day, we're at the Vanderbilt family reunion. So this old geezer and Nate's there. For some reason, everyone's there. Why? Who bloody knows?
Drink?
Drinks.
You think the Humphreys have a crest? Maybe something Jenny could stitch onto one of my cardigans?
And she's, yeah, like, drunk. She's, like, talking to all these people, making an absolute fool of herself.
I heard you rejected the Colony Club. Oh, too stuffy for my taste as well.
That's because your tastes include sleeping with your driver and popping prescription meds.
Oh, and Serena also slaps Dan when she finds out that he slept with Rachel at the play.
Serena, hey, how are you? Whoa. Oh. What? Why are you smiling?
I don't know. I am mad, but that was invigorating.
Oh, that's good.
Let's go get you ice.
Blair, in like her drunk, like spiraling state, she kisses Chuck and is like, well, don't you want to be with me? Like, I thought that's what you wanted. And he's like, this isn't the Blair that I want. So she's like, well, that Blair doesn't exist anymore. Nate finds her on the roof and like comforts her, and they just have this like cute little chat. And Chuck tells Serena that he's losing Blair, and she says, well, then just fight for her. So he goes to the Waldorfs that night to go and speak to Blair. And Dorota's like, no, sorry, she's already in bed, like she's already asleep. But then he sees Nate's blazer on the chair, and he's like, oh shit, Nate's here. Nate is here, and he's not happy. Here's the deal. I won't lie to you. I love Nate. I do. And I love Chase Crawford. But Nate's storylines are so boring. If for some reason Chase ever sees this, it has nothing to do with you, Chase. I loved you as Nate. I thought you were great. And I also loved you in one of my favourite movies, What to Expect When You're Expecting. Besides the point, everyone knows you're gorgeous and you're a good actor. It has nothing to do with you. But Nate's storylines are so boring, and the writers they just didn't know what to do with him, honestly. Like, I feel like they just didn't know what to do with him towards the end. It's kind of like Emily Fields in Pretty Little Liars. Sometimes with characters, they just do not know what to do with them anymore, and it shows. Like, it really shows. Like, anything to do with the Vanderbilts, like that whole family drama thing and politics. And then later down the line, this won't mean anything now if you haven't seen it, but The Spectator, if you have seen, you know what I'm talking about. All that stuff is just so boring. Like, and it doesn't add anything to the plot. Like, honestly, you could skip all these scenes and it would not make a difference to the overall story or the characters or anything like that at all. So I'm going to summarize this whole thing very briefly. Nate is pissed at his mum's side of the family, the Vanderbilts, because they didn't support them when his dad went to jail. Vanessa then suggests maybe he try and put it in the past and like reconnect with them. So he's like, fine. And that's why he goes to the reunion and whatever, because he has great memories with them. He does, and then it backfires on Vanessa because he becomes like consumed with the family and all the family stuff. And these two, Vanessa and Nate, were supposed to go backpacking through Europe together over the summer, and he ditches her to do like an internship at the mayor's office that his grandfather got him, and they break up. And also, he doesn't even tell her that he's like ditching her until he announces it like in front of everyone at this family reunion. Like, he's doing it for the summer. Like, that's his way of like announcing it to her that he's not going to spend the summer with her. Honestly, shitty behaviour, Nate. Shitty behaviour. Also, during this whole time, Lily and Rufus are pretty much thriving, as they should. They are so cute together. They have like a dumb falling out over like, they both make lists of people like that they've slept with. And they have some dumb falling out about that because like Lily's list is like way longer than Rufus's in this, which go off queen, like who fucking cares? But they get over that and they're fine. So now, next big event, Jenny is turning 16, and she just wants a low-key party. She's like, I don't want to deal with any of this shit that's happening down here. She's like, I just want board games, I want Rufus's chili, and I just want to hang out, just us, no big party. Serena, in order to prove to Poppy's back, that she's not like boring and she's not dull now, she wants to throw Jenny this huge Sweet 16 party with all these people that Jenny doesn't even know, and basically like prove that she can still have fun and she can still throw a good party. So it's literally not for Jenny at all, but she pretends like it is, and it's not. Because Jenny doesn't want any of this and doesn't know any of these people. She puts an invite out onto Gossip Girl to be like, whoever wants to come can come. And they basically like trash the apartment, like it's a whole rager thing. And Poppy's like, I didn't show up for like this shit, and she leaves. And also Lily and Rufus come home and they're like, what the fuck happened here?
She wanted Clue and a crock pot.
Mom, you could at least make an attempt to mask your distaste.
When this family was just me and Eric, if things got out of control, it was a pretty safe bet that it was my fault.
Yeah, that's true.
But as this family grows, so does the pool of suspects. This is not my mess.
I mean, all I did was carry the chili and prevent teenagers from having unprotected sex.
But I was the one who posted the party on Gossip Girl. At least last year, it was my face on the cake. And the people at my party might have hated me, but at least they knew who I was.
Which, like, okay, it was Jenny's fault for turning it into a rager, but also at the same time, like, Serena was fully in it for herself, like, but whatever. Then Dan, because he had his story, I don't think I've said this yet, but did I say this yet? I don't know. I don't think I said this. Basically, back in the Christmas episode when Dan and Serena didn't know what to get each other as gifts, Vanessa got Dan like a really good gift by submitting his story about Serena to the New Yorker, and it got published in the New Yorker. Because of this story, Dan then gets a fan letter from Scott saying he read his story and he really liked it. Turns out Scott is Lily and Rufus's love child, but I don't know why I keep calling it a love child. It's just their child. Dan calls the number on the letter to like speak to him and thank him for the letter, and the adopted parents like intercept and they're like, oh my god, like who would like, why is like Rufus Humphrey's son calling our son, like what the fuck? And they delete the call from his phone. They just delete it so he never knows that Dan called. Also, while this is happening, Rufus finds out that Dan is not eligible for financial aid at Yale, so he doesn't know how he's going to pay for his college. Lily offers to pay for it, but he refuses and says that he'll find the money somehow, and tells Dan like, it'll be fine, we'll find the money, like it'll be fine. Which, like, put your fucking pride away, okay? Put your pride away. Because Lily just literally wants to pay for Dan to go through college. And I get it, like, you don't want to be indebted to her, or, like, whatever. Or, like, you feel like it's going to shrink your dick by 10 sizes if, God forbid, your girlfriend paid for something for you. But this is literally so that your Dan, this is literally so that your son can get into Yale, his dream school. Are you telling me that you would rather Dan didn't go to Yale? like one of the best schools in the world because you can't swallow your pride and let Lily pay for it. Like, are you fucking serious? I would have jumped on that. I would have been like, yeah, sign the check. We're going to do another plot summary right now. And the big players in this one are Blair, Chuck, Nate, and Vanessa. So let's get into it. Vanessa doesn't understand why Nate hasn't been, like, why he hasn't called or emailed or, like, tried to talk since they had their falling out. And Chuck sends her a text from Nate, like, from his phone or from his email or whatever, to get her to meet him. So she's all excited. She goes and she sees Nate meeting up with Blair in the morning. And Chuck's like, I sent the email, babes. Look at this shit. They're trying to make fools out of us.
His password has been soccer since the 5th grade.
And he's like, when you want to do something about it, like, call me. Like, they're not, like, telling anybody they're hanging out. They even lied to Serena about it. And Chuck just knows because he's, like, been following them around. When Chuck then confronts Blair, she is like, no, it's purely platonic. Like, we are just friends. We're not hooking up or anything like that.
There's no spark between you two, never was. You're like a green twig in a soggy match, a rusty hammer and an icy nail.
Nate and I have had plenty of spark. Better than that fireworks.
That was us.
That Nate is still, like, technically with Vanessa. Like, they still haven't technically broken up. So, sucks to be you, basically. And she's like, okay, I need to put a stop to this. Blair alludes, basically, to Nate breaking up with Vanessa. She's kind of, like, trying to egg him on. And he's like, look, me and Vanessa have dinner plans tonight. I feel like the relationship is basically over, and I'm sure she'll say the same thing, which obviously we know isn't true. Like, she obviously still likes him. And it's just weird that Nate, like, was fully willing to drop it, like, just like that. Like, it wasn't even, like, a huge falling out, really. But he was just ready to give up the ghost. At dinner, he's like, you shouldn't be surprised that I want to break up. He's like, you shouldn't be surprised by this outcome. I feel like she kind of should be surprised because it was a bit of, like, all of a sudden, like, it wasn't even that bad. And she's like, well, we could still work through it. Why are you being so sudden about this? Asks if there's someone else, and he says there isn't. Nate goes to see Blair after the breakup and gives her, like, a kiss on the forehead.
Pour that Dom down the drain, Dorota. Wait, is that the 96?
What happened, Miss Blair?
He kissed me on the forehead. Like he was a man and I was a little girl. No passion, no spark. Chuck was right. Maybe all Nate and I have together is just history.
Vanessa then goes to Chuck and is like, right, we need a scheme because I don't like to be lied to, and he told me to my face that he's not seeing anyone else. So Chuck and Vanessa kiss in front of Nate and Blair to, like, make them jealous or, like, cause a rift between them or whatever. Nate confronts her and, like, warns her about scheming with Chuck, basically, and is like, look, if you're doing all this shit, like, just be careful because you're only going to embarrass yourself, and, like, Chuck isn't in it for you. Like, he's in it for himself. And she's like, you know what? At least Chuck is honest. And Nate's like, what is happening here? Like, he's like, me and Blair are just friends. And Blair's like, yeah, no, it's true. We are just friends, like, for now. And it could be more. And Nate's like, shut up, Blair. So then in the other room, Blair tries to put the moves on Nate and he just, like, brushes her off, basically. So she leaves all upset. And then Vanessa tries to intercept, like, on his way out, and he's not happy with her either. So then the next day, Nate gets Dorota to bring Blair to the park, like her favourite spot in the park.
The ducks do soothe me. Give me my loaf.
Meanwhile, this is happening. We cut to Chuck's room in the morning, where it's revealed that he and Vanessa slept together.
Let's pretend last night didn't happen.
We could just as easily pretend that this didn't happen, too.
An odd pairing. Would you have predicted that at the beginning? I don't think so. Fallout of the whole Jenny party is basically that Serena is fuming that Lily assumed it was her, and he's like, you always assume the worst in me. And Lily, like, grounds her or some shit. I don't even know. And she's angry, so she's like, you know what? I'm leaving. Poppy's like, do you want to come to Spain with me and my boyfriend Gabriel? Like, it's going to be super fun. And Serena's like, you know what? Yeah, go on. Let's get this shambles out the way right now. The fact that I have a printed picture of Armie Hammer on my wall right now is disturbing me to no end. Gabriel comes in, and at the airport, he tells Serena, like, oh my God, we've met before. And Serena's like, I don't know what you're talking about, weirdo. And he's like, oh, I met you when you were Savannah at Butter like a year ago. It turns out he is talking about the night that Georgina drugged Serena, like before the SATs. He's claiming that he met her that night. It's honestly the most ridiculous story. Serena comes back from Spain, for some reason convinced that she married Gabriel in a drunk haze. Poppy left like just after they got there, and then Gabriel and Serena hooked up and like got married, but it's fine because they didn't. But he says he still wants to be with her anyway, and they start dating. Okay. Blair and Chuck are both suspicious of Gabriel. They don't like him. They think something fishy is going on. And they see Gabriel run up, like after he's been with Serena, come downstairs, run into Poppy's arms. They hug, they kiss. So they're still together. These two are still together. And Chuck and Blair have seen it and they're like, what the fuck? So they tell Serena. He says he's only pretending to date Poppy because he still wants Poppy's investors to invest in his business. As soon as they are like done, it'll be fine, he'll be with Serena. This whole thing happens, it all kicks off, and basically no one believes him. So then he's like, you know what, fine. And he breaks up with Poppy in front of all these guys to be with Serena, choosing Serena over his business. Okay? That is what everyone thinks is happening.
I'm gonna kill you!
No one's killing anyone. It's a co-op cocktail party.
What an idiot I am!
Serena didn't steal me. She swept me away.
Oops.
But that is not what's happening, okay? This man is playing everybody. He didn't actually choose Serena over his business. It's all a con. He made it look like that all the investors had dropped out of his business so that then they could use Serena's connections, like Lily and everyone who was at this fancy-ass party, as new investors for his business. There is no business, okay? There's no business. This whole thing is a scam set up by Poppy and Gabriel to get money, and Serena and like Lily were the main targets. Rufus, bless his heart, also invests in Gabriel's company. He invests all of Dan's college money into Gabriel's company because he thinks it'll like triple or double whatever the investment, and he'll have enough to pay for Dan for college. And we'll come back to this later, but that's the gist. These two are con artists, and Lily and a bunch of Lily's friends and Rufus have all invested in their fake company. And he's just dating Serena as like a front. Okay? Keep that where it is. So we're going to go back to Blair and Nate. So yeah, they're together, but it seems like Blair only really cares about the perks of dating Nate rather than actually dating him. Like getting onto committees and their connections and all this stuff, basically, because now she's not going to Yale, she needs other avenues. Now we're going to put up another picture on the board. So we're going to put up Trip, who is Nate's cousin, because what I'm about to talk about is Blair and William talking at, like, that wedding rehearsal. So I'm just going to put him up now. Where are you, Trip? This is Trip Vanderbilt right here. He is Nate's cousin. That is why they have a yellow line. And obviously he's related to William. He probably should have a line to these guys as well, but I do not care to do that. And also, they literally are never in a scene together. So Trip is getting married to Maureen. She doesn't get a picture. She's in enough episodes to get one, but I just don't care for her, so she doesn't get a picture. At the rehearsal for the wedding, William talks to Blair. If she convinces Nate to go to Yale instead of Columbia, where he's been accepted, then she can be in the wedding. And it's real sad because Nate was gassed about getting into Columbia, like, on his own without any family connections or anything. And she's like, yeah, I want to be a bridesmaid. So fucking superficial. Honestly, Blair. Sometimes. Flash forward to, like, later in the episode, I think. Nate finds out that William was actually the one who had his dad investigated for fraud and basically got them into this whole mess. So he's fuming. He's like, I'm done with my family. Blair's a bit, like, hesitant at first. She's like, but they do have good connections. William then tells Nate that he only had Howard investigated after he confronted him and told him to stop, and Howard wouldn't stop. That was when he had him investigated. And he also drops the bomb that Blair was trying to convince him to go to Yale because she wanted to be a bridesmaid. And they, like, had a deal. So Nate is pissed, but then they get over it pretty quickly and they're fine. So nothing is really affected here. Cyrus, bless him, sweetheart of the century. He offers to put a call in to NYU for Blair, and she turns it down in disgust. But then after things go south with the Vanderbilts, she's like, okay, yeah, fine, you can make the call for me. Dan wants to help with the money for his tuition. Rufus refuses. Again, what the fuck, bro? Like, Dan's like, I want to get a job. I want to help with the money for my college. And he's like, no, focus on school. Like, don't get a job. Like, as if he couldn't do both. So Dan gets a job behind his back as a cater waiter. And when Rufus finds out about this, he's big pissed and he's like, quit that job right now. And then decides to sell the gallery with the cafe and everything in order to pay for Dan's tuition. All of this could have been avoided if you just said yes when Lily offered. The woman has tons of money. It literally would have been a drop in the sea for her. Jenny is kind of dating-ish, sort of, this guy called Wes. It's not really relevant. He doesn't get a picture. I think he's literally in it for this one episode. Chuck, like, interrupts them, basically. And then, like, by bringing a girl home, and it just makes things awkward.
You know, just because you're bored with your own life doesn't mean you have to make everyone around you miserable.
For information, you don't live here yet.
Please. After what you did at the Kiss on the Lips party last year, like I would ever live in the same house as you.
And if she told Lily and Rufus what happened the night of the Kiss on the Lips party in the pilot, that they would never forgive Chuck. They would side with Jenny and he would be banished. He insists that he doesn't care if Lily kicks him out. And Jenny's like, yeah, you do, because we're literally the only people that care about you. What are you going to do about us? So later on in a vintage shop, Jenny and Dan, like, they're all shopping around with Rufus, and they see him looking at an engagement ring. They buy it for him as like a cute little, we're okay with this. If you want to do this, we want you to be happy. Here's the ring. You know, go do that.
I never apologized for what happened last year. I deeply regret my actions of that night. If you ever do move in here, I'll make sure I'm not around.
Right, we're just going to get this, again, we're just going to get this bit out of the way now. We're going to summarise the inevitable downfall of Nate and Blair, because as Chuck said, there's no sparks, there's no chemistry between these two. Like, they're kind of cute high school sweethearts kind of vibes, but it's the kind of relationship that doesn't need to come back again past season 1. But I feel like they're kind of self-aware about that. You'll see. So Chuck and Blair are working together to take Gabriel down. We're back to this man, and Nate's jealous that they're spending so much time together. Even to the point that he gets an apartment that is equal distance from NYU to Columbia, so that he and Blair can stay there together.
I want you to know that Blair and I are in a good place.
What place is that? Some tacky apartment where you can keep your eye on her?
No, that's not the reason I got
If
this.
you needed to mark your territory so badly, Nathaniel, maybe you should just be on her.
I don't want you to go near her again.
And he kind of like packages it as like this cute romantic like gesture. They could live together, it'd be so much fun. But really, like, the motive behind it is just so that he can keep an eye on Blair and like make her commit to him, because he's insecure about these two, which is a theme. You will find this as we go along. Everyone is insecure about the relationship these two have. It's so obvious that they're got one of the best chemistries on the whole show. Blair is like, look, this relationship isn't going to work if you don't trust me. So get your shit together, Nate. During the, like, Gabriel scheme, we have this really sad Chuck and Blair moment where Blair asks Chuck, is what you feel for me real? And if it is, then we can work this out.
It's just a game. You're free to go.
Thank you. Chuck, why did you just do that?
Because I love her. And I can't make her happy.
But ultimately, Blair realizes that Nate is just supposed to be a high school boyfriend. Like, he's not the one. He was just cute for the time, that kind of vibe. Basically what I just said before. And she realizes that. And so they break up on prom night, which we'll talk about. That's the end of Nate and Blair. I mean, they're still together in some of the stuff I'm going to talk about, but that's the gist of them. So I thought I'd just summarize it right now. We're going to go back to the Gabriel Poppy scam. So get back into that mindset. So he's just conned basically all these people out of their money, but they don't know it yet. The scam is still going on. Serena still thinks Gabriel is a good guy. All that shit. Chuck and Blair are still plotting to take him down. That's where we're at. Chuck and Blair realise that Gabriel could not have met Serena at Butter because Butter was closed the night that Georgina roofied her. And Blair knows this because she hired the bartender from Butter to work her, like, Nelly Yuki revenge party thing that she had that night. And they tell Serena this, and she's like, well, maybe he just got the place wrong, or like maybe Butter was like open for a private party, like, you guys don't know. What did I tell you? I don't know if I've mentioned it yet already, but if You try and come between like Serena and a guy or Serena and her family, like she will take you down. Like she does not care who you are. Like she fights to these people for the death, even though they're 90% of the time terrible people. So Chuck's like, right, the only person that can tell us if they met Gabriel that night is Georgina. She was there, she was sober, she will know. So Chuck goes to this Christian camp where Georgina was sent to and brings her back, and she's all Jesus and all like changed for the better and all this stuff, right?
Have you been saved too?
Did you meet this guy, yes or no? And she says no. And he's like, right, come with me. We're going back to New York to tell Serena. While this is happening, Serena wakes up in the morning with Gabriel and they're just like chatting and like canoodling or whatever. And she says to him, she's like, oh, what did you think of Georgina the night that we met?
She didn't make that much of an impression.
Not even her hair? That flaming red.
I mean, of course I remember that. But who cares? If you'd met you that night, you'd forget everything else too.
So she catches him. She's like, Georgina ain't got red hair. You are a liar. But she doesn't say anything. She's like, right, okay, I know you're a liar now. Right, let's see. Chuck and Blair were right. Because of course they're right. They're always right. So now she's in the loop. Basically, Poppy plays it that Gabriel has scammed her too. So she's playing into this lie and she's like, look, Serena, he scammed me too. He's taken my money. Like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And it's a whole thing. It's so convoluted, honestly, and it is not even like good TV. Serena goes to tell Lily that it was all a scam, but when she gets there, Lily's like, oh, like this bracelet was your great grandmother's, like it gets passed down. And I was going to give it to you when you were 21, but I'm so proud of you and like the fact that you're like seeing this new guy, you seem to be taking school seriously, that I'm going to give you this bracelet now, and basically just like guilts her, and she decides she can't do it. She can't tell her. So the gang, love them. Like they're scheming to take them down basically. And they're going to use Georgina to do it. At first, she like declines because she's all like, oh my God, I can't, like my Christian beliefs, I can't scheme, I can't do anything bad. And Blair's like, well, you did say you really wanted my forgiveness, and God is all about forgiveness. So if you help us out, I will forgive you, and then you will be back in the good graces. And she is like, okay, I guess that works. So she agrees to do it. So Dan overhears and is like, wait, this is a scam? And they're like, oh, yeah, it's a scam. And he's like, Rufus put all my college money into this. And they're all like, oh, shit. And Serena's like, look, I'm handling it. I'm going to get the money back. And Dan doesn't trust it. He's like, this is way too big for Serena to deal with. And Dan goes to Lily and tells her everything. And Lily's like, oh, fucking hell, right, okay. She's like, I promise I will handle it. This is obviously out of Serena's league. I will handle it. The gang managed to catch Gabriel by telling him that Serena's pregnant, so they need to meet. She's not. They meet. And he's like, okay, here's the deal. Poppy's the mastermind behind this whole thing. The whole plan was Gabriel and Poppy would steal this money together, and then Gabriel would take the fall for it and leave town, and with the money, with like half the money, where Poppy would stay and be like the victim and like, oh my God, I can't believe I was scammed, and still live her socialite life. She's basically like that Anna Delvey lady. Like, she kind of like doesn't really have money, but she's a fake it till you make it kind of gal. So she would stay with all this money and she would be fine and continue living her socialite life, and Gabriel would just go and like live wherever he wanted to live. But Poppy threw him under the bus. So it wasn't the plan to like tell Serena that Poppy was like that Gabriel had done this, but she threw him under the bus, was going to get him to take the fall for the whole thing, and she would take all of the money. The gang decide, right, Gabriel's of no use to us now. He doesn't know where Poppy is or anything like this. She's got all the money. He can't help us. So they devise a plan to send Georgina to Poppy to pretend she wants to invest her dad's money. Once she's there and they catch her in the act of taking the money from Georgina, they can get her arrested by the FBI, everyone will get their money back, everything will be fine. Obviously, that is not what happens. So Lily tells Serena, do not do this. She's like, this is a terrible plan. She's like, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay everyone back their money. I will say that the investment did not work out. I will pay them back all of their money from my own money. And we will not speak of this ever again. Do not tell anyone about it. I'm going to handle this quietly. And Serena's like, no, we need justice. Like, Poppy has to go down for this. And Lily is like, don't be silly. You cannot handle this. Do not do this, okay? She's like, do not do this. I will handle it. So Serena's like, well, fuck that. And she goes ahead with the scheme anyway. And I think Dan tells Lily that she's still doing the scheme. So in order to stop this from happening, Lily sends the police. So the scheme is working. Georgina gives Poppy the money, this like big chunk of money that she had from the church to like spend on Bibles, right? But she thought she was going to get it back when Poppy got arrested. So she gives her the money. Poppy manages to slip out and leave while the police are there arresting Serena. So there's all this confusion. All the gang is like, what the fuck is happening? Why is Serena being arrested? Poppy just got away. Georgina's like, Poppy just left with all my money. It's just an absolute shambles.
You're under arrest.
What? Wait, no, there's been a mistake.
Blair, tell them. Oh my God.
Why are they taking Serena?
Truck.
Wait,
Call
Serena.
Lily said that Serena stole the bracelet that she gave her earlier that day, and that is why she sent the police after her. And she was like, it's fine. I was just going to get her. She wouldn't listen to me, so I was just sending it to the police, and I'm just going to drop the charges, and then she'll be fine, right? She's acting like it's so casual to send her daughter to jail for theft. She's acting like, oh my God, no, people just do this, right? People just do this. No, people don't just do this, Lily. Fucking hell. Later, we see Georgina. She's on a mission to go and get Poppy and, like, get her money back. All that crap, right?
I don't think Jesus would approve of that. Well, you can tell Jesus that the bitch is back.
I think later we basically find out that Georgina got everyone's money back by having Poppy, like, deported or something. And that's how she managed to get her money back. But it happens all off screen. Like, we don't really see any of this after that. And Lily pays back all the investors and everything like that. And that sorts out the scam. So Rufus goes to Eric and asks him for his permission to marry Lily. And it's really sweet. And he's like, yes, I want you to marry Lily. So Rufus sets up this whole dinner with all of Lily's favourite foods and everything. But then this man, I tell you, he's always like snooping. But not snooping, but like accidentally snooping. Like, he just like finds things, but like in Lily's purse or like in a drawer. But he's just like looking for other stuff and stumbles across it. But even then it's like, mind your own business. But anyway, so he's like looking in a drawer for like a lighter or some shit. And he finds a folder that is like Lily basically paying back everybody's investments except for Rufus. So with Rufus, what she's doing is paying it back in installments with dividends, I think is what it's called. So she's basically paying him more as if he was getting money from the investment. So at the end of it, he will end up with more money than he put in and enough to pay for Dan to go to college, but it's all actually Lily's money. So he finds this and he's big pissed about it. He is big pissed about it, which like, why? So annoying, honestly. Like, why?
You were planning on giving me money every month behind my back. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is?
Well, I wasn't trying to humiliate you. I was just trying to help you. Do you know how hard it is for me to watch you agonize over not being able to send Dan to Yale when I could very easily help you if you would just let me?
You are not putting this on me. I have raised my kids just fine without your help.
After that, he's big pissed and decides not to propose to Lily. Also, I mean, obviously, I feel like this goes without saying, but Serena and Gabriel are not a thing anymore after the whole scam. After this, we get like I can't remember what it's called. It's some kind of like something pilot, like not an interpilot, but like it's when a pilot-ish or like a concept for a new show is pitched through an already existing show. So like they did this with Pretty Little Liars where they had the episode where they introduced the characters from Ravenswood and you kind of see that whole story develop, and then Caleb dips and he goes off and he films Ravenswood. So we have that here. So it was a show that was going to be called Valley Girls, and it was a prequel, and it's all about Lily and her sister Carol. And Lily's played by Brittany Snow, and I can't remember Carol's actress's name, but I love her. I think it's like Kristen Ritter. I think I've gotten that wrong, but anyway. This whole episode is a combination of flashbacks, which are starring them to kind of set up this spin-off, and then like real-time scenes. I'm going to cover the whole Valley Girls thing, the concept of it, and what happened and why it never got picked up and everything like that in a separate video. So in this video, I'm only going to mention the scenes that are relevant to us, which is the present day scenes, none of the flashback scenes. The only thing you really see that has impact on our current story is the strained relationship between Lily and Cece. That's pretty much it. You don't really get anything else that adds to our characters, how they are now. Lily goes to the station to like drop the charges against Serena, and then Serena's like, you know what, I'm gonna make my own decisions. I'm staying in jail. And it's just dumb. And Cece's also shows up because she was Serena's one call and some shit like that. I don't know. But Lily's still pissed at Cece for telling Rufus about their son. So she's like, get out of here. But then ultimately she decides to put the past in the past after all these like flashbacks and stuff.
I love you and I know you love me. You know, being a mother myself, I've made mistakes that rival, if not outshine, your own. And I forgive you.
And she tells Serena she doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes that Cece did and doesn't want to like control her and all this stuff. So these two make up as well and they're also fine. Also, Dan's like, oh my God, you shouldn't miss prom. So he picks Serena up from jail and brings her a dress and takes her to prom.
Hey, soldier, eyes up front. Well, I'm glad you let me bail you out. Or let me call Cece too, because missing your prom just to spite your own mothers is kind of...
Something only she would do.
Next big event, it's prom, would you believe it or not. Blair has this dream scrapbook that she's had since she was a kid, and it has the perfect dress, the perfect place she wants to go to, like the perfect flowers, like all this stuff for the perfect prom. Things just keep happening. Her dress is ruined, but then it's replaced with one that's exactly like the book. And a bunch of other things go wrong, but then it turns out better and actually fits her dream scrapbook exactly. At prom, Blair goes with Nate. This is where they like decided to end things, like I mentioned earlier. And then the minions, they're so fickle, honestly. They try and sabotage Blair by getting Nellie Yuki voted as prom queen because they know like that Blair will be fuming. Blair catches Chuck with all these ballots that say Nellie Yuki, and she assumes that he is trying to sabotage her. Then Nate and Blair win and they go up on stage and they collect their crowns. While that's happening, Chuck reveals to Serena and Dan that he orchestrated this whole thing.
Oh, I can't believe Blair won.
Yeah, who even voted for? Me.
About 150 times. I wasn't putting the Nellie Yuki ballots in, I was taking them out. You didn't think you were the only one who knew about the scrapbook, did you?
And it's just such a cute scene. It's one of my absolute favourites. Serena and Blair, after this, they have a heart-to-heart on the Met steps where she tells Serena that her and Nate are broken up, and Serena acknowledges that whatever Lily did, she did it out of love.
And right now, I'm with exactly who I want to be with. My best friend. We went through it together. We raised each other. You're my sister.
And they talk about how, like, with everything they've been through, they're like sisters for life. Next big event, we have graduation. The graduation episode is fucking iconic. Serena tells Blair that Chuck said he loves her and all about all the prom stuff, and she's like so gassed. She's so excited, like she's really happy about it. Nate goes and apologizes to Vanessa for how badly he broke up with her, and she thanks him for getting her to take the SATs way back when, because of that she's going to NYU. Serena says she's glad that they're going to be done with Gossip Girl because Gossip Girl doesn't cover college, she only covers high school. I think it's like fully just an American thing because I've not seen it here in the UK, but I think they do like most likely to, like in the yearbooks and stuff, like most likely to be a celebrity or most likely to become president, like that kind of thing. And Gossip Girl does her own.
Nate Archibald, class whore. Dan Humphrey, the ultimate insider. Chuck Bass, coward. Blair Waldorf, weakling. And as for Serena Vanderwoodson, after today, you are officially irrelevant.
Serena is deeply offended by this and insists that they need to take Gossip Girl down. Serena thinks it's got to be someone in their year group because they only really talk about their year group. They don't talk about anyone older than them. So it has to be someone that knows them, right?
So you're saying Gossip Girl's a senior like us?
Well, if she's a senior, then didn't that mean she's in the room right now?
Look around you. Every single person that goes to concerts in St. Jude's in our year is in this room right now. Except for Dan and Vanessa, who like they left early. And I can't remember why.
Donuts?
But they're basically like, we hate this shit. Like, we hate all these people, pretty much. So we're going to dip. So they're gone, but everyone else is there. Chuck is going to give a speech. The room's going to go quiet. They're going to send a tip into Gossip Girl. And then Gossip Girl's phone will go off and they will know who Gossip Girl is.
Jonathan?
What?
Gossip Girl is a guy.
What just happened? What's going on?
Tell him who you are.
What makes it even funnier is this picture I've taken of him is literally the exact moment in the show when this happens. And he turns around, he's like, yeah, it's me. They go upstairs and Eric and Jonathan reveal that they hacked into Gossip Girl's website so they can see every single tip she gets, who they come from, and everything, but they're not actually Gossip Girl. They just wanted to see the tea. Some notable ones I wrote down because one of my favorite things, this is how far I go when I watch TV shows because I just find it like fun. But when it's Little Liars, Gossip Girl, anything like that, and there's a letter or like a screen, I like to like pause it and like read what they've written just for like banter. So some of the notable tips when they show you like the tip screen, we have Blair having sex with Jack Bass on New Year's, which we like obviously was alluded to, but yeah, they fully like they had sex. Chuck and Vanessa having sex, that is in there. Serena getting fake married in Spain. Nate kissing Jenny after seeing her without a shirt on. Eric dyes his hair, that's in there. Serena hasn't spoken to her dad in years. Nate got into Colombia because his grandfather called them. And Serena has an unhealthy obsession with Harry Potter, and Nate has a small ... So those are the ones that I felt were most noteworthy out of the ones I read. So then I think it's Chuck. Is throwing like some big like graduation after party. So this one like kind of like parents were there and stuff and it was a bit more formal. But now they're having a full-on party like in the evening. So everyone is there. Jenny is told by the minions that they will be choosing the new Queen of Constance when they leave. Because yeah, Jenny's in the year below them, I think. Or maybe 2 years below them. Maybe it's just 1 year. I think she's just 1 year below them. But yeah, so they tell her they're going to choose the new queen. And someone who's in the running for it is Emma, the girl that Blair had to like run around the city to make sure she didn't lose her virginity to some creep. She's in the running for queen. And Blair says, fuck you guys, I'm choosing the queen, obviously, because I'm queen now. But then when she leaves, the minions are like, we don't listen to Blair anymore. It is us. We are choosing the queen. Blair has nothing to do with it. And their competition is whoever brings them the biggest piece of gossip at Chuck's party by the end of the night, they get to be queen. She tries to warn Blair that Gossip Girl knows about her and Jack because she saw it in like the tips, like from the website that Jonathan had. So she saw that Gossip Girl knows about her and Jack, so she warns Blair and tells her, look, there's a competition for the biggest gossip, like, you know, and I know this, and Gossip Girl knows this. And Blair's like, look, if Gossip Girl was going to release that, she would have done it already. And Jenny, you don't have what it takes to be queen. Jenny's big pissed that she said that. So she goes to the minions and she's like, I have the biggest piece of gossip. You ready to hear it? But then, just as she's about to tell them about Jack and Blair, Gossip Girl posts every single saved up blast that they have all at once about Jack and Blair, about Vanessa and Chuck, about Jenny and Nate, like all of it. Post them all at once at this party while they're all there. Just a little side thing that's also happening. Lily and Rufus were like obviously still beefing, and she goes around to Rufus and she's like, look, seeing Serena graduate today made me feel old, and the only person I wanted to talk to about it was you. I found this weed, I assume it's weed, in Chuck's room. Like, do you want to smoke it and just have a bit of a laugh? And he's like, yeah, sure, go on then. And then they make up.
Marry me, Lily.
Yes.
Very adorable. Back to the party. So Blair and Chuck are in another room, and she almost gets Chuck to say that he loves her. Almost. So close. And that's when the Gossip Girl bomb drops and exposes all the secrets. And Chuck is angry that she slept with Jack.
Chuck Bass, I love you. I love you so much. It consumes me. I know you love me too. Tell me you love me. And everything we've done, all the gossip,
and the lies and the hurt will have been for something.
Maybe it was. But it's not anymore.
Oh my god, the will they, won't they? It's just ridiculous, but it is good. Like it just builds it up so well. So anyway, so he dips, and then in the bathroom, Blair tells Jenny that she chooses her as the new Queen of Constance.
You can't make people love you, but you can make them fear you. For what it's worth. You're my queen. I choose you. Thank you.
Everyone at this party blames Serena for having their dirty laundry aired out because she went after Gossip Girl. So Serena messages Gossip Girl, bluffing, saying she knows her identity and to come and meet her at the Oak Room.
Whoa, wait. Dan is Gossip Girl? Gossip Girl, you crazy?
One by one, like everyone from the class starts showing up. Jenny's there as well. And Gossip Girl sends a blast saying she's nothing without them. And they're all Gossip Girl like together.
You wanted to meet Gossip Girl? Well, look around. You just did. I'm nothing without you. And while most high school friendships fade, it's my hope that what happened today will bond you forever. Now that all my secrets are out, you have a clean slate. Until college. Congratulations. I'm coming with you.
Drinks on me.
Yes, wonderful.
A week later, the Humphreys have moved into the Vanderwoodson loft, and Serena's packing for a trip to Europe, and Blair says she's seen on Gossip Girl that there's like Chuck's been spotted in all these different places in Europe, but she's like just trying not to think about it.
It's to remind you of who you are.
I love it. When you're ready to start moving again, you know I'll be here.
Yes, of course I do.
Nate finds Dan and Vanessa in this cafe, and he says to Vanessa, if the offer still stands, I'd really like to go backpacking in Europe with you. And she like lies and says she's going with this random guy, but then Nate catches her out and they just have a laugh about it. And she's like, yeah, fine, you can come.
As long as you take off that ridiculous tie so I can maybe try to picture you with a backpack.
What's wrong with my tie?
I need a coffee.
He's always wearing a tie.
Turns out this random guy in the cafe, he then starts talking to Dan, and he says how he's transferring to NYU from Boston and that his name is Scott. So we obviously know that that is Rufus and Lily's son. Dan does not know this yet. Nobody knows this yet. We have Scott, Lily, and Rufus's child. Dan gets a call from Georgina saying that she managed to get his money back and that she's going to be going to NYU in the fall with him, Vanessa, and Blair.
I'd like to request a roommate. Blair Waldorf. She's my best friend and I just can't wait to live with her.
Blair tells Jenny she's the queen. Then minions appoint Emma as queen, but then Blair and Jenny go together and they're like, no, Jenny's going to be the queen. So Jenny is like the true Queen of Constance. The minions don't have a say.
How can you do this? Letting some girl from Brooklyn carry on our legacy?
Haven't you ever heard of a foreign queen?
Besides, her dad is marrying Lily Bass, so I think that makes her richer than all of you. Not enough.
As Serena is about to leave for Europe, she runs into Carter, who says that he knows where her father is. So she's like, get in the car.
You found my father?
And then one of my favourite scenes of all time in this entire show, Blair arrives home and Chuck is waiting for her outside. He said that he travelled all through Europe to collect all of her favourite things.
I was in Paris, but only to get your favorite macaroons from Pierre Hermé.
In Germany?
To pick up your favorite folk stockings. You know how I adore them.
He says that she was right and that he was a coward. And he's finally tells her that he loves her, and that's probably one of the sweetest moments of anyone in the whole show.
I love you too.
But can you say it twice?
I love you.
She's like, oh, say it again. He's like, I love you, and it's just so freaking cute. I love it. That is where we end season 2. So at the end of season 2, we have Dan, Vanessa, Blair, and Georgina all going to NYU in the fall. Serena is going to Brown. Chuck isn't going to college because he's got bare money. Nate is going to Columbia. Jenny's obviously still at Constance and she's the new queen. Chuck and Blair are officially a couple now. Serena has just left with Carter to go and find her dad. Oh, and Lily and Rufus are engaged. I feel like that's pretty much a good summary. I think that's like everything that's gone down, basically. Yeah. So that's the end of season 2. Oh my god. That is crazy. This should be the end of the first part because my intention is to do seasons 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, like 3 separate videos. So if it's going to plan, this should be the end of the first video, which is super exciting. I have no idea how long it's going to be, but if you got to the end of this, then thank you so much for watching. This is how the board looks at the end of seasons 1 and 2, and it's going to get so much more convoluted than this. But yeah, I literally, if you watched until this point, I am so grateful for that. And I hope you're excited to see the next part. It shouldn't be up too far in the future after this one. I'm hoping only like a couple weeks or so, but it is a long project, so please just wait for it, and I hope that you'll be excited when it does finally drop. I hope you guys enjoyed this first part, seasons 1 and 2, because it has been so much fun to film. I'm now going to keep going and filming the rest, but yeah, so yeah, just again, thank you so much for watching this video. Tell me what you thought about seasons 1 and 2 in the comments, and what you're excited about, what you're excited to see, or if you maybe are one of those people that haven't seen Gossip Girl yet, maybe what you think's gonna happen. But then I guess the comments would be like spoilers. I don't really know. Navigate it however you want down there. But I want to hear everyone's opinions. I want to hear what everyone thinks, because that is literally part of this project. Is like my own selfish want to speak to people about Gossip Girl, because my absolute favourite thing in the whole world is talking about TV shows I've seen a million times. Friends, Gossip Girl, 90210, Pretty Little Liars are my main guys that I like to talk about. Would love to know what you think about everyone, what you think about these storylines, and because it's just my favourite thing. So I'm hoping we can get a proper like combo going in the comments, and I'm so excited to read every single one and see what everyone has to say about everything. But yeah, I'm so this is so exciting for me, because it's like a full-on third of this huge project is now at least filmed. I've obviously still got a long way to go with 4 more seasons and editing this whole thing, but it's already been 2 months in the making, over 2 months now almost. By the time I'm finished, who knows how long it'll have been, but it's in motion and it is actually happening. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, and subscribe so you know when the next part drops, and there should be some videos in between then as well. But yeah, bye, and I will see you in the next part where we're going to talk all about seasons 3 and 4, and yeah, just see how much more complicated this gets. So yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Oh my god.
I think that whore may be my mother.
This man cannot catch a break.
You left me.
So it's all a hoax, and she's like, oh shit.
I'm Rufus and Lily's son.
Oh my god.
She just fucking read him to filth in the middle of the street in front of everybody.
But I'm your cousin.
Charlie, oh my god. This bitch, she opens her coat. Full on pregnancy belly.
Morning, nephew.
Hello, Rufus. Well, what the hell are you doing here?
This man should not be walking free.
I found your book.
My what?
God, the way my jaw dropped when I watched this for the first time.
Don't tell anyone.
This may be one of the most awful things that happens in this show.
A body washed up in Paris shot. The identification they found says it's Charles Bass.
Too late to turn back now. XOXO, Gossip Girl.